at the wedding. Suddenly, my sister-in-law, the CEO, grabbed me. Then she turned her head to look at my parents and said coldly, "My brother ran away. So take the child instead. He owes me, so you'll pay. From today on, this child belongs to me." My parents were stunned for a moment, then their faces showed extreme delight. No problem, my father quickly nodded. "Bokang will be part of the Liu family from now on. You can do whatever you want with him." I looked at my own parents, like produce at a market, selling me off. I felt no sadness at all inside. On the contrary, I found this scene to be hilarious. Great. I finally escaped that disgusting home, but I never dreamed that the one buying me would be the legendary female devil, Liu Ruyan. Looking at her luxurious outfit, I figured the food at the Liu household must be thousands of times better than at the Ji household. Moreover, I secretly glanced at her long legs and black stockings and thought to myself, being kept by a rich woman is better than being a punching bag. Just then, 2 bodyguards in black stepped forward like carrying a chick. They lifted me right out of the chair. My feet immediately left the ground, the fork in my hand clattered to the floor. No way. If I'm going to act, I have to commit. Not resisting at all would be too fake. I immediately started kicking my legs frantically, tears streaming down immediately, and cried out loudly, "Mom and Dad, I don't want to go!" Immediately after, I turned my head to look at Liu Ruyan, held out my small hands, and cried profusely, "Sister, I'm still a child. I'm not tasty." Seeing my pitiful appearance, Liu Ruyan seemed to have her anger melt away instantly. She waved her hand impatiently and turned to leave, her hem drawing a cold arc. "Take him and put him in my car. Yes, young lady." The bodyguard immediately took the order, carrying me towards the door. Outwardly, I was crying loudly, but inwardly, I was sneering. "Liu Ruyan, oh Liu Ruyan, you brought this upon yourself. When I grow up, I will definitely collect this debt with interest." I glanced one last time at the uneaten slice of cake. Goodbye, Black Forest. Welcome to being the son-in-law of a rich family. Oh no, it's a hostage life. The next second, I was roughly shoved into a stretched Rolls-Royce. The car door slammed shut with a bang. Immediately after, Liu Ruyan also got in. The atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze instantly. She took off her sunglasses, tilted her head to look at me trembling in the corner, and coldly uttered 2 words. "Come here," her voice carried, an irresistible command. I pretended to tremble and moved over, but stopped half a meter away from her. Liu Ruyan impatiently patted the seat next to her. "Come a little closer." I stubbornly moved a bit closer, my body almost touching her wedding dress. Suddenly, a hand reached out, firmly gripped my chin, forcing me to lift my head. Our eyes met in midair. She stared at my small, rosy face and suddenly smiled. That smile was like a hunter spotting its prey. "You're Bokang, right? From now on, you are my hostage. Whatever your good brother owes me, you will pay it all back." I tried to blink my big round eyes, making the tears welling on my eyelashes more apparent. "Sister, I don't have any money." Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over me from head to toe and finally uttered 2 words. "No money? Then pay with your body." What the hell? What kind of predatory words are those? Sister, look closely. I'm only 10 years old. This life is truly... Oh my, the queenly woman in black stockings, those legs, those curves, they're absolutely stunning. Inwardly, I was giving them a big thumbs up. This queenly aura completely fits my preferences. Ji Bokang? Oh, Ji Bokang, you must be blind as a dog to not want a rich and classy woman like this. But outwardly, I suddenly shrunk back, my big round eyes instantly filling with tears. "Sister, my legs are tired." My voice was tiny, with a hint of a sob. Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, walked straight to the sofa in the main seat, crossing her legs elegantly. That captivating curve of the black stockings drew my eyes. "Legs tired?" She tapped the armrest lightly with her finger and said coldly, "When Ji Bokang ran away, did he think about how sad I would be? You are his brother, so this is considered collateral. Stand up straight." With a sharp command, I immediately stood up straighter, my small body tense. Seeing my timid appearance, Liu Ruyan's anger seemed to subside a little. She just wanted to put me in my place so I would understand whose territory this was, and so I would know that in this house from now on, I would be just a small slave without human rights. Starting tomorrow, wake up at 6 a.m. every morning, Liu Ruyan began issuing unequal terms. As for me, I held my little notebook and wrote down every item. Subject, Liu Ruyan, the wicked woman. Future, a long-term meal ticket. Crimes, gripped my face painfully, suspected of child abuse, and made me stand as punishment until my legs went numb. Also, wearing black stockings to seduce a minor. Although I willingly looked, this debt must be recorded. Finally, she threw me into the storage room. After writing, I blew on the ink, a wicked smile blooming on my lips. Liu Ruyan, just you wait. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate a poor youth. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel and call me dad. All right, go to sleep. Liu Ruyan waved her hand, like shooing away a fly. She turned and walked towards the stairs, her back graceful and alluring. The wine-red silk clung to her waist and hips, her sway making me, this boy in disguise, curse inwardly. I watched her until she disappeared around the corner of the second-floor stairs. Only then did I avert my gaze. The innocent smile on my lips vanished instantly, replaced by a calm demeanor of complete control. I turned back to the storage room, which was only about a dozen square meters, and locked the door. Sitting cross-legged on the hard plank bed, I closed my eyes. Immediately, in my mind's eye, all the scenes I had seen when I first entered the mansion, the omnipotent prodigy and top-tier talent, were activated at this moment. My brain was like a sophisticated supercomputer. Every nook I had passed, the location of each surveillance camera, the position of each servant, all were constructed into a holographic 3D map in my head. The surveillance camera in the northeast corner of the living room was an old model with a 1.5-second blind spot when rotating. The infrared beams in the hallway, their sensors were at a height of 1.2 meters. My current height is 1.35 meters, so I could avoid them by simply bending over. Uncle Liu patrols once every night at 11 p.m. and then returns to the servants' quarters on the east side of the first floor to rest. Liu Ruyan's bedroom is on the west side of the second floor with a balcony. If I'm not mistaken, the balcony door is likely a floor-to-ceiling glass window with an almost zero anti-theft rating. I opened my eyes, a golden glint flashing in my eyes. This is what you call a strategy of reduced elevation. Liu Ruyan thought she had captured a soft and pliable hostage, but little did she know she was letting a wolf into her house. As long as I wanted, this mansion would be an open playground with no walls for me. Gurgle, gurgle. My stomach protested again. I rubbed my small, flat stomach and sighed. Even with a high IQ, one still needs to eat. Glancing at the wall clock, the early morning hours were the dead of night, murder and arson. Oh no, it was the best time for a midnight snack. I slid off the bed, without shoes, barefoot on the floor. To avoid making any noise, I deliberately tiptoed and opened the room door. The hallway was pitch black, only a few wall lamps cast a dim light. The entire mansion was unusually quiet. Utilizing the route I had calculated earlier, I perfectly avoided all the direct fields of the surveillance cameras. A series of movements as smooth as flowing clouds in water. If seen by the Liu family's head of security, they might suspect this multi-million-dollar security system was a version bought on Pinduoduo, successfully sneaked into the kitchen. The Liu family's kitchen was larger than my previous bedroom. A massive double-door refrigerator stood imposingly, like a treasure waiting to be discovered. I rubbed my small hands together and pulled the refrigerator door open with force. Wow! My eyes lit up. This entire refrigerator was filled with what divine ingredients? Evian mineral water was just taking up space, stacked with premium Wagyu beef, air-flown black truffles, caviar with unidentifiable foreign labels. After criticizing the strong, foul smell of the red wine meat, I reached out for a carton of milk and also grabbed 2 incredibly expensive-looking dinosaur eggs. He'll just eat them anyway. I didn't dare to turn on the stove to cook, afraid the smell would attract Uncle Liu. But just as I was inserting the straw, preparing to enjoy this luxurious late-night snack, a soft groan suddenly came from above. The sound was very faint, but in the silent night, it was remarkably clear. My milk-drinking action paused. An illusion? Pain. Another sound, this time much clearer. The voice carried a distinct tremor and suppressed pain, making the listener's skin crawl. The sound came from the second floor in this location. I looked up at the ceiling. Directly above the kitchen was Liu Ruyan's master bedroom. What was going on? What was Liu Ruyan doing up there? This sound was not good. It didn't sound like a happy sound, but rather like genuine pain. My brain whirred rapidly. Liu Ruyan, female, 24 years old, good health. Besides being a bit neat and hot-tempered, I hadn't heard of any hidden illnesses. Could she be under attack? Impossible. If there was an intruder, all the bodyguards in the house would be in chaos. So it was a sudden illness? I bit down on the straw, caught in a dilemma. Shouldn't this be like a game where 2 options appear before me, letting me choose one of the 2 and earn affinity points? According to the 3-chapter rule, the second floor is a forbidden zone. Going up there means having your legs broken. But I'm living under someone's roof now. If the benefactor actually dies, how will I continue to enjoy this easy life? How can I keep clinging to this thigh? Fortune favors the bold. If Liu Ruyan, that wicked woman, is truly ill, isn't this the best opportunity for me to increase her favor, to seize the moment and rush in? What a waste. It's the best time to offer charcoal in snowy weather, help during difficult times. I drained the milk carton in one go, tossing the empty carton into the trash. Wiping my mouth, my gaze became resolute. So be it if my legs break. If I don't go to hell, who will? Sister Liu, your little brother is here to save you. I gently stepped out of the kitchen, towards the stairs. Looking up at the spiral staircase leading to the second floor, I took a deep breath and took the first step that violated the household rules. The second floor was carpeted thickly, so walking up was completely silent. Following the sounds, I crept to the master bedroom door. The door was slightly ajar, letting out a faint warm light. The groans of pain grew louder. It was clear from the sound Liu Ruyan was enduring with all her might. "Here. Where is the medicine?" Accompanying this weak whisper was the sound of something being swept onto the floor. Clatter. I didn't hesitate any longer, extending my small, fair hands and pushed the heavy, solid wooden door open forcefully. "Sister, the door is open." The scene in the room made my pupils contract slightly. In the dim room, with only the bedside lamp on, Liu Ruyan was curled up on the large bed, her silk nightgown drenched in sweat, clinging to her body, outlining her captivating curves. She clutched her lower abdomen with both hands, her face as pale as paper, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her lips bitten until they bled. This was no longer the queenly CEO, but a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Hearing the movement at the door, Liu Ruyan slowly lifted her head. Seeing it was me, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, then turned into indignation at the intrusion. "Who? Who let you come up here?" she tried to yell, but her voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. "Get out." I stood at the door, unmoving. I looked at her posture, clutching her stomach, and then at the scattered painkiller bottles on the floor. Menstrual cramps? No, menstrual cramps wouldn't hurt this badly. This looked more like enduring a trial. Wait. I sniffed the air. Besides the faint fragrance and the smell of sweat from the woman, there was a faint chill in the air. Not the cold from air conditioning, but a bone-chilling cold. This woman had physical issues. I looked at the woman writhing in pain on the bed and suddenly closed the little notebook of grievances in my heart. I took my short legs and ran, patter, towards her. "Sister, don't be fierce anymore. Save your strength." I ran to the edge of the bed. Not only did I not leave, but I wanted to climb onto the bed. Liu Ruyan tried to push me away, but her arms were limp, lacking any strength. Instead, I firmly grasped her wrist with one hand. I placed a finger on my lips, and in those innocent, clear, big eyes emanated a calmness that was irresistible. "Don't move, I'll massage you," saying this. That small, warm hand directly pressed, without hesitation, onto Liu Ruyan's cold, flat lower abdomen. The next second, Liu Ruyan's entire body suddenly trembled as if electrocuted. Her instinct to resist made her want to kick me off the bed, but immediately after, a stream of warmth flowed along my palm, unhindered, penetrating into the cold, aching region below her stomach. So warm, just like on cold winter days, being given a freshly heated, hot water bottle. The cold current and intense pain that had been wildly churning inside were miraculously suppressed. Liu Ruyan's tense body instantly relaxed by half. From get out to the edge of her mouth, the stiff, turned into a half sound. This sound was so seductive that Liu Ruyan wanted to hide somewhere. I knelt on the bed, and on my small rosy face, like carved jade, was an expression of seriousness. But I knew clearly in my heart how stimulating the current scene was. This waist is so slim, my hands could completely wrap around it. And this skin, is this the quality nurtured by wealth? While inwardly I was crazily criticizing and praising, I was also operating my top-tier gifted brain. Just in the last moment, a program flashed in my mind. About traditional Chinese medicine wellness that I had previously watched on the old, worn-out TV at the Ji family's house. That traditional Chinese medicine wellness program that I had previously watched on the old, worn-out TV at the Ji family's house. I had only glanced at it then, but now, those acupoint diagrams and techniques in my mind instantly transformed into high-definition 3D projections. Guanyuan point, Qi high point, Zhongji point. Cold Qi stagnation, severe uterine cold. Combined with endocrine disorders from long-term late nights, the body looked radiant, but inside, it was truly a broken sieve. I pouted, but the movements of my hands didn't stop. With a little pressure from my thumb, pressing at a point 3 inches below the navel, I began to massage clockwise. This wasn't just random rubbing. This was the world-saving rejuvenation technique I invented myself, based on a combination of ergonomics, heat transfer principles, and my half-baked knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Liu Ruyan gasped, her toes curling instantly, clenching the bed sheets. Pain. But within this pain was mixed, an indescribable sense of relief. That warm current with my massage began to spread throughout her limbs. The agonizing, cramping pain that for years, every month during her period had plagued her, making her suffer immensely, was actually starting to dissipate. What technique are you using? Liu Ruyan finally regained some ability to speak, though her voice still carried a slight tremor, sounding weak and lacking any threat. I didn't look up, still focused on the task at hand. My old neighbor, Mrs. Wang, taught me. She specialized in treating stomach aches. I made up a story on the spot. I couldn't say I was a genius who knew the right thing to do just by looking. That would make me an easy target for dissection and study. Besides, sister, your stomach is so cold, it's like a block of ice. I looked up, my big round eyes filled with innocence and concern. You can't eat ice cream anymore, otherwise you won't be able to have a baby. Liu Ruyan's face fell. What do you mean I can't have a baby? What does this brat know? She was about to scold me, but then noticed a fine layer of sweat on my forehead. To keep my palms warm, I had been silently rubbing my hands together to generate heat. For a small 10-year-old body, this was no small feat of physical exertion. Seeing the child she had thrown into the storage room earlier, now drenched in sweat helping relieve her pain, Liu Ruyan's hardened heart unconsciously softened. That feeling of being carefully protected by someone had been so long ago. It was even more so than what Jibo Kang, who only told her to drink more hot water, could offer by 1,000 times. Seeing the child she had thrown into the storage room earlier, now drenched in sweat helping her relieve the pain, Liu Ruyan's hardened heart unconsciously softened. That feeling of being carefully protected by someone had been so long ago. It was even more so than what Jibo Kang, who only told her to drink more hot water, could offer by 1,000 times. Detected emotional fluctuation in target Liu Ruyan, affinity points +5. Current affinity, 45. Although there was no system notification, I keenly noticed that Liu Ruyan's tense abdominal muscles began to relax. This was a signal of lowered guard. About 10 minutes later, I felt like my hands were about to chafe raw, so I stopped the massage. Phew. I exaggeratedly let out a long sigh, plopped down on the bed, shaking my sore wrists. Sister, does it still hurt? I asked. Liu Ruyan felt for a moment. The sharp, stabbing pain was gone, leaving only a vague discomfort. She sat up, awkwardly tugging at the hem of her nightgown. Thinking about the intimate contact just now, she truly wanted to disappear from embarrassment. She actually let me, the younger brother of, an enemy she had only just met less than half a day ago, rub her stomach, and even made noises like that. Liu Ruyan's cheeks felt a little hot. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly put on a stern face, returning to her cold and arrogant demeanor. It was just so-so. The technique was crude, barely alleviating the pain. Seeing that you were somewhat sensible, we'll allow you to sleep on the floor outside my room tonight. My eyes widened internally. You stubborn tsundere. You were clearly so pleased that your toes were curling into the floor. Your mouth remained so stubborn. From head to toe, your mouth is the most stubborn part, isn't it? Just then, a loud gurgle broke the silence of the room, shattering the cold atmosphere that had just been established. That sound came from Liu Ruyan's stomach, incredibly loud, a protest against extreme hunger. The bedroom instantly froze. Liu Ruyan's delicate, cold face, visibly, from the base of her neck, flushed all the way to behind her ears. A deathly silence, truly a death scene, descended upon the room. The CEO of the Liu Corporation, the female devil of the capital, was actually letting her stomach rumble with hunger in front of me. This was more unbearable than being killed. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her dignity. I'm not hungry. This is just normal intestinal activity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This time the sound was even louder, and it was accompanied by a glissando. I almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. But I'm a professional actor. I immediately shifted to an expression as if I heard nothing. I jumped off the bed, sister. When I came up here earlier, I saw there was rice in the kitchen. I'm so hungry. I want to go cook some porridge to eat. Would you like to have some too? Consider it helping me test the seasoning. This was the act of offering a ladder. As long as the ladder is offered at the right time, no arrogant young lady can resist descending. Liu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze drifting out the window. If you insist on doing it, then I will reluctantly help you test for poison, but my taste is very discerning. If it's not delicious, you'll surely die. All right, wait for me. I scampered out, closing the door. Liu Ruyan's entire body went limp, and she collapsed onto the bed. She buried her face in the pillow, letting out a groan of frustration. Oh, Liu Ruyan, your image today has completely collapsed. Down in the kitchen on the first floor, I stood on a small stool by the marble counter, looking at the top-tier ingredients before me, a cunning smile playing on my lips. You want porridge, don't you? Fine. This young master will show you my skills today. To win a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. This saying might sound cliché, but it's the absolute truth. My brain once again started operating at lightning speed. The ultimate cooking logic is loading. I took a bag of imported organic millet from the refrigerator, found some prime red apples, and a piece that looked like. When to stir, when to switch to low heat, every step was within my calculations. Even the ratio of water to millet was calculated to 2 decimal places. This wasn't cooking porridge. It was more like conducting a chemistry experiment. Half an hour later, a rich aroma of millet blended with the sweet scent of red apples wafted up the stairs, filling the entire mansion. The taste was beyond description. It was the most primal allure of carbohydrates, capable of awakening the primal desire for food deep within human genes. I scooped a small bowlful and sprinkled some dried osmanthus flowers on top for decoration. The presentation was absolutely stunning. The taste was exquisite. Except for the slight effort involved, there was nothing wrong with it. Carrying the tray, I carefully ascended the stairs to the second floor, pushing open the door to the master bedroom. Liu Ruyan was already leaning against the headboard, waiting. She held a book in her hand, seemingly reading. However, not a single page had been turned in a long while. Her eyes occasionally glanced towards the door. The moment she saw me enter, her eyes, which had a hint of gloom, instantly brightened a little, then quickly composed herself. So slow? Liu Ruyan frowned disdainfully. Did you go plant rice? I wasn't angry either. I placed the tray on the bedside table, because I had to cook it to get that nourishing rice congee oil. I picked up the bowl and stirred it a few times with the spoon. I scooped up a spoonful, brought it to my lips, and blew on it. Sister, open your mouth. Ah! Liu Ruyan was stunned. Looking at the spoon offered to her mouth, her brows furrowed into a Xuan shape. I have hands. I can eat myself. She reached out to take the bowl. I pulled my hand back, dodging. I presented my small hands to Liu Ruyan. In those pale, tender palms, there was a distinct red, swollen area. This was because when I was applying hot compress to her stomach earlier, I had rubbed it too hard, causing this. Sister, my hands hurt. I can't hold the bowl anymore. I blinked pitifully and even added, if I accidentally spill it on your expensive bed sheets, it wouldn't be good. Just let me feed you, okay? This combination of the suffering ploy and emotional blackmail completely cornered Liu Ruyan. She looked at my small, reddened hands and guilt stirred within her. This kid went through all this just to help her relieve pain. If she refused now, wouldn't that be too heartless? Once again, Liu Ruyan let out a cold snort. Don't do that again next time. After saying that, she awkwardly opened her mouth. I immediately inserted the spoon. The porridge melted in her mouth. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's pupils suddenly dilated. Is this porridge? This is too delicious. The millet was cooked until soft and fluffy. The rice congee oil was thick and smooth. The sweetness of the brown sugar blended perfectly with the aroma of red apples. It wasn't cloying and left a warm, sweet aftertaste. A spoonful of porridge went down, warming her from her throat to her stomach. Her stomach, which had been slightly uncomfortable, was immediately soothed and felt comfortable. The law of deliciousness, though late, had arrived. Seeing Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly light up, I felt as happy as a blooming flower. How is it, sister? Is it hard to eat? I knew the answer but asked anyway. Liu Ruyan swallowed the porridge in her mouth, trying to maintain a calm exterior. It was just average, barely edible. Since you cook so much, based on the principle of not wasting food, give me another spoonful. Although her words said barely edible, her body was being completely honest. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, 3 spoonfuls. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bowl of porridge was gone. Liu Ruyan even had a slight, licking her lips as if still craving more. That sense of satisfaction from the inside out made her whole body relax. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bowl of porridge was gone. Liu Ruyan even had a slight, licking her lips as if still craving more. That sense of satisfaction from the inside out made her whole body relax. Sleepiness immediately washed over her. After a night of turmoil, fleeing the wedding, stomach pain, she was already exhausted. Now, her stomach was warm and her body no longer hurt. Her eyelids started to droop. All right, clear the dishes. Liu Ruyan yawned, her voice lazy like a well-fed cat. I want to sleep. Get out. She could be moved by this. This is what they call the pulling out the ruthless move in legends. I looked at Liu Ruyan, who had burrowed under the covers. Liu Ruyan closing her eyes, ready to sleep. The small notebook in my heart turned to a new page, adding a charge, eating my love porridge, without even a word of thanks, falling asleep immediately after eating, treating me like a tool. I picked up the empty bowl, but didn't leave immediately. I stood by the bedside, looking at Liu Ruyan's unguarded, sleeping face. She had shed her cold disguise, looking much softer at this moment. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes. Her red lips were slightly pursed. She looked surprisingly cute. I extended my finger, tracing in the air, sketching the contours of her face. Sister, this bowl of porridge wasn't cheap. Things that are free now will later be, requiring double the repayment. I lowered my voice, whispering a sentence audible only to myself. Then, I meticulously helped Liu Ruyan pull up the covers carefully. I even tucked in a foot that was exposed from under the blanket. After doing all this, I picked up the tray and tiptoed out of the room. The moment the door closed, the innocent expression on my face disappeared once more. Standing in the dim hallway light, I glanced at the study at the end of the second-floor hallway. That was the true center of the Liu household, and the fortress I was about to conquer. But no rush. Tonight's battle achievements have exceeded expectations. Rubbing my stomach, I was so focused on feeding that troublesome woman. I hadn't eaten myself yet. I returned to the kitchen, scraping up the last bits of porridge from the bottom of the pot, and downed it in 3 or 4 gulps, then returned to my cramped storage room. That night, Liu Ruyan slept, more peacefully than she had in years. As for me, in the musty room, the hard wooden bed, I had a dream. In the dream, Liu Ruyan, wearing a maid's uniform, was kneeling and massaging my legs. She even called out, "Master, is the pressure okay?" The next morning, sunlight streamed through the palm-sized window, shining on my face. I groggily opened my eyes. Before I could even stretch, a rapid series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Bang, 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 even through the wooden door, I could feel the anger of the person knocking. "Bokang, get out here!" It was Liu Ruyan's voice, and she sounded furious. I sat up with a start. What? is going on? Didn't I succeed last night? Why is she so angry right after waking up? Could it be that I drooled in my sleep and accidentally called out master? I quickly got dressed and opened the door. Outside, Liu Ruyan was, wearing a pristine white tracksuit. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exuding vitality. However, on that beautiful face, there was now a frosty demeanor. She held something in her hand. In that moment, a piece of paper was thrust directly in front of me. What is this? I looked closely. It was a piece of paper. It was a page torn out from my little revenge notebook last night. From the notebook, it clearly read, Charge 3, wearing alluring black stockings. Minor. Note, Liu Ruyan, we have a future together. Waiting. I'm grown up, this warehouse is part of our play. Boom, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. How did this get into her hands? I was too sleepy last night. Did it fall out of my backpack? It's over? I'm really going to jail this time? Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes seemed to spew fire. She read the words one by one, sentence by sentence. That sentence, part of our play. Bokong, can you explain what this play means to me? Is it proper? The air froze for a solid 3 seconds. The paper with the words about black stockings and play, the evidence of my crime, dangled right under my nose. Liu Ruyan looked down from above, her gaze colder than a shark's. Her gaze, as if she wanted to dissect me, sent chills down my spine. It's over. It's over. I thought to myself, I'm doomed. I can't escape this. How did this tattered notebook fall out? This is too embarrassing. My entire wise life, my image as an innocent little boy, my cerebral cortex was firing wildly. The CPU was running at maximum capacity, hitting 80 degrees. If I admit I'm an LSP pervert now, you'll definitely get to experience the feeling of failure before even starting. I must endure. I took a deep breath. My surprised expression instantly shifted, turning into the gaze of someone looking at an idiot. I tilted my head, my big round eyes blinking, an innocent and clueless expression. Sister, why are you blushing? Liu Ruyan was taken aback by this direct attack from me and couldn't react in time. She unconsciously touched her cheeks. Who? Who's blushing? Stop talking nonsense. Explain clearly what warehouse play means. Play means playing games, sister, I said righteously, with a hint of contempt as if looking at an illiterate person. Your English teacher taught you that play game means to play games. Looking at your expression, you must have imagined some adult scenario, right? Tisk tisk, your thoughts are truly complicated. I looked at Liu Ruyan's face, flushing red and white. The little me inside my heart was doing the samba. Shut up. Liu Ruyan was angry from embarrassment. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it precisely into the trash can. She felt cornered by this kid. To be discussing such suggestive topics with an elementary school student. Watch less of that nonsense on TV from now on. If I see this again, I'll burn that notebook of yours. Liu Ruyan forcefully ended the conversation. To hide her embarrassment, she crossed her arms, putting on her evil capitalist face. What time is it? Didn't I tell you to be clean? Were you sleeping or hibernating? Get down and make breakfast right now. I was taken aback. Huh? Make breakfast? I'm a hostage. Do hostages have to work? If you don't make breakfast, I'll throw you out to the wolves. Liu Ruyan glared at me menacingly. Last night's porridge was barely edible. Today, I want scallion oil noodles. If you don't make it well in 10 minutes, expect to have your legs broken. With that, she turned and left. Her ponytail whipped out a sharp arc behind her head. However, those retreating steps carried a hint of a hasty retreat. I looked at her retreating back, a cunning, triumphant smile spreading across my lips. If you want to eat my cooking, just say so. Stop pretending you're going to feed me to wolves. I think you're the hungry wolf yourself. 10 minutes later, in the dining hall on the first floor, Liu Ruyan sat at the head of the table, holding a tablet as if reviewing reports. But in reality, her eyes kept darting towards the kitchen. Although last night's porridge was just simple rice congee, that warmth that spread to her stomach prevented her from having nightmares all night. Waking up this morning, her stomach was empty. That craving for food even overpowered her morning grumpiness. She woke up. Soon after, I emerged carrying a large blue porcelain bowl, bigger than my face, taking short steps. But the next second, Liu Ruyan's expression froze completely. Very quickly after that, I emerged carrying a large blue porcelain bowl, bigger than my face, taking short steps. But the next second, Liu Ruyan's expression froze completely. As soon as the bowl was placed down, a rich aroma exploded. It was the slightly burnt aroma of scallion oil, stimulated by high heat, blended with the salty sweetness of soy sauce, topped with finely chopped crispy fried scallions. Liu Ruyan swallowed. This kid, back at the G families, did he study at Tandong Fung? Sister, please eat. I obediently offered the chopsticks, then stood aside, with my hands clasped behind my back. Liu Ruyan took the chopsticks, gently picking up a mouthful of noodles and putting it in her mouth. At that moment, her taste buds exploded like fireworks. The aroma of scallion oil shot straight to the top of her head. The noodles were chewy and elastic. The sauce-to-noodle ratio was unbelievably perfect. Sweet, savory, and fragrant flavors danced on her tongue. Liu Ruyan, busy with the business world these past few years, had basically just rushed through her 3 meals a day. This dish, full of the breath of everyday life, instantly broke through all her defenses. She had originally intended to just have a taste and stop, maintaining her image as a cold, proud CO. But in the end, her chopsticks couldn't stop. I stood to the side, watching Liu Ruyan's unrestrained appearance. The small notebook in my heart turned to a new page. I silently recorded a new charge, eating too ravenously, like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten for 3 days. I added to the notes, "It seems this woman's stomach is now in my grasp. How far could it be to winning her over?" In less than 5 minutes, the entire large bowl of noodles was devoured by Liu Ruyan. She put down her chopsticks, took out a napkin, and gently wiped her mouth. Only now did she realize her earlier lack of composure. She looked up. I was blinking my big round eyes, looking at her expectantly. I asked, "Sister, was it delicious?" Liu Ruyan's face flushed. Her ravenous eating just now must have been a joke to me. Liu Ruyan cleared her throat, gaining her aloof demeanor. She commented indifferently, "It was just okay. The noodles were a bit too firm, the scallion oil was slightly overcooked, there was too much soy sauce making it a bit too salty. I can only say it was edible." I almost burst out laughing from frustration. I thought, edible? Sister, you licked the bowl clean, didn't you? And you dare say it was just edible? From head to toe, your mouth is the most stubborn part, isn't it? Fine, let's see how long you can keep up this pretense. I decided not to expose her. Instead, I lowered my head with a wronged expression. I said, "I'm sorry, sister. It'll definitely improve next time. There's a little left in the pot. Should I discard it?" "Discard it?" Liu Ruyan's voice suddenly rose. She immediately realized her overreaction. She quickly found an excuse. "Wasting food is shameful. Even though it's hard to eat, who else but your elder sister can bear this hardship? Only I can endure this suffering." She pushed the empty bowl forward, issuing an order with all the authority she could muster. "Go get another bowl. I'm still not full." I thought to myself, what a master. This isn't just stubbornness, it's shamelessness, to frame greed as noble righteousness. Capitalists are indeed vampires. I scurried back to the kitchen and scooped another bowl. After she finished the second bowl with satisfaction, her whole body went limp on the chair, not wanting to move anymore. She watched me clear away the dishes. Her gaze became somewhat complex. She thought to herself, "This kid isn't just handsome and knows how to give massages, but he also cooks this well. Treating him as a servant to run errands seems like a bit of a waste of his great talent. Besides, the Guy family went bankrupt, so this child won't even have any books to read anymore." Liu Ruyan gently tapped her fingers on the table. Suddenly, she spoke. "Gui ba." I grunted in response and turned my head. I was still holding the dish sponge in my hand. Liu Ruyan said, "Since you like cooking so much, from now on, you'll be in charge of breakfast and dinner in this house." Liu Ruyan stood up and adjusted her clothes a little, regaining the air of a decisive female CEO. She added, "In return, I will arrange for you to go to school. Even though you're a hostage, the Liu family doesn't raise illiterates." My eyes lit up, I thought to myself. Going to school? This is great news. It's not that I love studying, but because it's the biggest one in Kim Hai City. St. Alistair's Noble Academy, a notorious playground for the wealthy. That's the best stage for me to stir up trouble soon. I said loudly, "Thank you, sister. You're the best." I threw the dish sponge down and ran to hug her thigh. Liu Ruyan disdainfully took a step back. She put a finger on my forehead to stop me. She said, "Don't get grease on me, and don't celebrate too soon." The corners of Liu Ruyan's lips curled into a teasing smile. She said, "That's a full-time boarding school for nobles. The students there aren't friendly at all, especially to a fallen young master like you. If you get bullied to the point of crying, don't expect me to come wipe your snotty nose." After saying that, she grabbed her car keys and walked away gracefully in her high heels, leaving me with only her arrogant silhouette. I stood rooted to the spot, wiping the water off my hands. On my innocent and harmless face appeared a smile that would frighten even an adult. I thought to myself, get bullied. Oh, sister, you probably don't know. In this world, I'm the one who does the bullying. School bullying? That's my specialty. I thought again, those little flowers in the greenhouse. Are you ready to welcome your nightmare? Humming a tune, I went back to the kitchen to continue washing dishes. I calculated in my head. Since I have to go to school, it seems I'll have to prepare some new props. The peaceful benefits brought by the bowl of scallion oil noodles came faster than I thought. I had just wiped the last plate shiny. The villa's butler, Fubo, walked, with steady steps into the room. Yesterday, this old man looked at me like he was looking at a bag of non-recyclable trash. Today, his attitude did a complete 180. Fubo bowed at a 45-degree angle, his face blooming with a smile. He said, "Young master, how can a strenuous task like washing dishes be done by you yourself? Put it down, quick, put it down." I tossed the sponge away. Playing dumb, I said, "Fubo, sister said if I don't work, she'd throw me out to the wolves." "Oh my dear little ancestor, the eldest miss was just joking with you." Fubo quickly handed me a warm towel to wipe my hands. He said, "The eldest miss has given instructions. The storage room has a heavy, gloomy aura. What if you catch a cold? Then no one will cook for her. Ah no, no one will massage her." My heart was blooming with joy. I thought to myself, has she started to feel sorry for me already? She's clearly craving my cooking skills, but has to use feng shui as an excuse. Is this the highest realm of arrogance? Lesson learned. My heart was blooming with joy. I thought to myself, so she's feeling sorry for me now? She's clearly craving my cooking skills, but has to find a feng shui excuse. Is this the highest realm of arrogance? Lesson learned. Fubo led me to the third floor. He said, from now on, you will stay in this guest room. As soon as the door opened, I thought to myself, this isn't a guest room. This is a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. The floor-to-ceiling windows took up almost the entire wall, golden sunlight pouring in as if it were free. The bed was so big you could roll around freely on it, and it looked soft enough to swallow me whole. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took off my shoes and jumped straight onto the bed. My whole body bounced twice. Fubo stood at the door, smiling gently. He said, young master, there are new pajamas in the closet. Although they're not custom made for you, they are all from major brands. Please rest first. If you need anything, just press the bell by the bed. I rolled over twice on the bed, wrapping the blanket into a ball with only my head sticking out. I pulled out from my pocket the crumpled little notebook that recorded my grudges and found a golden pen on the nightstand. I turned to a new page, the pen tip gliding quickly across the paper, and wrote down a line of scrawled text. Conquest target. Liu Ruyan. Says one thing but means another. Event. Used a luxurious room with an ocean view, though there's no ocean, to win me over. Assessment. Although she has a sharp tongue, she is reliable in her actions. This sugar-coated bullet, this young master shall accept. Result, yesterday's hatred value. 1. Note, considering how soft the mattress is, tonight I won't silently curse her as a damn arrogant woman. After writing, I closed the notebook with satisfaction and even kissed its cover. I thought to myself, this is my secret to getting rich. Later, when Liu Ruyan falls in love with me, loves me to death, I thought again, these are all piling up love debts. It'll make her pay it all back with interest. In the back garden of Jade Dragon Bay Villa, I brought out a lounge chair, wore a pair of sunglasses I pulled out from who knows where, held a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice in my hand, and was sunbathing with my legs crossed. I thought to myself, this little life, not even a god's life, could compare. I was still wearing yesterday's washed clothes, a faded t-shirt and cheap shorts, completely out of place in this luxurious European-style garden, but that didn't stop me from treating this place as my own backyard. Fubo stood to one side, holding a large fan. Not only did he not find it strange, but the more he looked at this child, the more pleasing he found him. Fubo thought to himself, handsome and has a sweet mouth, plus he can cook. Most importantly, he can rein in that hot-tempered eldest miss. This isn't a hostage to pay off a debt. This is clearly a mascot the Liu family brought home. Just as I was shaking my leg and humming a tune, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out. I lowered my sunglasses a bit, revealing 2 large, mischievous round eyes. I saw Liu Ruyan had changed into a business suit, a well-tailored black blazer, accentuating her slender waist. Underneath was a white silk shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a dazzling patch of fair skin. The most fearsome part was her lower body, a pencil skirt just short enough, hugging her alluring hip curves, and below the hem of the skirt were a pair of perfect long legs, tightly encased in black stockings, exuding a forbidden yet enchanting and mysterious aura. I silently exclaimed in amazement, is this the legendary Office Empress skin? I felt like I was about to have a nosebleed. I blamed myself. I am guilty. Just now I actually wanted to rip off those black stockings. Then I told myself, no, I'm a 10-year-old child. I have to be pure. I have to be innocent. Liu Ruyan walked to the garage door, about to get into her limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a glance, she happened to see in the garden, me lying there like a boss, and her eyebrows immediately furrowed, especially when she saw the shirt I was wearing, the t-shirt with its frayed collar and those rather shabby-looking shorts. She thought to herself, what an eyesore! If outsiders were to see this, they'd think the Liu family had gone bankrupt, unable to even raise a child properly. Liu Ruyan spoke coldly, her voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Fubo immediately put down the fan and hurried over. He said, eldest miss, your orders? Liu Ruyan extended a finger. Disgustedly pointing at me in the distance, she said, take him out today and get rid of this raggedy outfit for me. Buy some decent clothes, school uniforms, casual wear, pajamas. They all have to be the best quality. Don't let him walk around the house dressed like that. People who don't know might think I'm abusing a child. Fubo nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll arrange for a tailor to come immediately. No need for a tailor. Liu Ruyan cut him off, pulling a platinum supplementary card from her bag, holding it between 2 fingers. She casually handed it to Fubo. She said, just take him directly to the mall to buy ready-made clothes. A member of the Liu family going out dressed shabbily is an embarrassment to me. After saying that, she turned her head to look at me, just as I was also staring at the card in her hand. Our eyes met. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly. She said, what are you looking at? That's for Fubo to swipe. None of it is for you. Also, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you got a new room. If I come back tonight and don't see, a full Manchuhan feast. She deliberately paused, her gaze sweeping over my small body, and added a meaningful sentence. I'll feed this meat of yours to the dogs. Slammed the car door closed, the Rolls-Royce let out a low growl and sped away, leaving only a faint scent of expensive perfume lingering in the air. I jumped off the lounge chair and trotted over to Fubo, staring intently at that platinum card. I felt as if 4 big words were written on it. Swipe as you please. Fubo, Fubo. I hugged Fubo's thigh, looking up with my small face, my eyes filled with money signs. I asked, "Did sister tell you to take me shopping?" Fubo smiled until his face was full of wrinkles. He said, "Yes, young master. The eldest miss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She's afraid you'll be looked down upon at school." I giggled. I thought to myself, afraid of me being looked down upon. She clearly wants me to dress up beautifully so she can show me off. This woman is quite controlling, but she's already given me the card. I took that black card and kissed it. I said to Fubo, "Let's go, Fubo. Today we're going to raid the mall." I thought to myself, anyway, I'm swiping that evil woman's card. I don't feel bad at all. This sugar mama life is so damn good. I put the card in my pocket and walked with a swaggering gait that looked down on everyone towards the garage. I thought to myself, in that case, since I'm going to that noble academy as a transfer student, my equipment has to be up to par. I thought again, first step, I must first package myself as a top-tier second-generation rich kid that others can't reach. As for the money, CEO Liu will pay. I thought to myself, in that case, since I'm going to that noble academy as a transfer student, my equipment has to be up to par. I thought again, first step, I must first package myself as a top-tier second-generation rich kid that others can't reach. As for the rest of the money, CEO Liu will pay. This feeling is so refreshing. The major malls in Kimhai City today experienced a small earthquake. I swiped Liu Ruyan's supplementary card, and I really didn't hold back. From Armani kids wear to brands that are unknown independent designers but ridiculously expensive. As long as I liked it, I had it all packaged. Fubo followed behind, carrying large and small bags in his hands, his old face smiling so much that the wrinkles almost covered his eyes. Fubo thought to himself, this isn't taking a child to buy clothes. This is clearly seeing in this little ancestor the future hope of the Liu family. This aura, this appearance, with just a little grooming, he could debut on the spot and beat a whole bunch of young pretty boys. Returning to Jade Dragon Bay Villa, I changed into a finely tailored small suit with a stylish red bow tie at the collar, and my hair was even specially styled by a stylist. I stood in front of the mirror and couldn't help but sigh in my heart, I'm just too handsome. With just this face alone, if that damn arrogant Liu Ruyan saw me, she'd probably have to pretend to be calm, while who knows how much she's drooling on the inside. I gave myself a charming look in the mirror, then tucked the small notebook recording the Liu family's survival rules into my inner pocket. Fubo went to organize those spoils of war, while I wandered around the vast villa alone. I thought to myself, this villa is ridiculously large, it's simply a maze. Although my current status is the Liu family's future son-in-law and debt hostage, in some people's eyes, my status is probably even lower than that Rottweiler guarding the door. For example, the person blocking my way right now at the kitchen door on the first floor, a middle-aged woman in a maid's uniform, was leaning against the doorframe, cracking melon seeds, spitting the shells all over the floor. Her triangular eyes glanced at me, her entire face clearly written with the 2 words, harshness. I rubbed my stomach. I was so busy trying on clothes while shopping just now that I'm a little hungry now. I took short steps, intending to go into the kitchen to find something to eat. Hey, what are you doing? Mama Wang spat a melon seed shell full of saliva onto the floor, her body blocking the way directly in my path. She asked, is this a place you can just waltz into? Don't you know the rules? I stopped walking, lifted my small, innocent, and harmless face, and blinked my eyes, saying, Mama Wang, I'm hungry, I want to find some snacks to eat. Mama Wang seemed to have heard a great joke. She sneered and said, oh, isn't this the young master of the Gui family? Do you still think you're the kind of rich young master who just waits to be fed? She looked my new clothes up and down, her eyes overflowing with jealousy. She thought to herself, dressing like a decent person, I don't know what the eldest miss is thinking, spending so much money to raise an ungrateful brat. Mama Wang snorted sarcastically. She said, the bird's nest and imported fruits in the kitchen are prepared for the eldest miss, don't even dream about it. I wasn't angry either. Getting angry with this kind of NPC is a waste of my CPU. I tilted my head and said with an innocent expression, then is there anything I can eat? Wait here. Mama Wang turned and went into the kitchen. A moment later, she brought out a chipped bowl and with a thud, threw it at my feet. In the bowl were 2 pieces of dry, hard bread and half an apple that had been sitting out for who knows how long. The cut surface had oxidized and turned yellow. Mama Wang said, here, eat it. This is a gift for you. Mama Wang dusted off her hands, looking at me with a condescending expression. She said, in the Liu family, you have to abide by the Liu family's rules. The eldest miss is merciful. She didn't throw you out. Do you really think you're the master? I looked at the chipped bowl on the ground. The little villain inside me was already laughing out loud. Well, she's served herself up on a platter. I thought to myself, I was just worrying about not having any material to increase Liu Ruyan's favorability score, and someone just rushed in to assist me. This isn't an evil maid. This is clearly an evil maid who was pushed forward for me to use to increase my favorability. I didn't get angry, nor did I kick the bowl over. On the contrary, I bent down and very obediently picked up that chipped bowl. I even gave Mama Wang a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Mama Wang." Mama Wang was stunned. She thought, "Is this kid an idiot? He's eating garbage and still saying thank you." Mama Wang snorted smugly and said, "At least you know your place." Mama Wang turned back to cracking her melon seeds, completely oblivious to the cunning glint that flashed in my eyes. I looked at the wall clock, 5:40. Based on my understanding of Liu Ruyan's schedule, that domineering female CEO will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. I thought to myself, I must set the stage well. I didn't go back to my room but carried that chipped bowl to the staircase connecting the living room and the entrance hall. This position was chosen perfectly, I thought. Coming in from the main entrance, you'd see this spot right away, but it's not too deliberate. Moreover, there's no carpet here. I sat on the cold marble steps. The feeling of misery was immediately pushed to the extreme. I sat on the steps, holding that dry, hard piece of bread in my hand, not eating it, but lowering my head, picking at the breadcrumbs with my fingers, my small back hunched over, a heartbreaking sight to behold. 5 minutes later, from the main door of the villa came the beeping sound of the fingerprint lock, immediately followed by the sound of high heels stepping on the marble floor, making a clear sound. Liu Ruyan pushed the door open and walked in. She thought to herself, these meetings across countries are giving her a headache. Those old fogies kept finding excuses to cause trouble during the board meeting. It made her so angry she wanted to flip the table. As soon as she entered the door, she threw the Hermes bag in her hand, the Birkin bag, onto the sofa. As she walked, she reached up to unbutton the collar of her shirt. Suddenly, her movement stopped. Her gaze fell on the small figure on the stairs. The child she had spent so much money on to turn me into a little prince was now huddled on the steps. I was holding a chipped bowl in my hands, staring at a piece of moldy bread. Hearing the door open, I suddenly looked up. Seeing it was Liu Ruyan, I frantically hid the piece of bread in my hand behind my back. My small hands nervously wiped themselves on my clothes. "Sister, you're back." My voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a slight tremble. Liu Ruyan's eyebrows furrowed tightly, into a deep line instantly. She strode forward quickly, her long legs and black stockings moving swiftly. She asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" Her voice was as cold as the Siberian air. I shook my head like a rattle, saying, "No, it's nothing. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry at all." Liu Ruyan didn't even bother to listen to my nonsense. She grabbed my wrist tightly and forcefully pulled my hidden hand out from behind my back. The piece of bread so hard it could kill someone, and that chipped bowl were thus exposed to Liu Ruyan's sight. At that moment, Liu Ruyan felt her blood pressure skyrocket. She thought to herself, this is a slap in her face. Everyone in Jinhai knows that Guiba is now her, Liu Ruyan's person. She thought again, although he's a debt, he is also her, Liu Ruyan's, private property. To let her fiancé eat this thing, something that even dogs wouldn't eat. If word of this got out, then how could she, Liu Ruyan, survive in her social circle anymore? Who did this? Liu Ruyan's voice wasn't loud, but each word seemed to be squeezed from between her teeth, exuding a murderous aura that made one's hair stand on end. I shrank my neck. My eyes unintentionally glanced towards the kitchen, then quickly looked away, lowering my head without daring to speak. I said, "Sister, don't be angry. Mama Wang said this is all there is. The bird's nest is for you to eat. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy." These 3 words were simply the final spark that lit the powder keg. Mama Wang, Liu Ruyan roared, her voice echoing throughout the entire first-floor hall. Mama Wang, who was secretly eating bird's nest in the kitchen, trembled, and the spoon fell to the ground. She ran out in a panic, with a bit of syrup still on the corner of her mouth, not wiped clean. "Eldest miss. You're back." Mama Wang smiled fawningly. Liu Ruyan didn't even look at her. She directly kicked the chipped bowl at my feet. Crash! The porcelain shards shattered all over the floor. Half a rotten apple rolled to Mama Wang's feet. "Explain yourself." Liu Ruyan pointed at the mess on the floor, her gaze sharper than a knife. She asked, "What is this?" Ma Wang was so scared her legs went weak, almost falling to her knees. She trembled and said, Eldest miss. This is just some leftovers. I thought a child shouldn't waste food." "Leftovers?" Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh and walked up to Ma Wang. She said, "I spent millions on his clothes, so he could squat on the floor and eat your leftovers? He belongs to me, Liu Ruyan. Only I can bully him. Who the hell do you think you are?" I hid behind Liu Ruyan, watching the usually arrogant Ma Wang now trembling like a soaked dog, and I was ecstatic inside. I reached out my small hand, secretly grabbing the hem of Liu Ruyan's clothes and pressed my face against the side of her thigh. Feeling the warmth from her leg, Liu Ruyan stiffened slightly but didn't pull away. She turned her head to look at Butler Fu, and in a tone that allowed no argument, she said, "Butler Fu, pay her wages and get her out of here. Also, inform all the housekeeping agencies in Jinghai that whoever dares to hire her will be making an enemy of me, Liu Ruyan. Blacklist her completely." Mei Wang completely collapsed to the floor, wailing and begging pitifully. "Eldest miss, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please consider the many years I've served the Liu family. Drag her out." Liu Ruyan didn't even bother to look at her again. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and dragged Mo Wang out like a dead dog. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and calmed herself. She looked down at me, still hugging her thigh tightly. The little brat was looking up, his big round eyes glistening with tears, filled with admiration and emotion. I said softly, "Sister, you're amazing." My voice was a little stuffy from my nose. I said, "I was scared to death just now. I thought I was going to have to starve today." Liu Ruyan looked at me, and her heart suddenly softened. She snorted, thinking, "So now you know who's the boss, huh?" That cowardly look from before really disgraced the Liu family. Although she thought that, she still squatted down and somewhat awkwardly reached out her hand to help me fix my slightly messy tie. She said, "Next time something like this happens, just let Butler Fu handle it directly. Don't you have a mouth? You get bullied, and you don't even know how to tattle?" Liu Ruyan's tone was still fierce, but the movements of her hands were surprisingly gentle. I took the chance to nuzzle her palm and said, "Because I knew you would definitely protect me. You're the best sister in the world." Liu Ruyan felt as if she'd been burned and abruptly pulled her hand back. She said, Don't flatter me." She stood up, and to hide her embarrassment, she deliberately put on a stern face and said, "Who wants to protect you? I just don't want my private property to be damaged." She added, "Also, if you're hungry, then hurry up and go to the kitchen to cook. I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, and they better be 100 times more delicious than that broken bowl. Otherwise, you can get out too." After speaking, Liu Ruyan walked upstairs as if she were fleeing. Halfway up, she stopped again, and with her back to me, added another sentence. "There are some imported snacks in the kitchen. If you're too hungry, you can eat something first." She continued, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just afraid you'll faint from hunger, and then there'll be no one to cook for me." With a slam, the second-floor bedroom door closed. I stood on the spot, looking at the tightly shut door. The innocent smile at the corners of my mouth gradually disappeared, replaced by a sly, triumphant smirk. I leisurely took out that little notebook from my pocket and recited silently in my heart. Arrogant Empress Liu Ruyan, furious for the sake of a pretty boy. Cleaning up the household. Protectiveness index, 5 stars. A typical case of someone who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Although it's cliché, it's really satisfying. Favorability increased. It seems my status in her heart has been upgraded from a dog to a pet dog. Tonight's sweet and sour pork ribs must have lots of sugar. It'll sweeten her to death. I put the notebook away, humming a little tune as I walked into the kitchen, thinking, this soft rice tastes better and better. However, I glanced at the broken bowl that was tossed on the floor. My eyes grew a little cold as I thought, it seems the Liu household's internal affairs aren't exactly rock solid. The waters of this wealthy clan are indeed murky, but it's easier to fish in murky waters. I tied on an apron and took out a premium black pork rib from the fridge. I thought to myself, the game has only just begun. Half an hour later, waves of captivating aroma wafted from the kitchen. The sweet, sour, and fragrant scent of the ribs drifted up the stairs to the second floor. Liu Ruyan had just finished showering and changed into a loose silk nightgown. Her damp hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her makeup-free face had lost some of its sharpness, adding a touch of pure charm. She smelled the aroma in the air, and her stomach growled in response. She thought to herself, this kid. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, her eyes a little hazy. She thought again, could it be that I've really picked up a treasure? She picked up her phone, wanting to browse the news for a bit to distract herself. As a result, as soon as the phone screen lit up, a trending topic popped up directly. Mysterious tycoon in Jinghai keeps a handsome young boy, suspected that the eldest daughter of the Liu family is hiding a pretty boy. The accompanying photo was of Butler Fu taking me on a crazy shopping spree at the mall this afternoon. Although it was just a photo from behind, my straight posture and Liu Ruyan's supplementary black and gold card still caused a stir across the internet. Liu Ruyan looked at the news and frowned slightly, thinking, it's already trending? It seems that Pei Yuan, that woman who loves chaos, is at it again. As expected, the next second, a flood of WeChat messages from Pei Yuan arrived. Liu Ruyan, holy crap, sis, are you for real? Who is that kid? Who dares to max out your supplementary card like that? His back looks a little familiar. Could it be that kid from the Gui family? If it's that top-tier little handsome boy, you have to leave a piece for me. I want to play the raising game too. Liu Ruyan looked at the brazen words on the screen and replied with 2 words. Dream on. That's my chef, and also my private property. You want to steal him? Not a chance. Before Liu Ruyan could continue messaging, the wafting aroma made her lose interest in her phone. She got up and went downstairs, walking over to the dining table. I was just bringing out the food. Liu Ruyan glanced at the dishes on the table, and even though the smell was already making her mouth water, she still opened her mouth and said, It's just okay, looks edible. I looked at the still stubborn Liu Ruyan and just placed the food on the table, saying with my head down, I'm sorry, sister. I know I'm not a good cook. I will definitely try to learn more in the future. Pfft, I mumbled to myself. She's complaining on the outside, but in reality, that little mouth of hers has never stopped eating. I just stood aside and watched Liu Ruyan pretend while continuously shoveling food into her mouth. Why are you still standing there like a log? Come here and eat, otherwise rumors will get out that I'm abusing you. Seeing me standing there motionless, Liu Ruyan unhappily tapped her chopsticks on the table. Yes, sister. I put on a sweet smile again, ran into the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks, then came back and sat down. Liu Ruyan didn't bother with me anymore, just left a sentence. After you're done eating, go rest on your own. After a few bites, she stood up and went upstairs. I replied sweetly, okay. Rest early, sister. Definitely don't overwork yourself. Only when Liu Ruyan's figure was out of sight did I softly mutter, what's there to complain about? She's eaten almost everything. Butler Fu, who was nearby, saw that the two of them were almost finished eating and waved for the servants to clear the dishes, afraid I would snatch the job if he were a step too slow. I didn't try to take the job, thinking Liu Ruyan is already back in her room, so I can't increase my favorability points now. It's better to go back early and think about how to play the role of a little green tea bitch later. How to make Liu Ruyan inseparable from me. On this beautiful weekend, I should have been lying on a 300 square meter bed, sleeping until I woke up naturally, and then getting up to tease this arrogant, domineering CEO a little. That would have been the golden time. But instead, an extremely flashy Ferrari barreled recklessly through the villa gates, an incredibly arrogant drift, and it came to a steady stop beside the fountain. The car door swung open upwards, and a foot in a red-soled high heel was the first to touch the ground. Immediately after, a pair of long, fair, gleaming legs emerged. I was squatting in the garden, watering an orchid. Looking up, I exclaimed in my heart, "Whoa, who's this? What an entrance!" A woman stepped out of the car with wavy curls cascading casually, sunglasses covering half her face, wearing a tight-fitting red slip dress that S-curve was truly defying gravity. Pei Yuan took off her sunglasses. Her enchanting almond eyes swept across the courtyard. Finally, they locked onto me. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she said excitedly, "Oh my, so this is the legendary, adorable baby." Pei Yuan tossed her sunglasses onto the hood of the car and charged over in her towering high heels. That momentum, that fierce bouncing figure, I instinctively shrank back. I screamed internally, "Holy crap, who is this woman? Why does she look like the big bad wolf about to eat a child?" Before I could even react, I felt my feet leave the ground. Pei Yuan had picked me up directly. She exclaimed, "Ooh la la, let me have a look!" Pei Yuan lifted me high, pulling me very close, and clicked her tongue in praise. These little dumpling cheeks, they're so soft, even more top tier than those little fresh meats on my film set. After saying that, Pei Yuan got handsy. Her hands were pinching and rubbing my face. I struggled to get the words out. "Let go. You're squishing my face out of shape." My hands flailed wildly in the air. Pei Yuan completely ignored my resistance. On the contrary, she found my struggling appearance incredibly cute. She giggled, thinking, "It feels so good to touch, so smooth." After Pei Yuan had enough fun with my face, she hugged me with one arm and with a smack kissed me directly on the face, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. Then, I just felt my vision go dark and the world disappeared. In its place was a soft, warm, and elastic ocean. The feeling of suffocation hit me immediately. I thought to myself, is this the legendary facial cleanser? This volume is way too much. I frantically kicked my short legs, trying to pull my head out of this gentle place to take a breath of fresh air. I screamed in my heart, "Help! Even though freeloading is great, I don't want to die young. This is way too big. Is this the power of a T1 level powerhouse?" How terrifying. Pei Yuan was completely unaware that she was committing a murder. Instead, she hugged me and swayed back and forth, humming, "So soft, so fragrant, feels so good to hug." She thought to herself, that damned Liu Ruyan is so unreasonable, daring to hide such a top-quality item. Then she muttered to herself, "How about you come home with me? I have lots of money. I have lots of pretty dresses." "Ah, no. Handsome clothes for you to wear." Just as I felt like I was about to pass out from lack of oxygen, a cold voice came from the second-floor balcony. "Pei Yuan, if you don't let go, it'll make sure your headline tomorrow is, 'Top actress Pei Yuan arrested for child harassment.'" Pei Yuan froze and finally loosened her grip a little. I took the chance to pull my head out, panting heavily, my face flushed red. I thought to myself, almost, just a little bit more, and I would have become the first person in history to be suffocated to death by a facial cleanser. After transmigrating, Liu Ruyan stood on the second-floor balcony, holding a cup of black coffee. She was wearing a modest silk nightgown. Looking at the two of them hugging, "Why does it hurt so much?" Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, her tone ambiguous. "Ruyan, we're close sisters. A good seedling like this, let me borrow him for 2 days. My next movie happens to be missing, a young male lead." "No," Liu Ruyan refused decisively. "He is my chef. He still needs to cook for me." "Chef?" Pei Yuan's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief. You're actually making a cute little brother, like this cook for you? Liu Ruyan, are you even human? What a waste of heaven's gift. She turned to look at me, her expression instantly shifting from a cool older sister to a child predator. Little brother, don't follow this cold-blooded woman anymore. Come with me. I won't make you work. I'll take you out for good food and drinks every day and let you sleep on the softest bed. I hid behind Liu Ruyan, peeking my head out to look at Pei Yuan, whose face wore a foxy smile, and then at Liu Ruyan's ice-cold face, which basically said, if I dare to agree I'm dead meat, I thought to myself, is this the legendary battlefield of love? Although I really want to go with this curly-haired sister, after all, that facial cleanser was really top-notch. But Liu Ruyan is my long-term meal ticket. I blinked my eyes and suddenly called out sweetly, hello, auntie. The air suddenly fell silent. The smile on Pei Yuan's face instantly froze. Even Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably upwards. Auntie? Pei Yuan pointed at her own nose, her voice jumping 8 octaves. What did you call me? Auntie? I put on an innocent face, thinking to myself, I saw on TV that only older people have such a broad mind. As I spoke, I used my hand in front of my chest to draw an exaggerated curve. Liu Ruyan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. While Pei Yuan was so angry she stomped her foot. You're making me so mad I'm only 24 years old. Who's your auntie? Call me sister, you have to call me sister. Pei Yuan bared her fangs and brandished her claws, about to charge over and teach me, this little brat, a lesson. Liu Ruyan took a step forward and stood firmly in front of her. All right, that's enough. Liu Ruyan was in a great mood. Even looking at Pei Yuan's revealing outfit seemed much more pleasing to the eye. He's just a child. His words mean nothing. Besides, in terms of seniority, you are already older than her by a cycle. So what if he calls you auntie? Pei Yuan clutched her chest. Fine, Liu Ruyan, you two are ganging up. On me, aren't you? Fine, we'll just wait and see. Pei Yuan glared at me angrily. You little brat, you just wait sooner or later. I'll let you know what an auntie's methods are. I shrank my neck, feeling a chill run down my spine. I sneakily put my hand in my pocket and felt that familiar little notebook. I took it out, and in front of the two women, I began to write seriously. I wrote, Subject, Entertainment World Demoness Pei Yuan. Event, used facial cleanser for a biochemical attack upon meeting, also attempted to seduce an innocent young man. Figure, full marks, personality, too wild. This woman has an level danger index, calling her auntie, received hatred points, plus 108.6. Next time we meet, remember to bring an oxygen tank, otherwise, it's really easy to suffocate to death. After writing, I closed the notebook and smirked at Pei Yuan. That smile was both obedient and pure, which made Pei Yuan's teeth itch, but her heart itched even more. Ruyan, this kid is so interesting. Pei Yuan licked her plump red lips. I've decided from today on, I'm staying here. If I can't conquer this little thing, my surname isn't Pei. Liu Ruyan's expression changed. Get out! No! Pei Yuan pushed Liu Ruyan aside with one hand and swaggered into the villa. Butler Fu, prepare a guest room for me. I want to stay next to my little baby. I looked at Pei Yuan's charming back and then at Liu Ruyan next to me, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I thought to myself, I'm screwed. One arrogant empress was already hard enough to please. Now there's a demoness from the Silk Cave too. I'm afraid my kidneys will fail in the days to come. However, I touched my cheek that had just been pressed by the facial cleanser, and there was still a lingering, faint scent of roses. I couldn't help but giggle again. Actually, challenges like these, it wouldn't be a problem to have more of them. But not long after, I started to feel like maybe I had done something bad to deserve this kind of retribution. The living room of Jade Dragon Bay Villa before me was truly a disaster scene. No, don't. Absolutely not. I covered my chest with both hands, my whole body huddled in the corner of the sofa, looking just like a virtuous woman about to be violated by a powerful bully. Opposite me, Pei Yuan held a set of black and white lace maid clothes. On her face was the perverted smile of a human trafficker who had found top-quality goods. Oh, sweetie, just try it on for a bit, Pei Yuan said as she pressed towards me. Pei Yuan held a set of black and white lace maid clothes. On her face was the perverted smile of a human trafficker. This is a limited edition children's outfit that I had air freighted over. Look at this lace and stitching. It would definitely look amazing on you. As she spoke, Pei Yuan took the maid outfit and held it up against me. She also waved the cat ear headband in her hand. Look, there are cat ears too. If you put this on and call me master, even my life will be yours. I rolled my eyes, speechless, almost fainting from anger, thinking, is this gangster woman crazy? I'm a real man, I've got the proper equipment, and you want me to wear a maid outfit? Is this the kind of weird thing a normal person could think of? Also, big sis, could you stand a little further away? Your button is about to pop. I may be young, but I'm not blind. I shook my head frantically, my short legs kicking wildly, trying to kick this crazy woman away. Auntie, I'm a boy. These are clothes for girls. So what if you're a boy? The androgynous style is trendy right now, don't you get it? Pei Yuan completely ignored me and grabbed my ankle with one hand, intending to drag me off to change clothes. I realized this woman had terrifying strength. Is this the power of a T1 level gym powerhouse? Just as I was about to defend my dignity to the death, a soft chuckle came from the sofa. I saw Liu Ruyan holding a tablet, originally looking at a financial report. But she had ended up being attracted by the chaotic scene over here. She didn't go to the company today either. She was wearing gray pajamas. Her long hair was casually tied up. She even wore gold-rimmed glasses, lessening the CEO's usual domineering aura, instead adding a touch of a debonair, repressed man. Liu Ruyan, you manage me? Quickly go ask for help from the only normal person in this house. If news of this embarrassing matter gets out, what face will the Liu family have left? Liu Ruyan pushed her glasses up, her gaze falling on the maid outfit in Pei Yuan's hands. A hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. I think it's quite good, Liu Ruyan said calmly, but with a mocking tone, as if unfazed by the escalating situation. It's at home anyway, no one will see. And honestly, this outfit suits you quite well. No way. Indeed, as expected, that woman is not a good person either. Those two are definitely in cahoots. They're colluding to do bad things. Liu Ruyan, you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes have betrayed me too? The sweet and sour ribs from last night were such a waste. With Liu Ruyan's permission, Pei Yuan immediately became even more brazen. Do you hear me? Your sister has spoken, she shrieked bizarrely while pinning me onto the sofa. Her weight almost suffocated me. Come here, darling, it'll lead you to explore a new world. Just as I was about to lose my composure, and even considered using martial arts to throw this demon out, ring, 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 I saw Pei Yuan's phone ringing on the carpet. The urgent ring sounded like a death knell. Her movements froze, and with extreme annoyance she clicked her tongue. She let go of me, lingeringly pinched my butt before going to pick up the phone. Hello, what is it? This old lady is busy being a child therapist here. I don't know what was said on the other end, but Pei Yuan's face immediately darkened. What? Rewrite the script? Rewrite again? Is that idiot screenwriter insane? I've been practicing this crying scene for 3 days and he wants to rewrite it just like that? I'm not acting anymore. Whoever wants to act can do it. Pei Yuan angrily hung up the phone, casually throwing the maid outfit aside. Without missing a beat, it landed perfectly on the head of Butler Fu, who had just entered. I looked at Butler Fu wearing a cat ear headband, his face bewildered as he stood frozen with a plate of fruit in his hands. That bald old Chen, damn it. I'm so mad. Pei Yuan slumped onto the carpet, grabbing the script, wanting to tear it but unable to, so she furiously punched a cushion instead. Liu Ruyan put down her tablet, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is there trouble with your award-winning lead role in the competition? Don't even mention it, Pei Yuan frantically ran her hands through her hair, transforming from a vixen to a madwoman in an instant. The most crucial breakup scene, the screenwriter insists on changing the female lead into a crying White Lotus character, and she has to cry like a torrential downpour, making people pity her. Seriously, who am I? I'm Pei Yuan. Besides acting, this lady has never cried. How am I supposed to act this out? I just can't cry, Pei Yuan cursed as she flipped through the script, pointing to a section for me to see. Look at these lines. How could you treat me like this? My heart aches so much. Are these lines someone would actually say? Seeing these lines made me want to laugh, and they expect me to cry too. Liu Ruyan took the script and glanced at it, a mocking smile forming on her lips. It truly is brainless. It suits you quite well. Liu Ruyan, are you looking for death? Pei Yuan grabbed an apple and threw it. Liu Ruyan didn't even look up, catching the apple with one hand and taking a bite. If you don't know how to act, then don't. You've earned enough money anyway. Hiring to raise pigs wouldn't be so bad. The two women resumed their usual verbal sparring. I took the opportunity to slip away from the sofa corner, straightening my rumpled clothes. I didn't rush to leave, but slowly walked over to Pei Yuan, crouching down to pick up scattered script pages. This is the 300 million investment production? This screenwriter probably hasn't even finished elementary school, huh? The plot holes are bigger than Pei Yuan's chest. I quickly scanned the so-called breakup scene. The plot was very simple. The female lead discovers her lover is the son of her father's killer and has been using her all along. They confront each other in the pouring rain. The female lead breaks down and cries hysterically. Generic, unbearable, hey kid, do you even understand? Pei Yuan, frustrated and with nowhere to vent, seeing me holding the script and acting all serious, couldn't help but roll her eyes. There are no pictures on there, just words. Be careful reading too much, you might damage your brain. I ignored her. I stared at those lines, my peak comprehension kicking in. Countless acting methods flashed through my mind like a movie. 3 seconds later, I folded the script, contemptuously tossing it back to her. These lines lack logic. My childish voice carried an air of maturity. Pei Yuan was stunned for a moment, then snorted a laugh. Oh, really? A kid like you knows about logic? Come on, Miss Pei will give you a chance. Tell me what's wrong. Liu Ruyan also stopped eating her apple, looking at me with interest, thinking, what is this kid up to now? I brushed the dust off my hands, stood up straight, pointed at the script and said, this female lead is a princess who commands the court, who grew up in a treacherous court from childhood. Someone like that would have a heart harder than stone. Upon discovering betrayal by the one she loves most, her first reaction would absolutely not be to cry, nor would she ask, "How could you treat me like this?" Such meaningless words. Pei Yuan was stunned upon hearing this, feeling that what I said made sense. Then how should she react? She instinctively pressed me for an answer. My lips curved slightly, revealing a precocious, mischievous smile. "Want to know? Call me Appa Snap." Pei Yuan flicked my forehead. "Are you rebelling? Speak up, and if you speak well, you won't have to wear the maid outfit tonight. If you don't speak well, it'll strip you naked and throw you out. Ouch." I clutched my forehead, wincing in pain. I thought to myself, this violent maniac will bring misfortune to whoever marries her. My little revenge notebook should make a note of this. However, to avoid the fate of running around naked, I decided to showcase some talent. Watch closely. I'll only teach you this once. I took a deep breath. At that very moment, my aura shifted. The cute, soft boy disappeared, replaced by a suffocating sense of oppression. I tilted my chin slightly, my large, clear eyes devoid of warmth. I quietly gazed at Pei Yuan, with no anger in my eyes, no sadness, not even hatred, only a haughty indifference. As if in my eyes, Pei Yuan was merely an ant. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop by 10 degrees Celsius instantly. Liu Ruyan, who was eating an apple, froze, her pupils constricting slightly. Pei Yuan felt goosebumps from that gaze, instinctively shrinking back. Her heart skipped a beat. What kind of gaze is this? Is this still the kid who just knows how to act cute and demand hugs? I slowly spoke, not using the cheesy lines from the script. "How could you treat me like this?" I let out a soft laugh, a very quiet one, but filled with sarcasm and absurdity. "So, you are also just a mediocre person." A few simple words, without hysteria nor extreme sorrow, but perfectly conveying the arrogance of a superior, the contempt after betrayal, and the suppressed deep pain in the soul, exquisitely performed. After saying this, my imposing aura immediately receded, and I turned back into a well-behaved child. I rubbed my just-flicked forehead, innocently asking, if she were a princess, wouldn't she feel that the male lead is unworthy of her ambitions? Why would she cry? Crying is a sign of weakness. The strong only make others cry. The living room fell into a deathly silence. She looked at me as if I were an alien. In that moment, she was genuinely terrified. That performance, that gaze, even veteran actors who have won Lifetime Achievement Awards in the industry couldn't do better. Is this really a 10-year-old child? Oh my god. Pei Yuan swallowed and blurted out a curse. Is this kid blessed by the gods of acting? It's more like the gods of acting are chasing after him to feed him. She lunged forward, hugging my legs tightly, her eyes burning like a fanatic's. You are my treasure. That feeling just now was so right, so amazing. That's it, I want that feeling. How are you so knowledgeable? Are you also a transmigration soul, or perhaps the reincarnation of an actor-emperor? I pushed her face away in disgust. Let go. Your snot got all over my pants. Nonsense. In my previous life in the business world, fighting against those old foxes, if my acting wasn't good enough, I would have been devoured to the bone. This kind of childish romantic scene, anyone with hands could act it out. Liu Ruyan had also recovered by now, watching me being clung to by Pei Yuan, her gaze deepening. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the half-eaten apple. This kid is indeed not simple. That gaze is absolutely not from the experience of a 10-year-old child. It seems the investigation report written about him is nothing special and is just waste paper. Pei Yuan, pull yourself together, Liu Ruyan coldly interjected, cutting through Pei Yuan's frenzy. Since the issue has been resolved, put away your ragged clothes and don't stain my living room. Pei Yuan got up from the floor, brushing off dust excitedly and holding her phone to send a voice message to the director. Mr. Wang, rewrite the script. Rewrite it as I say. What? No, this old lady's withdrawing her investment. After sending the voice message, Pei Yuan turned around, looking at me with adoring eyes. Little G, you are my lucky star. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's something I have, except for that woman nobody wants, Liu Ruyan, you can choose anything else. My eyes lit up. I was waiting for precisely this. I took out the small notebook from my pocket, turned to a new page, scratch, wrote a series of numbers, then tore it out and thrust it into Pei Yuan's hand. Cash payment. This is my bank account number. Since I'm your acting coach, charging by the minute isn't too much, is it? Those 5 minutes just now cost you 500,000, a friendly price. Pei Yuan looked at the paper in her hand, her lips twitching. 500,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? I blinked, my expression innocent. Miss, your salary is 80 million, and I'm only asking for 500,000. This is more ethical than the discounts on Pinduoduo. Besides, I pointed at the maid outfit on the floor. If you don't pay, I'll tell the reporters that the award-winning actress Pei Yuan has a peculiar hobby of forcing minors into maid outfits. Tell me, is this hot search worth 500,000? This isn't a docile puppy, it's clearly a greedy little devil who devours people whole, and a greedy little devil with a dark heart. Pei Yuan gritted her teeth and took out her phone to transfer the money. Fine, you're a shrewd one, don't let me catch you again. Ding, my phone beeped. Your account has received 500,000 yuan. I looked at the numbers, my eyes squinting with a smile. I thought to myself, this money came too easily. Indeed, forcefully taking what's yours is the true way. I put away my phone and waved to the two women. Since the transaction is complete, I'll head back to my room now. Oh, right. For dinner, I want Australian lobster. Please ask Auntie Pei. No, Miss Pei to ask Butler Fu to prepare it. Saying this, I walked upstairs with an aloof air. Leaving in the living room, two women with assets worth hundreds of billions looking at each other. Pei Yiwan pointed at my retreating figure, her expression complex. This child, if you can't manage him, I fear the Liu family might as well change their name to Ji. Liu Ruyan looked at the small, retreating figure, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Change to the Ji surname? Well, see if he has the capability to escape my grasp first. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her secretary. Check all of Bokang's past school records. Also, encrypt and back up all in-house surveillance footage and send it to my private email. Trying to play the pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger game with me? I've eaten more pigs than you've ever seen tigers. Let's wait and see. The room on the second floor. As soon as I closed the door, the smile on my face vanished. I leaned against the door and let out a soft sigh. What a relief. Phew. I think I might have overacted just now. Liu Ruyan's gaze must have become suspicious. However, looking at my phone balance and then out the window at the Liu family's luxurious garden, if I want to stand firm in this world, relying solely on acting cute won't be enough. I think it's important to appropriately demonstrate my value, to secure this soft rice meal more firmly. Only when they feel that I am a stock with potential worth investing in can I borrow their influence to reclaim what belongs to me. I walked to the desk, opened the highest spec Alienware computer, and skillfully typed in a string of code into a secret dark web forum. On the screen, countless green characters flickered. I typed Liu family into the search bar, pressed enter. The screen immediately displayed a flood of information. My gaze focused on a red-flagged post about the truth behind why the young master of the Ji family absconded from his wedding that year, the shadows within the Liu Corporation. My pupils suddenly constricted. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, unable to press down. As expected, the waters of the elite circles are deeper than I imagined. It seems I should also find an ally for myself. Just then, a sudden cry from outside the door from Pei Yiwan could be heard. Little Ji, open the door. I bought you the latest game console. Let's play online games together, the kind where you have to undress if you lose. I heard this, and my lips twitched. This vixen still won't give up? Wait a minute, losing the game means undressing? I looked at my small hands, not yet fully developed, and then thought of Pei Yiwan's devilish figure. It seemed not entirely impossible. I heard this, and my lips twitched. This vixen still won't give up? Wait a minute, losing the game means undressing? After all, I am an honest child, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of this. With a click, I closed the laptop, a picture of pure innocence returning to my face. Here I come, miss. This soft rice is delicious. Lose one round, take off one item. Award-winning actress, you don't want to be left in just your underwear, do you? The audio-visual and gaming room on the second floor now. The atmosphere was so tense it could bake 2 kilograms of sweet potatoes. On the giant 100-inch screen, 2 health bars were furiously colliding. Die. Pei Yiwan had completely lost her award-winning actress image, sitting cross-legged on the lazy sofa, her hands on the controller so hard it looked like it would burst into flames. She had a lollipop in her mouth, looking exactly like a delinquent girl staying up all night at an internet cafe. Beside her, I was calmly, even yawning slightly. The small controller in my hand only twitched occasionally with nonchalance. The muscular male character on screen then performed an extreme dodge that defied physics. Followed by a smooth combo. Kill. The screen froze. Pei Yiwan's character, a female fighter in a revealing outfit like Mai Shiranui, let out a tragic scream, falling backward onto the floor. Ah, how is this possible? Pei Yiwan threw the controller onto the sofa, frantically scratching her head. Her previously soft, wavy curly hair instantly turned into a bird's nest. I am the queen of fighting games. How could I lose to a 10-year-old kid like you? You cheated, the controller must be faulty. I put down the controller and took a sip of the nearby otaku's happy water. Humph, you foolish woman. This outdated version of King of Fighters 97, I can create infinite combos with my eyes closed. Comparing reaction speed with me? My brain operates at a quantum computer level. I turned my head, smiling at Pei Yiwan. My eyes were as innocent as a little white rabbit's. Miss Pei, it's winner takes all, we agreed earlier. Lose one round, take off one item. I looked Pei Yiwan up and down. This woman, for convenience while playing the game, had tied up her messy white shirt, revealing a startlingly white, slender waist. Her outfit now had very little left. Pei Yiwan's face stiffened. She looked down at herself. If she took off any more, there would only be her, black lace lingerie underneath. Although she was used to being uninhibited at home, in front of Liu Ruyan, she still felt a bit embarrassed. Liu Ruyan was sitting on the single sofa beside them, holding a freshly brewed cup of artisan coffee. Watching the scene unfold with the amusement of someone watching a play, her gaze seemed to say, "Please begin your performance." Heh. Pei Yiwan rolled her eyes and immediately resorted to a ploy. This game doesn't count, it's too old. It can't prove my true skill. Let's change the game. I raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to welch on the deal? Who's welching? Do I look like that kind of person? Pei Yuan puffed out her chest, arguing forcefully. I am an actress. Let's compete in our professional field. Didn't you just talk a lot about acting? You were pointing at my script. All right, let's have an acting competition. Pei Yuan got up from the carpet, her bare feet stepping on the floor, and picked up the script that had been thrown aside. It's still that breakup scene. We were just talking earlier. Now let's have a real showdown. I'll play the female lead, you play the male lead. If you can match my acting, let alone taking off one item, I'll let you manage all my personal funds from now on. Pei Yuan was calculating rapidly in her mind. Hey, you brat. Your analysis of the lines earlier had some substance, but theory and practice are vastly different. Acting is all about emotional explosion. Upon hearing this, I slowly stood up, casually brushing dust off my pants. An acting competition? You brought this upon yourself. I originally only wanted to win a couple of items from you for fun, but if you want to give me money, then don't blame me for unleashing a less destructive attack. Fine. I took the script without even glancing at it and casually tossed it aside. No need to read the lines. I've memorized them all. This act was absolutely perfect. Pei Yuan was speechless and rolled her eyes. Fine, when you can't cry, don't call me mom. Liu Ruyan adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, taking a sip of her coffee. A flicker of amusement crossed her cold eyes. What other surprises could this kid possibly bring her? Action Pei Yuan immediately got into character. I have to say, although this woman is a rogue in her daily life, her professional skills are truly T1. In just a second, the laziness in her completely vanished, replaced by a despair, broken yet still trying to hold on to its pride. She stared at me, her eye sockets suddenly turning red, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, but they stubbornly refused to fall. Why? This questioning inquiry trembled, carrying endless grievance and disbelief. The atmosphere in the room immediately became extremely suffocating. This is the pressure of a movie queen. A normal new actor facing a scene partner of this level would have long been scared into forgetting their lines or trembling. But I made my move. Peak comprehension ability has been loaded. Character template. A cold-blooded, silent, and passionate assassin, carrying a blood feud, but forced to push away the one he loves. I said nothing, just put my hands in my pockets, my body leaning slightly forward. My small, previously straight body suddenly exuded a world-weary exhaustion. I looked up, those eyes. Liu Ruyan's hand holding her coffee suddenly trembled. Those were not at all the eyes of a 10-year-old child. There was no light in them, only a bottomless blackness, like a dry well, that had buried all love and hope. I just stared at Pei Yuan like that, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly, as if I wanted to say something but then swallowed it back. In the end, it turned into a cold smile, uglier than tears. There aren't that many whys. The voice was very light, yet it was like a dull, rusty knife, slowly sawing at one's heart. Su Chang-ge, the name of the female lead in the play, you're too naive. I took a step forward. The oppressive feeling washed over, making Pei Yuan subconsciously step back. Her heart tightened. She even forgot this was just an act. She felt that the person standing before her wasn't me, but the heartless man she loved to the bone, and also hated to the bone. I reached out my hand, as if wanting to touch Pei Yuan's face, but my fingers froze stiffly in midair. My small hand trembled slightly. Even the slight tremor at my fingertips was full of restraint and inner turmoil. Immediately after, my gaze suddenly changed. All the gentleness was frozen in an instant, turning into chilling, killing intent and decisiveness. I abruptly pulled my hand back, turned my back to Pei Yuan, and yelled, "Get out! Get out!" Was not a frantic roar, but carried a deathly calm. Yet it was more jarring than any roar. Silence, a deathly silence. In the game room, only the humidifier remained, slowly puffing out a white mist. A crisp snap broke the silence. The coffee cup in Liu Ruyan's hand had tipped over. Hot black coffee spilled onto the handmade woolen carpet, which was worth 6 figures. A few drops even splashed onto the back of her fair hand. But Liu Ruyan didn't react at all. She even forgot the burning sensation. Her eyes, usually as calm as an ancient well, were now staring fixedly at my back. Her pupils contracted violently, but Liu Ruyan didn't react at all. She even forgot the burning sensation. Her eyes, usually as calm as an ancient well, were now staring fixedly at my back. Her pupils contracted violently. This sense of layering, this way of tearing up emotions and then slowly releasing them, this control. Is that kid really only 10 years old? As for Pei Yuan, the one in the middle of it all, she was completely stunned. Her mouth was agape, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, waiting to fall. Her whole body was like a statue struck by lightning. In that moment just now, she truly felt heartbroken. That feeling of despair from being abandoned was so real it made her suffocate. This wasn't acting. This was clearly possession. Turning around, out of character in a second. That world-weary and desperate aura instantly vanished, turning back into the soft, adorable, money-loving child. I looked at Liu Ruyan spilling coffee all over the floor, my face full of pity. Oh my, Sister Liu, this carpet is very hard to wash. Money will be deducted. This voice pulled the two women back from their state of shock. Pei Yuan suddenly came to her senses. She didn't have time to wipe her tears, not even caring about the damn white shirt with its slightly wide collar, let out a strange, "Oh!" and charged straight forward. WTF? Gui Ba, you're a monster. Pei Yuan gripped my shoulders with both hands, the force so strong it seemed she wanted to knead me into her own body. At this moment, in her eyes, there was no longer the earlier disdain and teasing, only fervent passion. Like a gourmet who had starved for 3 days, suddenly seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast. This gaze, this subtle expression, this rhythm of your lines, isn't this a gift from the heavens? This is the heavens chasing you down to dump a whole bucket of rice on your head. Pei Yuan was so excited she was speaking incoherently, her whole body pressed against me. That rose perfume made me sneeze constantly. All right, you're a genius. That turn, that pause of the fingers is truly top tier, the best of the best. This is 10,000 times better than those so-called top movie kings in the industry. Pei Yuan's eyes lit up. At first, she only saw me as an interesting toy. Now, I am a living art treasure. No, this won't do. Pei Yuan threw her arms around me, spun around, and dashed outside. Quick, come to my room. We'll practice right now. No sleeping tonight. I have to record that scene of yours. I have to send it to the director. I have to make that bald screenwriter kneel and revise the script for you. I was smothered by the human facial cleanser, to the point my eyes almost rolled back. Sister, don't just ask to go to the room at the drop of a hat. I sell my art, not my body. No, I only sell my art. Besides, you lost earlier and still haven't taken off your clothes. Just as Pei Yuan was hugging me, about to dash out of the room, a cold voice carrying an unquestionable and majestic authority sounded from behind. Stop! Liu Ruyan took a few paper towels and elegantly wiped the coffee stain from the back of her hand. She stood up, blocking the door. Even though she was wearing pajamas at home, that aura immediately suppressed, forcing the frantic Pei Yuan to a halt. Put the kid down! Liu Ruyan stared coldly at Pei Yuan. What time is it? The kid has to go to school tomorrow. And Liu Ruyan's gaze fell upon my small, innocent face, the corner of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. The kid is one of our Liu family. If you want to borrow him, you have to ask if I agree first. Pei Yuan was unhappy after hearing this and hugged me tighter. Liu Ruyan, cut it out. For a talent like this to be a cook at your house is a complete waste. I want to bring him into the entertainment industry. I want to make him the youngest best actor. Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, stepped forward, and unceremoniously reached out to grab him. Into the entertainment industry, that big mud pit? To be made a laughingstock by others? Gui Ba, come here. Liu Ruyan grabbed my wrist, applying a bit of force, and pulled me behind her. That protective mother-hen stance was even more intense than before. The scene just now, the hidden secrets on this kid, are definitely not just a few. For such a talent to be led astray by Pei Yuan, this madwoman, would be a loss for my Lao family. At this moment, I spoke up. I want to use my pocket money to make an investment. The money isn't much, just enough to replace the screenwriter who wants to write, that sweet and naive female lead. Liu Ruyan's hand, cutting a steak, paused. Pei Yuan's eyes widened like saucers. How much pocket money do you have? I held up one finger. 10 million, Pei Yuan asked tentatively. I shook my head. I pulled a black bank card from my pocket, the very supplementary card that Liu Ruyan had given me. I have this card, along with, I pointed decisively at my head, a brain that can make this movie's box office revenue increase tenfold. So, Sister Pei, want to make a deal with me? Let's play a big game. The atmosphere in the dining room froze for 2 seconds. Liu Ruyan's steak knife stopped in midair, her gaze darting back and forth between the black card and my small face. Pei Yuan's mouth was wide open in an O shape, looking like she could fit a chicken egg in it. Using Liu Ruyan's money to invest in her sister's mortal enemy, and even helping Pei Yuan make money. Liu Ruyan threw her knife and fork onto the plate, making a crisp clatter. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. The smile at the corner of her mouth made one's hair stand on end. Gui Ba, this talent of yours for catching bandits empty-handed, were you born with it? I blinked my big, round eyes, fully utilizing that innocent expression. Sister Liu, this is called resource integration. Your money just sits idle in the bank. It's better to invest it. Besides, think about it. If Sister Pei makes money, won't she no longer need to ask you for pocket money? This is called expanding income sources, saving expenses. It's a win-win. I'm truly a business genius, using magic to defeat magic, using the capitalist's money to make the capitalist's money. In the end, the real money still flows into my pocket. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly. Fine. However, she extended her long, slender finger and lightly tapped twice on the table. I want 70% of the profits. Consider this 10 million alone from me. Interest will be calculated at the bank's highest rate. Pei Yuan wouldn't have it after hearing that and slammed the table, jumping up. Liu Ruyan, you cheapskate. Do you have any humanity left? You'd even scam a 10-year-old's money? 70%? Why don't you just go rob a bank? So what if I rob one? Is there a problem? Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. If you don't like it, fine, give me back the card. Pei Yuan was immediately silenced. She could only turn and hug me, wailing. Look at this evil woman. When we make money in the future, we won't give her a single cent for her retirement. I calmly tucked the black card into Pei Yuan's hand. Deal. 70%. Heh. When the movie becomes a hit, I'll transfer this money into my overseas account and then just say it was a loss. After all, I'm still a child. What can you do to me? Could you use my pile of dolls to repay my debt to you? Just as everyone was outwardly happy, but in reality were secretly scheming, with a click, the electronic lock of the villa gate sounded, and immediately after, a very peculiar scent wafted in from the entrance hall. Not the smell of perfume, not the smell of food, but the pungent, nose-assaulting smell of disinfectant mixed with an indescribable cold medicinal scent. Pei Yuan, who was struggling with an Australian lobster claw, smelled this scent, and her expression immediately changed. This feeling made my heart suddenly tighten. I thought to myself, oh no! I saw Pei Yuan suddenly throw down the lobster, grab a napkin and wipe her mouth frantically, trembling and muttering, the female devil is back, I immediately wondered. Female devil? In this house, besides Liu Ruyan, who else could scare Pei Yuan? This madwoman into such a cowardly state? I immediately wondered. At this moment, a woman appeared at the door wearing a white lab coat and carrying a medical box in her hand. Looks like everyone's here? I heard the woman speak. Since everyone is having dinner, that's great, saves me the trouble of looking for each of you. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed the box on the dining table. Hearing a click, the sound wasn't loud, but it made my eyelids twitch non-stop. My intuition was blaring alarms. Ah, second sister, you're back? Pei Yuan forced a smile, her body subconsciously shrinking behind me. Finished work so early today? No need to work overtime at the lab? That second sister pushed up her glasses, staring at Pei Yuan with a radiant smile. Originally, I did need to work overtime, but I heard there's an interesting little guest at home, so I came back early. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze swept past Pei Yuan and locked precisely onto me. In that gaze, there was no kindness, nor was there malice, only the excitement of a scientist. So this is the young master of the Gui family? Anki said, while putting on medical rubber gloves. I heard your physique isn't bad. You were even able to play games with Yuan just now. Anki walked straight up to me and slowly bent down. Little brother, this is our first time meeting. I'm Anki, a doctor. You can call me Sister Anne or Dr. Anne. I swallowed nervously. I decided to use my undefeated cute act to get by. I immediately lifted my small face, revealing 2 small canine teeth, my voice sickeningly sweet. Hello, sister, and you're so beautiful. Have you eaten, Sister Anne? This lobster is delicious. Should I peel one for you? This sugar-coated bullet of mine, which had always been unfailingly effective against Pei Yuan, was unfortunately completely ineffective against Anki. The gentle smile on Anki's face didn't change at all. She used a finger to lift my chin, turning my head left and right. Bone structure is well developed. Pupils react quickly. Skin has a high luster. Truly an excellent material. I screamed internally. Sister, do you have any humanity left? I'm a living person. Your gaze isn't that of someone looking at a person. It's clearly looking at a prime cut of pork belly, and Ki let go, turned and opened the silver case. I saw that inside was a dense array of test tubes and syringes of all colors, and even a few cold, sharp scalpels. Since you've come to our home, we're family now. As your sister, I don't have a proper welcome gift. Anki took out a blue syringe from the box, flicked the syringe lightly, and squeezed out a drop of clear liquid. This is the latest product I've researched, a health-enhancing brain tonic, version 8. Although some insignificant side effects appeared in the white mice, like hair loss, excitement, or temporary amnesia. You look much stronger than a white mouse. Come on, be good and roll up your sleeve. Just one shot, and I guarantee you'll be absolutely brilliant in the future. I stared at the needle as thick as my little finger, my whole body pressed against the back of the chair, both hands clutching my arms tightly. I thought to myself, do you want me to be absolutely bald? I strained my neck and shouted, no! I decisively chose to concede. I'm very healthy, I don't need a shot. I'm also exceptionally smart, really. Sister Liu, save me. I slid down on my knees, scrambled right under the table, and hugged Liu Ruyan's thigh tightly. Liu Ruyan looked down at me, hugging her thigh, and the corner of her mouth imperceptibly curled into a curve. So this kid gets scared too. Where did that arrogant, bossy attitude from just now go? Anki, put your junk away. Liu Ruyan picked up her napkin to wipe her mouth, her voice calm but full of unquestionable authority. The kid is here to pay off a debt, not to be your lab rat. If you break him or even make him stupid, who will be responsible for this debt? Anki sighed regretfully. She put away the syringe, but her eyes still lingered on me. What a pity. Such a perfect specimen, if I could just slice. Take a little blood for testing. Who knows, it might be able to solve some of the world's major medical problems. Hiding under the table, I broke out in a cold sweat, listening to her. Slice? I'm 100% sure. She just said slice. I can't stay in this hellhole anymore. It's too dangerous. One wants me to wear a maid outfit. One wants to slice me up for research, and another just wants to squeeze out my remaining value. I've decided. I'm running away from home. Right now, immediately, this instant, and Key took off her gloves, gracefully sat down at the dining table, instantly returning to her gentle, intellectual appearance. It was as if the person holding that perverted syringe just now wasn't her. She poured herself a full glass of red wine and gently swirled the glass. Since eldest sister has spoken, so be it. However, and Key took a sip of wine, her gloomy gaze shooting straight at me under the table. Little Guai, I see your face is a little flushed, and you have faint dark circles under your eyes. These are classic symptoms of insufficient kidney Key. You must learn to take care of yourself at a young age. Remember to visit my room tonight. You'll give you a comprehensive health check. I promise no needles, just a simple bone feeling. This technique of mine is a family heirloom, very professional, you know. Pei Yuan at the side was winking frantically at me. Don't you go, you'll lose your life if you go. Last time I just had a stiff neck and went to her, and she almost disassembled and reassembled me. I stuck half my head out from under the table, my face full of vigilance. I'm not going. My kidneys are very healthy. Their function is very powerful. Besides, men and women should keep their distance. The smile on Key's face deepened. It's fine in a doctor's eyes. There are only organs, not gender. Besides, don't you want to live more comfortably in this family? Offend eldest sister, and you'll lose your fortune. Offend third sister, and don't even think about acting. What if you offend me? And Key stuck out her tongue and lightly licked the wine stain on her lips. Her voice was low and enchanting. In the future, if you get sick, no one will treat you. Or ill-prescribe you some, especially bitter medicine, so bitter that it could make you bitter enough to go mute. A threat? This is a blatant threat, I thought to myself. Is this the legendary smiling tiger? Is this the highest level of black and white reversal? I gritted my teeth. This woman is many levels above Pei Yuan, that sweet simpleton. This is definitely a tough opponent. It seems I can't get by just by acting cute. I must show some real ability to let her know I'm not weak either. I took a deep breath. Peak comprehension ability, activate for me, scan target, and Key. Profession, doctor of medicine and head of an underground laboratory, analyzing weaknesses. 3 seconds later, I crawled out from under the table and calmly dusted off my knees. I didn't hide anymore, walked straight up to Key, pulled out a chair and sat down leisurely. I picked up a clean highball glass and poured myself a full glass of orange juice. Then, imitating Key's posture, I gently swirled the glass. Sister Anne. Actually, I also know a little about medicine. I saw you walking just now. Your left foot touched the ground 0.3 seconds lighter than your right. You must have been injured in an experiment before, right? There's fluid retention in your ankle. Also, although you smile very gently, the faint vertical wrinkle between your eyebrows betrays you. This proves you often suffer from migraines. Moreover, it's a neurological headache that even medicine can't alleviate. Is it true that whenever it rains, your temples feel like they're being pricked by needles? And Key's hand, which was swirling her wine glass, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a crack appeared in the smile on her face. Her once distracted eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, locking tightly onto me. And Key's hand, which was swirling her wine glass, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a crack appeared in the smile on her face. Her once distracted eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, locking tightly onto me. These were all her old ailments and extremely private secrets. Besides Liu Ruyan, even Pei Yuan didn't know. How could this kid, who has been in the house for less than a day, see through it all instantly? Keep talking. Anki put down her wine glass, her body leaning slightly forward. This time, the way she looked at me was no longer like looking at a lab rat, but the gaze of someone sizing up an opponent. I smirked slightly, revealing a cunning smile that seemed to be in control of everything. Not only can I see it, I can also cure it. How about it? Sister Anne, let's make a deal, shall we? I'll help you cure your headache, and you revise the formula for the brain-boosting tonic to enhance your health. Get rid of the side effects and turn it into a real enhancement drug. I think this is probably much more interesting than dissecting me for research, right? The three sisters were all thrown off. The atmosphere in the restaurant, which was just a moment ago a tense business negotiation, now instantly turned into a biochemical terror scene. And Key, this woman, changes, her expression faster than flipping a book. A moment ago she was still planning to slice me up for research, looking like a mad scientist. After hearing my intimidation about the migraines and improving the medicine, oh no, after hearing my professional analysis, her gaze immediately changed. It was a gaze mixed with the feeling of finally finding a soulmate, combined with the discovery of a high-grade experimental subject. Deal. And Key drained her glass of red wine, her gesture as hearty as if she were downing a bottle of ergotu. She stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, her smile still gentle, but no matter how you looked at it, it was creepy. As long as you cure my headache, forget just improving the formula, I'll even give you the entire lab to play with. But, and Key's tone suddenly changed. Her white-gloved hand again touched that silver box. Since we're partners, a health check is still necessary. Don't worry, I won't dissect you this time. Just one tube of blood. This request isn't too much, is it? I looked at the blood-drawing needle, shining in Enki's hand, the corner of my mouth twitching violently. I screamed internally, "Sister, you call this not too much? A tube of blood like this, my small 10-year-old body, would probably become anemic on the spot. Besides, your gaze clearly wants to see if my blood is green or not." I was just about to use my trick of creating a diversion when Liu Ruyan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Take it." Liu Ruyan wiped her mouth with a napkin, her tone as calm as if she were discussing what to eat for dinner. "I also want to know, when the Guy family threw you out, what condition this body of yours is actually in. If there are any hidden illnesses, it's better to cure them early. It would be bad luck if you died in my house later." Though her words were harsh, I understood that this empress-like sister actually wanted to give me a general checkup. "Well, all right, the creditor has spoken. It seems I have no choice but to donate this blood." I sighed, putting on a look of heroic sacrifice, and held out the small arm I had used to catch lobsters. "All right, Sister N, please be gentle. I'm scared of pain." Pei Yuan stood beside me, her face full of worry. She even covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't resist peeking through the gaps between her fingers. "Second sister, please be steady. Absolutely don't rupture the blood vessel." "Shut up," Enki replied without turning her head. She skillfully took out a tourniquet, tied it tightly around my upper arm, then used an alcohol-soaked cotton ball to wipe my elbow. The cold sensation gave me goosebumps. Enki pushed up her glasses, staring at that delicate blood vessel, a flash of fanaticism in her eyes. "The blood vessel has good elasticity. Are you ready, my little pet?" The sound of the needle piercing the skin was unusually clear in the quiet restaurant. Pei Yuan was so scared she gasped, as if the needle had pierced her own skin. However, I, as the person involved, didn't even twitch an eyebrow. I even mumbled to myself, "This is nothing. It's not even as painful as the amateur nurse, who only knew how to use brute force when she gave me injections in my past life." In the past, when I fought for territory, I was stabbed 3 times and could still laugh and chat happily. This pain is just like scratching an itch. I calmly watched the bright red blood flow through the tube into the collection vial, my expression as calm as if I were watching a boring cartoon. In Enki's eyes, which always held a fake smile, a trace of genuine surprise finally appeared. "Doesn't it hurt?" she asked tentatively. A normal 10-year-old child, seeing such a large needle pierce their flesh, even if they didn't cry their eyes out, would at least flinch unconsciously, right? Is this kid's nervous system broken? Or does he have analgesia? It's a little itchy. I answered honestly. Enki's eyebrows furrowed. This reaction isn't right. It's completely wrong. As a doctor, her occupational habit immediately kicked in. "I see your veins are a bit deep. When I injected just now, the subcutaneous tissue felt a bit hard," Enki said as she untied the tourniquet. "Pull your sleeve up a little more. Let me see the lymphatic return situation up there." Without waiting for my consent, Enki acted directly, yanking the sleeve of my already loose t-shirt up to my shoulder. Whoosh! The sleeve was rolled up, my entire arm was exposed under the crystal chandelier's bright light. The next second, crash! The blood vial in Enki's hand almost fell to the floor. Luckily, she reacted quickly and caught it, but her whole body was as if someone had pressed the pause button, frozen on the spot, staring intently at my arm. Pei Yuan, who had been covering her eyes and screaming in fear beside me, was no longer screaming. Her mouth was agape, a gurgling sound coming from her throat, as if someone was strangling her. Even Liu Ruyan, who always maintained a cold and arrogant demeanor, at this moment her hands, which were used to holding $100 billion contracts without trembling, suddenly clenched the tablecloth, her knuckles turning white. Because on the supposedly fair and soft arm of a 10-year-old child like me, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin, it was all wounds. Old ones, new ones, scabbed ones, faded ones, densely packed, like an ugly spiderweb, crawling all over that skinny arm. Near the shoulder, there was a round, dark red scar. It was a burn from a cigarette butt. A little further down were several long stripes. Though they had faded, you could still tell they were bruises from a belt, whipping. There were even a few crescent-shaped scars, as if someone had used their fingernails to fiercely claw at me, so deep they were indented. This could no longer be described simply by the two words abuse. This was torture. The restaurant was dead silent. The air seemed to have solidified into cement, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. I looked down at my arm and thought to myself, oh, how careless. The previous owner of this body was nothing but a punching bag in the Guy family. That wicked stepmother, when she had nothing better to do, liked to poke him with needles. That cheap father of his would whip him with a belt when drunk. Even the maids in the house dared to secretly pinch him. I almost forgot about this myself. My heart was completely calm. I even felt this was an excellent opportunity to play the victim. But before I could even start acting, did the Guy family do this? Pei Yuan's voice trembled, not the kind of trembling from acting, but trembling from genuine anger. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were now full of red veins, tears streaming down. Those animals, how could they be so cruel? Is this even their own son? This is clearly an enemy! Pei Yuan rushed over, wanting to hug me, but was afraid of touching my wounds. Her hands trembled in midair, not daring to touch me at all. Darling, does it hurt? Oh, it must hurt like hell. I'll kill them. I'm going to burn down the Guy family's dilapidated mansion right now, crying. Pei Yuan took out her phone. From the looks of it, she really wanted to call people for a fight. And Qi said nothing. Her fake, gentle mask had shattered completely. In its place was a gloomy coldness that made one's hair stand on end. She reached out her finger and gently touched the scar from the cigarette butt. Her fingertip was ice cold. This is a third-degree burn. It definitely wasn't treated at the time and was even infected. This is a soft tissue contusion from being hit by a blunt object. It healed poorly. There's a keloid inside. This is... And Qi's voice grew quieter, and with every sentence she spoke, the surrounding air pressure dropped by a degree. Finally, she looked up at me. Her eyes no longer held the previous teasing and scrutiny, but only a world-destroying madness. Kid, you were wrong just now. You said you know medicine, but some illnesses, medicine can't cure, you have to use a knife. And Qi picked up the scalpel from the table and spun it on her fingertip. The cold light glittered. Tell me, who burned you? I'll go skin him and make you a genuine leather sofa, okay? I gulped and thought, damn it, is this woman for real? Although it's very satisfying, but sister, in this lawful society, can you not, at the drop of a hat, threaten to skin people? It's okay, Sister Anne. I pulled my sleeve down, covering those wounds. My face still wore its characteristic innocent smile. I even turned back to comfort the two women who were on the verge of exploding. It's all in the past. The belt mark was from my drunk father hitting me. It hurt a lot at the time, but later I got smarter. When they hit me, I would think about other things, like what to eat for dinner. If I just thought about that, it wouldn't hurt anymore. I said it lightly, as if I were talking about falling down yesterday and scraping my skin. But these words of mine were like stabbing a knife into the hearts of those three women, and a barbed one at that. What on earth has this child been through, to be able to talk about this hellish life, so casually? Liu Ruyan, who hadn't said anything, stood up. The chair scraped against the floor, making a harsh sound. She walked in front of me, looking down at me from above. I thought this empress-like sister would offer some grand opinion, or perhaps complain that the scars all over me were too ugly. As it turned out, Liu Ruyan bent down, her hands that had never touched kitchen work, gently adjusted my collar. The gesture was surprisingly gentle. From now on, Liu Ruyan's voice was very cold, but this time it wasn't cold towards me. In this house, no one is allowed to touch a single hair on your head. Whoever touches you, I will cut off their hands. After saying that, she turned around, picked up the phone from the dining table, and dialed a number. The other end picked up immediately. CO Liu, it's late. Do you have any instructions? Liu Ruyan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the pitch-black night outside. Her tone was bone-chillingly cold. Notify the legal department, the finance department, before the stock market opens tomorrow morning. I want to see all the negative news about the Guy Corporation topping the trending searches. And suspend all cooperative projects with the Guy family. Send the debt collection letters immediately. Tell the banks, whoever dares to lend money to the Guy family is making an enemy of me, Liu Ruyan. The assistant on the other end was so scared he almost knelt. CEO Liu wants to declare all-out war? What for? Liu Ruyan turned her head and glanced, seeing me being held and sobbed over by Pei Yuan, while Qi was feeding me candy with a gloomy face. To clean up the trash. Hanging up the phone, Liu Ruyan threw her phone onto the sofa and looked at me. This is just the interest. Kid, since you've called me sister, I will take on your grudge. I looked at the three women whose styles had suddenly changed. One crying a river, one smiling like a psychopathic killer, and one so domineering she wanted to bring down an entire corporation. I silently lit a candle for the Guy family in my heart. You fools of the Guy family, you probably don't know that you threw away a max-level account like trash is one thing. The important thing is you also threw in the 3 strongest power levelers on the server. This high-level game, how are you going to win? Just then, from my old, tattered school bag tossed in the corner, a buzzing vibration suddenly sounded. It was my old phone with a cracked screen. Pei Yuan was quick and took it out. The screen flashed with 2 words. Dad. When Pei Yuan saw these 2 words, the fire of rage in her eyes immediately flared up 30 feet high. Excellent. I was just worried I couldn't find a punching bag. This old bastard served himself up on a platter. Pei Yuan let out a cold laugh and directly pressed the speakerphone button. From the other end of the line came the angry roar of a middle-aged man. You little beast, are you dead in the Liu house yet? If you're not dead, then get your ass back here right now. That runaway brother of yours who fled the wedding, took the company seal with him. You go to Liu Ruyan, that woman, and steal the betrothal gift money back here, or I'll break your legs. The entire restaurant once again fell into a deathly silence. I had just thought of 100 non-profane inquiries, ready to inquire about his 18 generations of ancestors. Pei Yuan stomped her foot in anger, wishing she could crawl through the phone line and bite someone. Wasting words with this kind of trash only lowers your worth. Liu Ruyan threw the wet wipe. She had used to clean her hands into the trash, her voice so cold it could freeze. If he wants to die that badly, then let's grant him his wish. Tomorrow morning, I don't want to see the Guy Corporation's stock price exceed 1 yuan. After saying that, she turned to look at me, the child still sitting obediently in the chair. I was blinking my big round eyes, my face full of who am I? Where am I? I don't understand anything look, appearing extremely innocent. In my hand, I still clutched the empty blood-enriching tonic bottle. Well done, CEO Liu is mighty and domineering. Long live CEO Liu. Long, long, long leave. That old man is probably still jumping, up and down on the other end of the line. If you die from anger, it'll be a service to the people. The little person inside me was clapping wildly, but on my face, I showed a look of fear and confusion. Sister Liu, did I cause trouble for you all? My father has a bad temper. If I don't listen to him, he really will break my legs. I shrank my neck and subconsciously touched my left shin. This small action was precisely caught by the three women. And Qi pushed up her glasses, the wanting to dissect someone aura from before immediately retracted. In its place was a professional calmness, but beneath that calmness, a fire was suppressed. Come sit on the sofa. And Qi picked up the silver case and nodded her chin towards the living room. Take off your shirt, roll up your pants. Since you're the experimental patient I've already reserved, I won't allow this body to have any flaws. I obediently did as I was told. I thought to myself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play the victim. Oh no, a good opportunity to win sympathy. I must seize it. I took off the ill-fitting t-shirt, revealing a scrawny, bony upper body. Then I rolled up my pant legs. On my supposedly fair skin, there were patches of blue and purple mixed with old scars, like a piece of porcelain that was broken and then carelessly glued back together. The moment Pei Yuan saw this sight, the tears she had just held back burst forth again. Oh, these bastards, this is so tragic, this is child abuse, I have to call the police. I want the entire social media to expose these animals. She no longer maintained her ladylike image, plopping down on the carpet, wanting to touch but not daring to touch my wounds. She could only clutch a tissue and sob miserably. And Qi put on gloves, took out medical cotton and antiseptic solution, her movements surprisingly gentle, completely different from the female devil, who was just threatening me with a needle. This bruise is new. And Qi used a cotton swab to gently press on a purple bruise on my back. Does it hurt? I shook my head. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Sister N, I looked up, revealing a bright smile that was heart-wrenching. Before, when my older brother was in a bad mood, he would use me as a punching bag. He said I was an extra in the family, a jinx. Just by beating me up, his bad luck would disappear. I got used to it later. As long as I didn't scream, he would get bored and stop. I said it lightly, as if I were telling a story about how my brother used to just snatch my candy. I thought to myself, I'm truly a genius screenwriter, although that cheap brother of mine did indeed hit me. Most of the time he treated me like air. However, for the artistic effect right now, embellishing a little isn't too much, is it? Anyway, that nephew ran off with the money and left me here to pay off his debt. If he doesn't take the blame for this, who will? And Qi's hand paused slightly. In the beautiful eyes hidden behind those glasses, a chilling light flashed, making one shudder. A punching bag? She let out a cold laugh and threw the blood-stained cotton ball into the tray. Very good. It seems this young master of the Guai family has a pretty good physique. My laboratory just so happens to be lacking a resilient living specimen. If he likes boxing so much, when there's a chance later, I will definitely let him experience what real human body mechanics are. These words sounded horrifying. I felt a chill down my spine listening to it, and silently in my heart for that guy. Big brother whom I've never met, I light a candle for you. Big brother, travel safely. Being targeted by a genius mad woman like second sister, your life is pretty much over. Liu Ruyan still stood there, saying nothing. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking down at the wounds scarring my body. As the most powerful woman in Kimhai City, she was used to scheming and treacherous dealings in the business world and dirty business in high society. But this kind of treatment towards one's own child, as if to kill, is truly rare. Furthermore, I am now, in name, her man. Even a dog knows to look at its owner before biting. The Ji family is slapping her in the face. Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke up, her voice not loud, carrying an undeniable aura of power. From today onwards, forget about that so-called home of yours. Once you step through this door, as long as you don't seek your own demise, Liu family will protect you for life. As for what the Ji family owes you, Liu Ruyan's lips curled into a cruel smile. I will make them repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. My heart bloomed. All right. I've got this golden thigh firmly in my grasp. The boss has spoken. Now I can walk all over Kimhai. After dealing with the wound, the newly made dishes from the kitchen were also served. Knowing what I had endured, the look of wanting to tear me apart, or dissect me for research that the three sisters had earlier disappeared. Instead, there was an almost frantic desire to feed me. Baby, eat this abalone to nourish your body. Pei Yuan directly scooped a piece of abalone as big as a fist and put it into my bowl. This Wagyu beef is not bad either. It melts in your mouth. Eat more to get plump. And this caviar, though a bit fishy, it's very expensive, so you must finish it. I looked at the mountain-high bowl of rice in front of me, my mouth twitching. Sisters, isn't this too much? I came here to repay a debt, not to be fattened like a pig. If I keep eating like this, it'll turn into that detestable 200-pound fatty. Will you still love me then? Enki didn't add much meat or fish to my bowl. She took out a delicate porcelain jar and poured out a jet-black pill. Eat this. This is my specially made Guben Pei Yuan Dan. Although the taste is a bit strange, it's very good for a weakened body, as serious as yours. Enki smiled as she looked at me, a teasing glint in her eyes. It's especially good for the kidneys. I see signs of kidney deficiency in you, even at your young age. This won't do. She leaned close to my ear, her breath as gentle as orchids, her voice so low that only we could hear. When you grow up, we will be counting on your help. If you're already crippled now, it would be such a pity. Pfft, I almost spat out the piece of abalone in my mouth. Sister 2, what are you saying? I'm only 10 years old. 10, I thought to myself. She's driving, right? She must be driving. I felt like those wheels had run over my face. My face flushed red, and I quickly swallowed the pill. Damn, it's so bitter. It was so bitter that my face contorted. I thought to myself, so bitter. And Kia's smile grew brighter, and she reached out to pat my head. Bitter medicine cures illness. Be good. Taking medicine will make your body strong. This way, no matter what we do later, cough, no matter how we examine you, you'll be able to endure it. This meal, I ate it with both suffering and joy. On one hand, I enjoyed the service of 3 stunning beauties. On the other, I had to endure the teasing and malicious nurturing from them. After dinner, a short family meeting was held in the living room. There was only one topic, the matter of ownership of this child. I think he should sleep with me. Pei Yuan was the first to raise her hand, her reasoning forceful. I'm still missing a cuddle pillow. Besides, I can take him to play games, take him to the movies, and teach him how to navigate this world. Most importantly, I'm gentle. Unlike some people who want to grab a knife at the slightest provocation. And Ki, who was cleaning her scalpel, heard this and looked up, giving Pei Yuan a half smile. Gentle? Who was it last time who smashed their controller because they lost a game and almost dismantled the entire TV? This kind of violence will terrify children. And Ki turned to look at me, her gaze so tender it could bring tears. How about staying with me? I'm a doctor so I can monitor your health at any time. Besides, I have many interesting things at my place. Little G will surely like it. I shook my head vigorously. No, absolutely not, I thought. Not even the ice-cold CEO would do. Liu Ruyan looked down at the small hand, clutching her clothes, silent for 3 seconds. The rug is not an option. That's where my Persian cat sleeps. My vision darkened. Just as I was about to let go and go take a bath, Liu Ruyan stood up and walked towards the stairs. After 2 steps, she stopped and tilted her head slightly. Wash up properly. I have an obsession with cleanliness on my bed. You'll sleep in my room tonight. The entire room fell silent. Pei Yuan's jaw dropped. And Ki, who was wiping her scalpel, stopped. Good heavens, I thought. I just wanted to crash on the sofa or lay a mat on the floor. And yet she's directly putting me in her bed. I thought, boss, what move are you making that's completely off script? Pei Yuan was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream. Liu Ruyan, you beast! He's only 10 years old. Can't you spare even a 10-year-old child? I'll fight you to the death. Liu Ruyan stood on the stairs, looking down at the bristling Pei Yuan, a faint, mocking smile on her lips. What? Do you have a problem with that? Liu Ruyan stood on the stairs, looking down at the bristling Pei Yuan, a faint, mocking smile on her lips. After speaking, Liu Ruyan looked at me, who was still stunned. Why aren't you following? Do you want me to carry you? I shivered and scurried after her, repeatedly saying, coming, as I passed Pei Yuan. I didn't forget to give her a sympathetic glance. Sister Pei, I'm truly sorry. Although I would love for you to be my cuddle pillow. That's the Empress bed, Liu Ruyan's. That was the pinnacle of power, a symbol of wealth, just by sleeping on this bed in this house. From now on, I would be second only to one person. Above thousands, I walked in slippers, shuffling close behind Liu Ruyan. Suddenly I felt that this soft meal didn't seem so hard to swallow after all. In fact, it was quite delicious. Early in the morning, I was awakened by a strong scent. Not the smell of food, but the smell of money. I groggily opened my eyes, only to find myself sprawled on the bed in a starfish position. The space beside me had long been empty. A faint, cool scent still lingered in the blanket. Sigh, another day of being forced to work. Last night, although I successfully sneaked into the boss bed, I paid a heavy price. This woman slept so soundly she didn't move all night, which made me afraid to move recklessly. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. After my morning routine, I went downstairs. In the dining room, the 3 sisters were already seated, their postures dignified. When Pei Yuan saw me come downstairs, she immediately let out a meaningful scoff. Oh, our little young master is finally awake. Did you sleep well last night? Was CEO Lias' bed soft and fragrant? Unlike me, who can only sleep alone with difficulty, hugging a doll and crying pitifully, I immediately switched to actor mode and toddled over with my short legs, hugging Pei Yuan's thigh tightly. I rubbed against it vigorously. Good morning, Sister Pei. Last night, I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep. My dreams were full of you, buying me candy. Pei Yuan immediately softened, pinching my little face. At least you have some conscience. I'll take you shopping for Lego this afternoon. Cough. A light cough immediately interrupted this tender, sisterly affection. Liu Ruyan put down her tablet and tapped lightly with her knuckles on the marble tabletop. Let's eat. After eating, there's something important. My heart skipped a beat. Something important? What could it be? Are they going to lead me to divide the family fortune? Or have those people from the G family beg for mercy at the door? 10 minutes later, I looked at the man, middle-aged man, with a receding Mediterranean hairline and a stern expression on the living room sofa, feeling completely numb. This is Professor Wang. Liu Ruyan elegantly crossed her legs and slowly sipped her coffee. The top golden private tutor in Kim High City. Once you enter the Liu household, you absolutely cannot be illiterate. From today on, you will have academic tutoring every morning and physical training in the afternoon. The milk in my mouth nearly spurted out on the spot. Sister Liu, I tried to struggle one last time. Weakly, I raised my small hand and asked, I think I might be able to study on my own. My objection was invalid. Liu Ruyan was too lazy to even lift an eyelid. Professor Wang, you may begin. First, test his level so I can see what level this child is at. Professor Wang took from his briefcase a thick stack of exam papers. His demeanor was not like a teacher's, but more like someone coming to seal assets. You are young Master Boking, aren't you? I heard you never received formal education at the G family. That's fine. I'm not afraid of slow students, as long as they are willing to learn. Now do this test first. This is the entrance exam I specially designed for the Kim High Aristocratic Primary School. It includes 3 main subjects: language, math, and foreign language. You have 1 hour. I looked at the densely printed exam paper before me, speechless. Isn't this an insult to my IQ? This kind of question, Da Huang, the dog who guards the door, could figure out. But I can't appear too intelligent. If I get a perfect score immediately, finishing this paper in seconds, these 3 sharp-as-monkey sisters would surely become suspicious. I might even be taken by Enki for brain dissection research. I must act, and act well. I must act as if I have a poor foundation, but unusual thinking and innate talent. I need to make Liu Ruyan feel that her money is well spent, without letting them see me as a monster. Professor Wang was initially leisurely drinking tea beside me, a hint of indifference in his eyes. He had seen many of these neglected rich kids before. They were basically all idiots. Some even struggled with reading. However, as his gaze swept over my scratch paper, Professor Wang blinked, then blinked hard again. Then he suddenly leaned forward, his face almost touching my pen tip. This is... Professor Wang's voice began to tremble. I saw that I had written a string of scrawled characters below the simple problem 3 plus 2, which was actually a variation of using set theory and Giano axioms to prove why 1 plus 1 to 2. Variation. Pei Yuan, standing nearby, looked on in confusion, leaning in to ask softly, "What's wrong? Professor Wang, what is this child writing? Did he write it wrong? It looks like random scribbles to me." I stopped writing, biting the pen tip. With an innocent face, I looked at Professor Wang. "Teacher, this problem is too difficult." I thought, and it seems to be. 4,999,999. Did I calculate it wrong? Pfft. Liu Ruyan almost choked on her coffee. Professor Wang's reaction was even more dramatic. He directly took off his glasses and frantically wiped them with his sleeve. Then he put them back on and stared at the number 4,999,999. Although the answer was wrong, my method of solving it, the reasoning formula I just used, was clearly limit theory that second-year math students were just beginning to learn. CO Liu, this isn't a poor foundation. This is truly a rough, unpolished gem, the future hope of mathematics. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow and put down her coffee cup. So, didn't he get 3 plus 2 wrong? Professor Wang spoke excitedly and incoherently, gesticulating with the scratch paper. A wrong answer is a minor issue. Look at this thinking. It's like using an atomic bomb to kill a mosquito. Although the mosquito might not die, this genius is heaven sent. Pei Yuan and Enki looked at each other, and Chi pushed up her glasses, her gaze towards me becoming more fervent. I knew it. My intuition is never wrong. This child's brain must surely be much deeper than a normal person's. I really want to open his skull and take a look. I fearfully drew back my neck. Liu Ruyan looked at Professor Wang with an expression of someone who had never seen such a thing before, her lips curling slightly. All right, since he has talent, then teach him well. I need a mind that can understand the financial reports of the Liu Corporation. Professor Wang immediately stood at attention. CO Liu, please rest assured, I will definitely do my utmost to teach him. Entrust this child to me, not in 3 years, no, just 1 year. I will make him capable of participating in the International Mathematical Olympiad. I silently rolled my eyes. Get real. I have no desire to participate in any mathematical Olympiad. I just want to quietly live the life of a pampered young master enjoying a life of leisure every day. Wouldn't that be nice? Professor Wang, please don't arbitrarily add drama to my life. At this moment, my little revenge notebook opened another page in my mind. Professor Wang, right? Giving me so much homework? Fine. Next time I'll use the Riemann hypothesis to solve your caged chicken and rabbit problem. Let's see how you'll grade my work then. At this moment, my little revenge notebook opened another page in my mind. Professor Wang, right? Giving me so much homework? Fine. Next time I'll use the Riemann hypothesis to solve your caged chicken and rabbit problem. Let's see how you'll grade my work then. All right? Continue studying. Liu Ruyan stood up, adjusting her perfectly unwrinkled vest. I'm going to the company to deal with some trash. Kid, I'll check your homework tonight. Do well, and you'll be rewarded. And if I don't do well? Liu Ruyan didn't reply, but cast a meaningful glance at the scalpel and key was fiddling with. I immediately sat up straight and replied loudly, Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Liu Ruyan nodded with satisfaction, her heels clicking as she elegantly departed. Only when the main door closed did Pei Yuan lean close to me and poke my forehead with her finger. Well done, kid. Still hiding your skills? Seeing how agitated that old man was earlier, I thought you were about to ascend to godhood right there. How exactly did your brain develop? I blinked my big eyes and answered with an innocent expression, I don't know either. I just felt so sorry for those apples. Why did they have to be divided and redistributed? I wanted to help them calculate a price. Pei Yuan hugged me tightly and started rubbing against me frantically. Oh, so adorable. How can there be a little brother who is both cute and intelligent? No, this won't do. You have to sleep with me tonight. I'll read you a bedtime story. Professor Wang, who was tidying up his teaching materials nearby, heard these suggestive words and quietly wiped away a bead of sweat. This high society world is truly chaotic, however, Professor Wang suddenly felt, an indescribable sense of anticipation. Teaching such a prodigious student, this old bone, might just be able to raise a Nobel laureate. It's just that Professor Wang didn't know that. At this moment, I was racking my brain to figure out how to get through this dry math lesson so that Pei Yuan would take me to play the latest VR game. I yawned, trying to open my eyes, putting on a facade of eagerness to learn. This acting performance, the Oscars still owe me an award. Just then, on the tablet where Liu Ruyan had just sat, it suddenly lit up. A new notification popped up. Pei Yuan glanced at it and exclaimed joyfully, Oh my, Sister Wan is so fast! She grabbed the tablet and tapped on the news. She laughed so hard she shook. Look, the G Corporation is under investigation for suspected serious financial report fraud. The eldest young master of the G family fled with money and is suspected to have been arrested at the airport. Ha ha ha, serves them right. That's good. We don't have to wait until tomorrow. The G family will be ruined today. Hearing these words, though I had to feign fear on my face, my heart was already blooming. Well done, Liu Ruyan works, with efficiency like a mobile cheat. These scumbags from the G family this time have truly met their match. I tugged on Pei Yuan's sleeve. Sister Pei, do I need to return the betrothal gift to my father? Pei Yuan hugged me, waving her hand. Return what the entire G family will be yours from now on. Just you wait, Sister One definitely has more moves in store. Let's just sit here, enjoying the gossip and the show. After reading the unfortunate news about the G family, the top star of the entertainment industry could barely contain her joy. She hummed an off-key tune and insisted on taking me to see my new room. Tisk, 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 sister. One was too casual about this. Pei Yuan, wearing pink fluffy slippers, walked around the room. Her long, slender, fair legs were dazzling. She disdainfully lifted the dark gray silk bedsheet on the bed. This color is too old-fashioned. It's like a nursing home for old officials. No, I'll have someone change it all for you later. Well, change it to something childlike, and it must be glow in the dark. I sat on the edge of the bed, silently rolling my eyes. No way. I only like this minimalist style. If she dares to change my sheets to SpongeBob, I'll hang myself outside her door in the middle of the night. Although I was cursing wildly in my heart, I still maintained an innocent smile on my face. Thank you, Sister Pei. Whatever you choose, I will like it. This is called the art of speaking. Thousands of criticisms can penetrate. Flattery cannot be pierced. As expected, upon hearing this, Pei Yuan laughed so hard her flowers trembled. The 2 mounds of her chest almost burst out of her poor tank top. So cute, Pei Yuan couldn't help but lean down and give my chubby cheeks a big kiss. Unlike the blunt Anki, who criticized everything she received. And with that, this woman started to get restless again. She was rummaging around the room, one moment complaining about the lack of clothes in the closet, the next complaining about the lack of snacks in the drawers. That intense sense of territory and desire for control is more terrifying than a destructive husky. Suddenly, Pei Yuan's eyes fell upon a large, fluffy pillow on the headboard. Underneath the pillow, a corner of a black book cover was showing. That was my life's treasure, the small notebook that recorded all the wrongdoings of these three women and my revenge plan for the next 10 years. My heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I was careless. The first page already recorded the revenge plan. Make her peel crawfish for me every day at home, and if she doesn't finish, she doesn't get to eat. If this were to be discovered, let alone peeling crawfish, that crazy Pei Yuan would surely, on the spot, skin me alive and make spicy rabbit head with it. Seeing Pei Yuan's jade-like hands, painted with red nail polish, slowly reaching for the pillow. What's this? Pei Yuan blinked her big, curious eyes. Is it a diary or a love letter? Could our little darling brother, still so young, already have a girl he likes? Her fingertips had touched the edge of the pillow, only 0.01 centimeters away from the small black notebook that could cause my social death. This was truly a matter of life and death. My mind was racing frantically. In that instant, I couldn't snatch it away, as that would reveal my guilt. Even less could I cry out, as that would only incite this woman's rebellious nature. I had to use a stratagem. Just as Pei Yuan was about to lift the pillow, I acted, lunging straight into Pei Yuan's arms. The call of Sister Pei was so pleading, uniquely sweet. The sugar content must have been at least level 4. Pei Yuan was startled by this sudden embrace, leaving her stunned. Her hand movements immediately stopped. Oh my goodness! She instinctively hugged the soft ball of fluff in her arms. Looking down, she saw me looking up with big dark eyes, sparkling, filled with clear tears. My small mouth pouted, looking as if I had just suffered immense injustice. What's wrong? Pei Yuan's previous curiosity immediately vanished. It was replaced by overwhelming pity. Who bullied you? Tell me, and ill twist his head off. I buried my face in the soft and full chest of Pei Yuan. This feeling was truly supreme, worthy of being called Kim Hai's #1 beauty. I snuggled closer. I miss my mom so much. My mom was also as beautiful as Sister Pei and smelled just like you. When I saw Sister Pei tidying the bed just now, I thought my mom had come back. The killer move, feigning, pity combined with flattery, a 2-in-1. This move, against a woman like Pei Yuan, with her maternal instincts and extreme narcissism, was a devastating blow. Oh, my little darling. Pei Yuan scooped me up with one arm, hugging me tightly. The force was so strong it nearly suffocated me. There, don't cry. From now on, it'll be your real mother. Humph. We don't need that heartless mother anymore. From now on, I'll love you. Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to play, just say the word, and I'll pluck the stars from the sky for you. I buried my head in Pei Yuan's shoulder, pretending to sob while secretly glancing at the pillow. Thank goodness, it was still in place, not discovered. Phew, that was a close call. This was more thrilling than defusing a bomb. To completely divert this woman's attention, I decided to add fuel to the fire. I sniffled. Sister, your movements just now were so beautiful. I've seen you on TV before. You're the most beautiful person on there. This flattery was spot on. In her life, Pei Yuan loved hearing others praise her beauty the most, especially when praised by a cute little boy like me. The sense of accomplishment felt even better than winning the Best Actress award. She giggled so hard she couldn't close her mouth, reaching out to pinch my nose. Does this little mouth spread honey? It seems you have good taste. Since you're so good with your words, I must give you a reward. Pei Yuan put me down on the bed, then turned to rummage through her Hermes Birkin bag, completely forgetting about the pillow. Found it? She took out a vinyl record and dangled it in front of me. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, this is the master copy of the vinyl record that I haven't even released yet. There's only one in the entire world. I was originally going to give it to that music godfather or something as a birthday gift, but now it's yours. I looked at the vinyl record, my mouth twitching slightly. A bank card would have been more practical. But I pretended to have found a treasure, taking the record with both hands. I will definitely take good care of it. It will be my family heirloom. Pei Yuan was so flattered that her heart bloomed. All right, put it away. Let's go. Come downstairs with me. Earlier, Liu Ruyan, that inhuman capitalist, messaged to say, there's a party tonight, telling us to get ready and go. A banquet? My heart stirred. A banquet at the Liu family's residence? It definitely wouldn't be a normal meal. It would be the best stage for me, the abandoned child of a wealthy family, to make my official debut. Yes, sister, I obediently jumped off the bed, and while Pei Yuan was turning to check her reflection, I swiftly snatched the small black notebook from under the pillow and tucked it into my waistband. Hey, Pei Yuan, right? You almost suffocated me earlier, didn't you? And you wanted to be my mother, right? As I walked out, I silently opened a new page in my mind's small notebook. Enemy, Pei Yuan. Additional crime, nearly exposing my core secret and trying to bribe me with a useless vinyl record. Additional revenge. Not only will she have to peel crawfish, but also wash my socks, by hand. The next morning, I stood before the large mirror, looking at the child wearing a red and black checkered British-style uniform in the mirror, lost in deep thought. This darn capitalism, this isn't a uniform, it's clearly money on the move. What are you spacing out for? Do you want me to carry you to the car too? A cold voice echoed from the doorway. Liu Ruyan was wearing today a pure black business suit. Her Ice Queen aura, unapproachable, could freeze anything within a 10-meter radius. I immediately switched to a docile expression, scampering over, looking up and extending my tiny hand to grasp Liu Ruyan's fingertip. You look so beautiful today. This outfit perfectly accentuates your aura, like a celestial flower descending from the heavens. Liu Ruyan looked down at my flattering little mouth, her lips twitching imperceptibly. She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she firmly grasped my chubby little hand. This feels nice. Stop the sweet talk. Liu Ruyan led me outside. The car is waiting outside. Remember, don't cause trouble at school, but also don't let anyone bully you. If I hear you've been crying at school, I'll send you back to that bankrupt Jai family. I immediately shook my head like a rattle drum. No, are you kidding? It's a miracle if I don't bully others. Who would dare bully me? This young master is bringing his max-level intelligence to the beginner village to wreak havoc, okay? Parked outside was a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom. Driver Chen had respectfully opened the car door in advance. I climbed into the back seat, finding a comfortable position to curl up in the spacious area where I could practically roll around. Liu Ruyan sat opposite me, holding a freshly brewed cup of Americano, her eyes glued to the documents on her lap. She didn't even glance at me. My eyes darted around, deciding to break the oppressive silence. Sister, I heard that at St. Alistair's school, there are only extremely wealthy children. What if I can't get along with them? Liu Ruyan turned a page of her document without looking up. Then let them play with you. In Qinghai, there isn't a realm that the Liu family can't handle. Dominant. This is the confidence of a top conglomerate. I'm in love, head over heels. However, in the next second, Liu Ruyan's words suddenly took a turn. However, she finally looked up, her cold eyes locking directly onto mine. To prevent you from becoming someone who only relies on parents and siblings and becomes useless, I've already spoken with the headmaster. In your records, the Guardian section will state distant relative of the Liu Corporation. Meaning, at school, no one will know you came from the Liu mansion and no one will know I'm your sister. You're just a transfer student. I knew it. How could this woman be so kind? Shouldn't the male protagonist in a power fantasy story reveal their identity from the start and then show off their dominance? Why did she directly disable half of my cheat like this? The smile on my face froze, my mouth twitching uncontrollably. Sister, isn't this a bit too humble? What if those rich young masters look down on me and ostracize me? Liu Ruyan put down her coffee cup, leaning slightly forward. She extended her slender index finger, gently lifting my chin. If that happens, it just proves you're useless. The Liu family doesn't raise trash. If you can't even handle a bunch of toddlers who are still breastfeeding, how will you survive in the dangerous Qinghai? Remember, true strength doesn't need to rely on the 3 words Liu Ruyan to make others kneel, she said, retracting her hand. She leaned back against the seat. Outside the car window, a majestic European palace-like complex gradually appeared before my eyes. The giant gilded nameplate, St. Alistair's, glittered under the sun. Parked at the gate were all kinds of limited edition luxury cars. Compared to this place, the so-called aristocratic schools I had seen in my previous life were no different from slums. Outside the car window, a majestic European palace-like complex gradually appeared before my eyes. The giant gilded nameplate, St. Alistair's, glittered under the sun. Parked at the gate were all kinds of limited edition luxury cars. Compared to this place, the so-called aristocratic schools I had seen in my previous life were no different from slums. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the school gate. The headmaster and a group of homeroom teachers had been waiting for a long time, bowing respectfully to welcome us. CEO Liu, welcome. It is truly our honor. The balding headmaster smiled so much that the wrinkles on his face gathered. The car window slowly rolled down. Liu Ruyan had no intention of getting out of the car. She just tilted her head and indifferently glanced at the headmaster. I have brought the person. Just do as I said earlier. No special treatment. Just treat them normally. The headmaster nodded repeatedly, his back bent at a 90-degree angle. Yes, CEO Liu, please rest assured, we will enforce strict discipline. That's good. Liu Ruyan turned to look at me, a barely perceptible hint of expectation in her eyes. Go on, don't embarrass me. I slung the heavy school bag over my shoulder, took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and jumped out. Fine, a transfer student is a transfer student. If you want to play this game of disguise, then I'll play along. This act of playing the weak to catch the strong, I'm a professional at this. I stood beside the car door, waving my small hand at Liu Ruyan, a pure and innocent smile on my face. Sister, goodbye, I'm going to school. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly. Watching the taillights of the car disappear, the smile on my face vanished instantly. It was replaced by a cold expression. I'm very displeased. I turned around, looking at the headmaster who was still wiping his sweat. Mr. Headmaster, which class do I need to go to? The headmaster paused for a moment, recalling CEO Lias' instructions. Distant relative, transfer student, no need for special courtesies. The smile on his face immediately faded, becoming serious and acting by the book. Oh, student G, is it? First grade, you can go in by yourself. With that, the headmaster clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and walked straight away without looking back. Not even offering to escort me. This change of attitude was faster than a Sichuan opera transformation. I pouted and slung my school bag over my shoulder. Very well, the first debt has been recorded. Mr. Headmaster, right? Just you wait. First grade. I stood at the door, not yet having entered, when I heard the clamor inside, like a marketplace. These kids, born with silver spoons, were engaged in their daily activity called socializing. But in reality, it was showing off. I glanced around from the doorway. Children, a bunch of toddlers, were already speaking in a Versailles-like manner. Look at them showing off, buying islands to catch crabs. Why don't they buy rockets to catch monkeys in space? I pushed the door open and entered. The previously noisy classroom fell silent all at once. Dozens of eyes stared intently at this unfamiliar intruder. On the podium, a young female teacher in a business dress, the hot figure, was preparing to restore order. Upon seeing me, the teacher's eyes lit up. What a beautiful child this face, this skin, is the best advertisement to entice people into having sons. Are you the new student, Bokang? The teacher smiled and waved, her voice sickeningly sweet. Come up to the podium and introduce yourself to everyone. I obediently walked up to the podium, placing my school bag at my feet. I swept my gaze across the crowd of rich or aristocratic kids below. Since Liu Ruyan had created the image of a poor relative for me, I had to maintain this image to the end. Furthermore, only from a lower position could I more exhilaratingly trample these people underfoot, right? I cleared my throat and gave a shy smile. My voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Hello everyone, my name is Bokang. I'm a transfer student. I hope for your kind assistance in the future. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire class below erupted. Transfer student? Don't only poor people go to school as transfer students? Hey, look at his shoes. They don't even have a logo. They must have been bought from a street vendor. Oh my god, why is someone like that in our class? A chubby boy sitting in the middle of the first row shouted the loudest. He stood up, pointed at me, and laughed heartily. Hey, new kid, did you come to the wrong door? This is an aristocratic school, not a refugee camp. If you don't have money for food, call me Big Brother. This young master will treat you to a sausage. The whole class burst into laughter. The teacher's face showed a hint of embarrassment, about to intervene, but then she saw that I wasn't angry at all, not even a trace of fear. I quietly looked at the chubby boy, a harmless smile slowly forming on my lips. My hand sneakily went into my pocket, feeling the small black notebook. Excellent on the first day of school. I've already got a perfect score coming to me. You fat kid, you've walked into a dead end. I didn't plan to open for business so quickly, but since someone rushed to offer me achievements, I can't help it. I won't indulge him, tilting my head and staring. You sound quite wealthy. Why don't you invite me to Michelin star dining? Is your allowance only enough to buy a single sausage? What a pity. Also, there's a foul smell. It seems to be coming from your mouth. Could you be so hungry that you have to go into the restroom to eat strawberries? Everyone's jaw dropped in disbelief that I, looking so soft and cute, had such a venomous tongue. The chubby boy's face immediately turned as red as pork liver. What did you say? How dare you scold me? He grabbed an eraser from the desk and threw it forcefully at me. Go to hell, you poor beggar. I didn't dodge because I saw at the classroom door, the headmaster who had left not long ago was passing by with another important figure. If I were to be hit by it now and then dramatically fall to the floor and shed a couple of tears. Oh, the scene, tisk, 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 bring it on, eraser. This will be the most glorious moment of your life. If you miss, I'll despise you even more. That eraser, carrying the force of a child's throw, drew a less than graceful parabolic arc through the air. Its target was locked onto my priceless head. With my current abilities, not to mention an eraser, even a bullet. All right, perhaps not a bullet, but this slow-moving object I could catch with 2 fingers even with my eyes closed. But I didn't move, because from the corner of my eye, I saw, outside the classroom window, the balding headmaster, who moments ago was, bowing respectfully to me, was leading a portly, middle-aged man, dressed in a neat suit, walking by. Judging by the proud gait of that middle-aged man, he was either a board member or a high-ranking official from the Education Bureau. Heaven has helped me. I was worried about not having a reason to deal with these unruly brats when they came offering themselves up. You fat kid, this throw of yours might just cost your father half his fortune. My lips curved slightly, almost imperceptibly, then immediately retracted. Just as the eraser was about to hit my forehead, I acted, but not to dodge, but to proactively lean my head forward just a tiny bit. Thwack, a crisp sound rang out, and immediately after, my whole body felt as if hit by a strong punch, staggering back 2 steps, even swaying exaggeratedly in the air, before finally falling with a crash, collapsing onto the classroom floor. Ow! This pathetic cry, tragic, drawn out, full of helplessness and horror. The raucous laughter of the entire class suddenly ceased, falling into dead silence. The chubby kid with the gold chain, who had been shouting for a sausage reward, still held the throwing pose, his face blank with confusion. I didn't even use much force? He looked at his hand, then back at me lying motionless on the floor. A staged accident. This is definitely a staged accident. Just then, bang! The classroom door was violently pushed open. The headmaster, who had been putting on a show outside earlier, now had a deathly pale face, dripping with sweat as he rushed in. Behind him was that portly man, also looking utterly shocked. What's going on? The headmaster's roar cracked. The person Liu Ruyan personally brought was a distant relative of the Liu Corporation. Even though CEO Liu said no special care was needed, if he really believed that, then there was something wrong with his head. He had been in class for less than 5 minutes, and someone had already cracked his head open right under my nose. If word of this reached the ears of Liu Ruyan, that female devil of Jinhai, then this headmaster could be applying phone screen protectors under a bridge tomorrow. Student guy, are you okay? The beautiful homeroom teacher Lai reacted the fastest. Her long legs and high heels reached the side of the podium in just a few steps. She squatted down, helping me up with a panicked look on her face. Because the movement was too big, a sliver of pristine white at the collar of her uniform quivered slightly. Even though I was seriously injured at this moment, as a person with a mature soul, I still politely took another look. The teacher's figure is truly befitting of an educator. This scent isn't bad either. Probably Chanel. Number 5. Thinking that in my heart, on the outside, I held my forehead, my eyes welling up with tears, as if about to fall but not yet falling. I looked extremely pitiful. I tremblingly let go of my hand. On my fair forehead there was indeed a small red patch. Actually, I had taken the opportunity to rub it red myself. Wah, teacher, I'm so dizzy. I weakly leaned into Teacher Li's soft embrace. Teacher Li looked heartbroken. Such a beautiful and well-behaved child, bullied to this extent on his first day. She snapped her head up, her beautiful eyes wide, glaring at that fat kid. Wang Jinbao, what are you doing? This is intentionally harming a classmate. Call your parents to come here right now, immediately, right this instant. That fat kid named Wang Jinbao was used to being arrogant in class, relying on his family's few coal mines. He didn't even respect the teachers. But the scene today, the headmaster and the board of directors were all here. He was also startled. I was just joking with him. Wang Jinbao was stubborn, still arguing stubbornly. Who told him to call me a moron? The headmaster was so angry his hair was about to fall out. He rushed over in a few steps and pointed at Wang Jinbao's nose. Hitting someone with an object is called a joke? Do you know that boy's identity? The headmaster was startled as soon as he finished speaking. CEO Liu had instructed him to act discreetly, so he had to swallow my identity back down. However, although that fatso Wang Jinbao was stupid, his memory was unusually good. He squinted his narrow phoenix eyes, staring intently at my face. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a new continent, he abruptly pointed his finger at me and shouted loudly. I remember now. I was wondering why you look so familiar. I just watched the news last night. Wang Jinbao was extremely excited, as if he had grasped some fatal weakness of mine. Instantly going from panicked to arrogant, he scanned the room and yelled loudly, Everyone, don't be fooled by him. He's not some visiting student. He's that wild kid, Gui Ba from the Gui family. Last night's news exposed everything. His scumbag brother ran off with several $100 million, causing misery for so many investors. Last night my dad was even cursing that no one in their Guy family is any good. They're all big-time scammers. This shout was like a clap of thunder. The little girls who had just felt sorry for me, their gazes towards me instantly changed. The classroom, which had been dead silent just a moment ago, was instantly filled with whispers and contemptuous looks. The girls who had praised me for being handsome before were now holding their noses in disgust. I looked at all of this, my heart cold. These children raised on money had long learned to fawn over the strong and trample on the weak. Wang Jinbao saw the tide turning and became even more arrogant. He put his hands on his hips, shook his leg, the large gold chain on his neck swayed, making people dizzy. Headmaster, on what grounds did you let the younger brother of a scammer into our school? My dad donated money to the school so I could make high-class friends, not to hang out with the relatives of this kind of criminal. If I lose something in the future, am I supposed to blame him for everything? Hurry up and expel him from the school. Yeah, expel him. A few of Wang Jinbao's lackeys also chimed in. The headmaster was so anxious that cold sweat poured down. This situation isn't good. These little brats simply don't know who they've offended. The Guy family may be bankrupt, but this boy is now under Liu Ruyan's protection. Just as the headmaster was about to forcefully suppress these little devils, I reached out with my small, cold hand and gently tugged on the headmaster's hem. The headmaster looked down in confusion and found that I had left Teacher Li's embrace and stood up on my own. I lowered my head, my messy bangs hiding all my emotions. The small figure on the podium looked so lonely. Headmaster, please don't blame them. What they said is true. My older brother really did make a mistake. My family really is bankrupt. This time, just consider it as me, paying back a little on my brother's behalf. I obediently turned towards that arrogant kid, Wang Jinbao, and gave a deep bow. Sorry, I dirtied your eraser. As soon as I said these words, the whole room once again fell silent. Teacher List's eyes turned red. What a sensible child. He was clearly the one being bullied, yet he had to be the one to apologize. This is truly an angel who has descended to the mortal world to suffer, student Guiba. Teacher Li was so pained that she almost rushed over to give Wang Jinbao a beating. However, the moment I bowed my head, the corners of my lips curled into a cold and cruel smile. Very good. You all forced me to do this. I originally wanted to live a low-key life, but since you all insisted on giving me this beautiful, strong, and tragic script, then I won't be polite anymore. Only by lifting you higher will the fall be more painful. Wang Jinbao, right? Family owns a coal mine, right? I secretly reached into my pocket, felt that little black notebook, and my thumb skillfully flipped to a new page. Wang Jinbao, right? Family owns a coal mine, right? I secretly reached into my pocket, felt that little black notebook, and my thumb skillfully flipped to a new page. Target: Wang Jinbao and his family's industries. Crime: publicly humiliating this young master, suspected personal assault, and also being too ugly, polluting my eyes. Additional note, he just said his dad cursed our Gui family as scammers. Very good, then let his dad personally experience what the crushing force of real capitalism is. Revenge countdown. Wait for me to put on a pitiful act first, so Liu Ruyan can see how aggrieved this poor child is. When I raised my head, my face had changed to an expression of being extremely aggrieved, but trying to be strong. Headmaster, I want to sit in that corner. I pointed to the last row of seats in the class, the lonely empty seat next to the trash can. I'm not as noble as everyone else. I'm afraid of dirtying the air here. It's fine if I sit there. This top-tier green tea attack of mine, retreating to advance, is truly a heart-killing move. The headmaster looked at the spot next to the trash can, then at my sensible-looking face, and only felt a chill run down his spine. This child's mind. If CEO Liu found out her little brother was forced to sit next to this trash can. Just as the headmaster was about to refuse, I had already put on my backpack and silently walked towards the corner of the classroom. My steps were very slow. My retreating figure looked extremely desolate. When I walked past the other students, they all avoided me like the plague, moving their desks to one side. Serves him right for knowing his place. Wang Jinbao snorted smugly and sat back down in his seat. I walked to that corner, put down my backpack, then took out a wet wipe from inside and slowly wiped the desk. Perfect, this spot is truly amazing. Far from the podium, with an open view, and I can even lean against the wall to sleep. Most importantly, this feeling of being isolated by the whole world has directly reached its peak. Wait until after school, when Liu Ruyan comes to pick me up and sees this pitiful state of mine. Hehehe, Wang Jinbao. I hope that gold chain of yours will still be wearable then. This whole class. I lay paw on the desk, looking like I was secretly crying in anguish. In reality, I was sleeping soundly. Last night, I was tormented by that female hooligan, Pei Yuan, in all sorts of ways. I basically didn't get a good night's sleep. As for all the students in the class, including the teacher, they all thought that I, this fallen young master, was licking my wounds alone in the corner. Wang Jinbao even occasionally turned his head, making faces and throwing paper balls at my back. The paper balls he threw were all very accurately ignored by me in my sleep. Until the school bell rang, that melodious tune now sounded like a victory song in Wang Jinbao's ears. Hey beggar, Wang Jinbao, carrying his diamond-studded backpack, led a few of his lackeys to my desk and kicked my desk hard. Stop sleeping! School's out, what's wrong? Is it that no one's coming to pick you up? Makes sense, your family's bankrupt after all. You probably can't even afford the bus anymore, right? Do you need this young master to show some mercy and have my driver give you a ride to under the bridge? The surrounding students immediately burst into laughter. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and slowly straightened up. I didn't even bother to look at Wang Jinbao, but slowly packed my backpack. No need. I stuffed that little grudge notebook into my bag and zipped it up. My family will come to pick me up. Ha 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 ha, Wang Jinbao laughed until he swayed. Your family? Are you talking about that wanted brother of yours? Or are you planning to walk home? I put on my backpack and stood up. Although I was half a head shorter than Wang Jinbao, the aura I exuded at this moment made Wang Jinbao feel a wave of pressure for some reason. Move! I said the two words lightly, without any emotional fluctuation, but it was as cold as if I were possessed by Liu Ruyan. Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment, then immediately became angry from embarrassment. You dare order me around? Do you believe I'll make you? Before he could finish his words, outside the classroom, sudden commotion erupted. It was followed by deafening gasps of astonishment. Damn, whose car is that? Why did it drive straight into the school? Where's security? Aren't they managing it? What is there to manage? Look at that license plate, Jing 8888. Who would dare to manage this? All the students rushed to the windows. Below the school building, the road that should have been parked with parents' luxury cars was now cleared out in a large section. A black, extended version Rolls-Royce Phantom was brazenly parked right in front of the main entrance of the school building. The car door opened, and a pair of long, straight legs, clad in black stockings, stepped out first. Immediately after was the woman who made countless financial magazine covers, pale in comparison. The ice queen Liu Ruyan, wearing sunglasses, stood by the car with a cold expression. And in the Ferrari on the other side, Pei Yi-wan, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, still couldn't hide that deadly charm, chewing gum as she irritably slammed the car door. The roads in this crappy school are so narrow. It almost scratched my car's paint. The whole school was in an uproar. Everyone was glued to the window panes, their eyes about to pop out. Wang Jinbao also squeezed himself at the window, looking downstairs at the top-tier lineup that could only be seen on TV. His drool was about to come out. Wow, so beautiful. Who are they here to pick up? It must be the child of some big shot in our school. It would be great if I could get to know them. I stood behind him, adjusting my collar, a playful smile on my lips. Excuse me. I gently pushed aside Wang Jinbao, who was standing dumbfounded in front of me. My sisters are here to pick me up. And also, student Wang. I turned my head to look at the fat kid who was still in a daze. Remember to tell your dad to eat lots of good food. After all, he might not be able to afford it later. After saying that, I put on that unremarkable little backpack under the dumbfounded gazes of the entire class and swaggered out of the classroom, leaving behind a completely petrified Wang Jinbao. What did he just say? Those are his sisters? Liu Ruyan is his sister? Pei Yiwan is also his sister? Thud, the backpack in Wang Jinbao's hand fell to the ground. He suddenly felt his legs go a little weak. This wasn't kicking an iron plate. This was clearly kicking a nuclear missile silo. Thud, the backpack in Wang Jinbao's hand fell to the ground. He suddenly felt his legs go a little weak. This wasn't kicking an iron plate. This was clearly kicking a nuclear missile silo. The next morning, Wang Jinbao, with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, walked into the classroom. He had a nightmare last night, dreaming he was thrown into a shark tank by Liu Ruyan and then trampled underfoot by Pei Yiwan's high heels. Wang Jinbao sat on his chair, munching on a meat bun while mumbling to his lackeys. That's Liu Ruyan, the female devil of Jinhai, and also Pei Yiwan, the top celebrity in the entertainment industry. Would these 2 great Buddhas come to pick up a bankrupt, dirt-poor kid? It must be an act, it's fake, the lackey next to him immediately chimed in. That's right, Brother Bao. I heard there are some really impressive car rental companies now. You can even rent a Rolls-Royce. That driver was probably just an extra. When Wang Jinbao heard this, his back immediately straightened. The logic checked out. It must be you, this kid, for the sake of face, spent the last of your family's savings to stage this grand show of borrowing a car to show off. Damn it, I was almost fooled by this kid. Wang Jinbao fiercely bit into his meat bun, his face full of grease. You dare to mess with this young master? If I don't make you cry and call me daddy today, then my surname isn't Wang. As he was speaking, a small figure appeared at the classroom door. I was carrying that very cheap-looking backpack, which was actually a little-known, high-end brand, the discreetly luxurious type, and walked in with short steps. Today I looked even more well-behaved, my white shirt buttoned up to the very top button, my tie neatly tied without a single flaw. My small, fair, and rosy face, like jade, was so fair it seemed to glow in the morning sun. Wang Jinbao gave his lackey a look. That guy understood, took the 502 superglue, and sneakily crept over to my seat. Sssss. With a sound, the entire tube of glue was squeezed onto my chair, and it was the fast-drying kind. Wang Jinbao peeked from afar. The corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Hey, sit down. As long as you plop down, these pants are as good as ruined. Then I'll have you stand up and be a laughingstock in front of everyone. You'll see who in the class isn't curious about what underwear you're wearing. I walked to my seat. My radar-like eyes scanned the chair in 0.1 seconds. Ha! A childish trick like 502 glue from the last century, only a single-celled organism, like Wang Jinbao, could think of it. I sneered inwardly, but my face was expressionless. Of course I could choose not to sit. I could even flip the chair over onto his pig head. But what's the fun in that? What is the essence of the satisfying web novel genre? Isn't it suppressing first and then exploding later? First, I have to show enough of the victim's weakness. I looked down at the pants I was wearing today. These were the pants that Liu Ruyan specially sought out, a master Italian craftsman to hand tailor, the fabric mixed with gold thread, a pair of pants that cost 88,000. If they were ruined, with Liu Ruyan's protective and grudge-holding personality, the small abacus in my heart immediately started clicking. The 88,000 pants, plus the Liu Corporation's pride fee, plus the fee for my fragile, emotional damage. Wang Jinbao, this tube of glue of yours won't be settled without a house in the school district. I didn't hesitate at all. I even deliberately adjusted my posture to ensure my butt made maximum contact with the chair. Then with a plop, I sat down hard, firm, precise, ruthless. I even shifted back and forth to let the glue and fabric blend completely, achieving a state of inseparable fusion. Wang Jinbao in the distance was so excited he almost jumped up. He covered his mouth, letting out a laugh, strange as a duck being strangled. All right, all morning, I appeared extremely calm. I didn't even move my butt once. Until the end of the second period, Wang Jinbao led a group of people to surround me. Hey beggar! Wang Jinbao kicked my desk. His limited edition sneakers left a dirty mark. The teacher is calling you to carry the workbooks. Why aren't you moving? Did a nail grow on your butt? The surrounding students immediately roared with laughter. Everyone knew there was something on the chair, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I slowly raised my head, those big round eyes immediately filled with innocence and fear, just like a scared little white rabbit. I'm not feeling well. I want to rest a bit. Rest my ass. Wang Jinbao reached out and pulled my arm. Stop pretending to be weak here. Get up for me. His pull was very strong. I followed the force and stood up. Rip! Everyone's eyes immediately focused on my backside. My 88,000 custom-tailored trousers, the fabric at the butt was torn, stuck fast to the chair. My little bear print cotton underwear inside was clearly exposed. Ha 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 ha! The whole class immediately erupted in thunderous laughter. Wang Jinbao laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears streaming down his face. Oh man, damn it, little bear underwear. Have you been weaned yet? Still wearing such childish stuff? Hurry up and look. The little young master of the Gi family has ripped his pants. Flashes went off one after another. Several students took out their phones and frantically took photos and videos. I stood frozen on the spot, my small face flushed red. Of course, it was from me holding my breath. I panicked and used my hands to cover my back. Large teardrops like beans rolled down. You guys are too much. These are the new pants my sister bought for me, but right now I was laughing secretly in my heart. Very good. This effect is exactly what I wanted. Go ahead and laugh your hearts out. However arrogantly you laugh now is how miserably you'll cry later. Wang Jinbao. Oh, Wang Jinbao, congratulations, you have personally torn up a BMW 5 Series. Wang Jinbao clearly still hadn't realized the severity of the problem. He even felt that this wasn't exciting enough. That was my literature book. On it were notes I had taken very carefully, along with a portrait of my sister that I had drawn on the cover. It was something I was planning to give to Pei Yiwan. Although the strokes are still childish, you can see it was made with a lot of heart. Well, learning how to draw now, are we? Wang Jinbao glanced at the drawing and sneered disdainfully. What kind of monstrous thing did you draw? It's hideous. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rip. He tore the book in half. That drawing was torn to shreds, fluttering to the ground like snow. My pupils suddenly contracted. This time it wasn't an act. That was the treasure I was using to make my arrogant second sister, Pei Yuan, happy. It took me forever to draw something that barely resembled a person. Very well, Wang Jinbao. You're courting death. I lunged forward, wanting to snatch back those scraps of paper. Don't tear my book. That's for my sister. Get out of the way. Wang Jinbao pushed back. My small body couldn't withstand it at all, and the momentum sent me crashing into the corner of the desk. A loud thud rang out. My small arm was instantly cut with a long, bloody gash. Fresh blood oozed out, staining the cuff of my pristine white shirt red. At that very moment, the laughter in the classroom abruptly stopped. Wang Jinbao was also stunned. Seeing the blood on my arm, he felt a little panicked. But he still puffed out his chest and yelled, "You ran into it yourself! Are you trying to frame me?" I fell to the ground, but I didn't cry out loud. I just silently picked up the pieces of the torn drawing from the floor, carefully cupping them in my palm. Then I slowly raised my head. I didn't say a single word, just staring like that made Wang Jinbao's hair stand on end. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. "What are you looking at? Look again and it'll gouge your eyes out." Wang Jinbao shouted a few threatening curses, then hastily led his minions away. I sat on the floor, looking at the wound on my arm and then at my ruined pants. The corners of my lips slowly curled into a ruthless smile. Taking out the small black notebook, I added the following record. Criminal Wang Jinbao, charges upgraded. 1. Ruined a pair of custom-tailored trousers, personally chosen by Liu Ruyan. Value, 88,000. Suggested compensation for emotional distress, 10 times the amount. 2. Tore up a portrait meant as a gift for superstar Pei Yiwan. Art is priceless. Suggest calculating damages based on Pei Yiwan's appearance fee. Starting price, 2 million. 3. Intentional injury, causing harm to this young master's precious body. Conclusion. Recommend directly applying for the Wang family's bankruptcy and asset liquidation. The school bell rang. The school gate was still bustling with luxury cars. I didn't wear my school bag. The strap was broken. I hugged that pile of scraps, dragging my feet and pants with a huge hole torn in them, and limped outside. The blood on my arm had dried. A dark red streak on the shirt looked terrifying. I looked like a little refugee boy who had just escaped from a POW camp, in stark contrast to the rich kids, shining brightly around me. Hey, isn't that Gui Ba? How did he end up like this? Serves him right. Who told him to provoke Brother Bao? The surrounding chatter was incessant. Suddenly, an engine's deep, fierce roar, a fiery red Ferrari sped straight into the school square. Pei Yuan took off the sunglasses that covered half her face, revealing a stunning face that could make every young man in the country go crazy. Who is Gui Ba? Pei Yuan's voice was very loud, carrying a defiant air that bowed to no one. The surrounding students and parents were all stunned. Pei Yuan, oh my god! It's really her, even more beautiful than on TV? Pei Yuan completely ignored those screams. Her eyes scanned the crowd, and finally, saw the small figure huddled in a corner. She saw the tattered pants, saw the half-exposed underwear, and moreover, that blood-stained arm. The cute, soft little boy who, when leaving the house this morning, had hugged her leg calling her pretty sister, was me. Now he was being bullied so miserably. She took long strides, quickly walking up to me. Slowly, she knelt down, looking at me as I hung my head, not daring to look at her. "Who did this?" Her voice deepened considerably. Large tears fell right on cue. I held up the scraps of paper in my hand to her, my voice choked with sobs. "Sister, I'm sorry. I ruined the drawing for you. I couldn't protect it." Looking at this pile of scraps, and then at the wounds all over my body, and I was still apologizing. Pei Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. She pulled me into her arms, hugging me tightly. She didn't care at all if the filthy glue stain would dirty her 10,000 yuan leather jacket. Silly boy. Who cares about that torn drawing? Pei Yuan shot up, shielding me behind her. She scanned her surroundings, and finally, her gaze landed on Wang Jinbao, who was preparing to sneak into his Mercedes van. Pei Yuan raised her hand, her bright red fingernail pointing straight at Wang Jinbao. "You, the fatty dressed like a gas tank, get your ass over here for me." Wang Jinbao was so scared his fat trembled. He looked up in terror. Outside the car, Pei Yuan stood with one hand on her hip, a cold smile on her beautiful face that made one's hair stand on end. "Trying to run?" Pei Yuan chewed her gum, her tone deceptively light. "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Didn't you want to make someone eat dirt? Come on, show me how you're going to make my little brother eat dirt." Wang Jinbao was so scared that snot bubbled from his nose. That's Pei Yuan, the mudslide of the entertainment industry, the one who dares to catch snakes with her bare hands on variety shows, who dares to fight the heavens, the earth, and the air. The parents who were there to pick up their kids also stopped, taking out their phones to start filming. This was exclusive breaking news in Jinghai City. Just then, a group of people in uniform from the school building rushed out. Leading them was the balding, sweating headmaster, followed by the head of the grade and the sycophantic head of security. Miss Pei, please have mercy." The headmaster ran so fast his shoes almost fell off, panting as he rushed to the car. He spread his arms to block Pei Yuan, as if he were protecting some kind of treasure. "A misunderstanding? This is all just a misunderstanding." The Dean of Education forced a pained smile. "That's right, Miss Pei. It's normal for kids to play around. They just got a little carried away." "Playing?" Pei Yuan, who had been twirling her sunglasses, suddenly stopped. She slowly turned her head, looking the Dean of Education up and down. "You call this playing?" Pei Yuan pointed her finger at me standing behind her. I stood pitifully 2 meters away. The blood on my white shirt had turned a dark red. The large hole in the back of my pants fluttered in the wind, vaguely revealing a tiny bottom wearing cartoon bear underwear. And the bruise on my arm was from hitting the corner of the desk just now. "Ah, let me play with you for a bit then." Pei Yuan suddenly took a step forward, scaring the Dean of Education 3 steps back. "I'll pull your pants down and glue you to a chair, then I'll cut your arm and let it bleed. After that, I'll say it's to strengthen our bond. Would you be happy?" The Dean of Education's face turned green, stammering without being able to say a word. Miss Pei, this is not the same. How is it not the same?" Pei Yuan pressed relentlessly. "Is it because his father owns a mine? Or do you think my little brother is easy to bully?" At this moment, the head of the grade who had been silent until now pushed up his glasses, his expression impartial. "Miss Pei, although your brother is slightly injured, according to our understanding, it was because he himself was not careful." Before he could finish speaking, I reached out my small, cold hand and timidly tugged the hem of Pei Yuan's expensive leather jacket. Pei Yuan looked down, just in time to see my small, tear-streaked face looking up at her. My big, round eyes were filled with tears, about to fall but not yet falling. My eyelashes were still trembling slightly. It was as if the word aggrieved was written all over my face. "Sister, don't be angry," I sniffled, my soft voice thick with a nasal tone. "The teacher is right. It's because I wasn't careful. It was because I wasn't looking where I was going that I bumped into classmate Wang's hand. It was also because I was careless that my pants got glue on them." That's right, I thought to myself. For this reverse victim-blaming move, I have to give myself full marks. With Pei Yuan's explosive temper, she'll definitely detonate on the spot after hearing this. I lowered my head, my 2 small hands twisting together. My voice got softer and softer, and then, classmate Wang's family is very rich. Even headmaster uncle is afraid of his dad. Sister, please don't offend people for my sake. It really doesn't hurt, really. As I spoke, I deliberately and clumsily hid my injured arm behind my back. This gesture, this demeanor, it's truly a textbook-level green tea performance. The gossiping parents watching from the sidelines heard this, and their hearts all broke. Oh my God, this child is so sensible. He was clearly bullied, but still has to speak up for others. What kind of school is this? So corrupt. When Pei Yuan heard my words, she just felt a surge of hot blood rush straight to her head. She felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. Pei Yuan immediately swore. She pulled me in front of her and knelt down. Her wild eyes were now bloodshot. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch the wound on my arm, but was afraid of hurting me. Her hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. "Who taught you to say such nonsense?" Pei Yuan's voice seemed to be trembling. "What do you mean you bumped into it yourself? What do you mean don't offend people for my sake? Listen up." Pei Yuan suddenly stood up, yanked off her designer silk scarf, and roughly wrapped it around my bleeding arm to stop the bleeding. Although her movements were rough, they exuded a panicked carefulness. In this Jinghai city, only others fear us. There is no reason for us to fear others. She suddenly turned around, glaring at the headmaster and the dean, who were scared stiff. "Is this what you call an aristocratic education? Is this what you collect? Millions in tuition fees to teach? I think this school shouldn't even be open. Turn it into a pig farm. After all, it's just a bunch of pigs anyway." The headmaster wiped his cold sweat, his legs trembling. "Miss Pei, we will definitely handle this matter seriously." "Handle my ass." Pei Yuan wasn't listening at all. Her anger meter was full at this point. She had to find a place to unleash her ultimate move. Besides, this matter was too big. It wasn't satisfying enough for her to be angry alone. She had to summon the true ruling deity. Pei Yuan took out her phone, but she didn't dial a number, but yelled directly at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was still parked motionlessly not far away. This yell was full of power. Its penetrating force was explosive. "Liu Ruyan, are you hatching an egg in that car? Your little brother's been bullied so badly his pants are ripped, his butt is showing, and he's bleeding all over. Are you going to do something about it? If not, I'm taking him with me, and from now on, his last name will be Pei." The entire school fell dead silent. I stood behind Pei Yuan, the corners of my mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Big sister, your voice is truly a portable megaphone, but this move to summon the divine beast is absolutely brilliant." Liu Ruyan, that proud woman, probably wanted to continue acting cold, waiting until Pei Yuan was done, to come out and dominate the scene. But now, great. She was directly put on a frying pan by Pei Yuan. If she doesn't come out right now, this label of not caring about her brother's life or death will be impossible to remove. Sure enough, the next second, the back door of the black Rolls-Royce Phantom, which looked like a fortress, slowly opened. Liu Ruyan casually took off her sunglasses. Her cold gaze swept lightly over the crowd. The noisy school gate immediately fell silent. She took long, unhurried strides. The crowd unconsciously made way for her. Even Wang Jinbao, who was so arrogant moments ago, was now so scared he was curled up in the car, trembling. He didn't dare to breathe loudly. Liu Ruyan walked up to Pei Yuan and me. She first glanced at the headmaster slumped on the ground, her gaze as cold as a knife. Immediately after, her gaze fell upon me. From my torn school bag to the blood-soaked silk scarf on my arm, finally stopping on the 88,000 yuan custom-tailored trousers with a large hole torn in the butt, revealing the cartoon bear underwear. Liu Ruyan's eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She had personally used a measuring tape to custom-tailor these trousers for me last night. That old Italian tailor even praised my beautiful leg shape. Now they were in such a tattered state. Who did this? Liu Ruyan's voice was deceptively light. Pei Yuan crossed her arms and jutted her chin towards the Mercedes. "They're that gas tank who locked himself in the car, along with this bunch of useless, sycophantic teachers." "Oh, right." Pei Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something and added another blow. "This brat also boasted that his father owns a mine, saying what's the big deal about the Liu family. Liu Ruyan, he is openly challenging your status in the industry." I lowered my head, my shoulders shaking uncontrollably, trying to hold back laughter. I thought to myself, the ability to instigate of Pei Yuan is truly top-notch. Wang Jinbao basically never said what's the big deal about the Liu family, but it doesn't matter anyway. After all, those mines of the Wang family will have to be named Liu from today onwards. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan just slightly raised an eyebrow. She didn't look at Wang Jinbao cowering in the car at all. She turned around, her gaze landing on the profusely sweating headmaster. Her tone was as calm as if she were discussing the weather. "Headmaster Zhang, I recall the Liu Group donated a library and 2 laboratories to your esteemed school last year, correct?" The headmaster nodded tremblingly. Yes, thank you, Xiao Liu. Then tear them down." Liu Ruyan's voice was as cold as water. "What?" The headmaster thought he misheard, his eyes widening in shock. "I said tear them down." Liu Ruyan elegantly adjusted her cuff and casually added, "Since this school cannot even guarantee the most basic safety for its students, then these facilities no longer need to exist." Also, she raised her wrist to look at her watch, notify the board of directors. An emergency meeting will be held in 10 minutes. There is only one item on the agenda, regarding the complete purge of the management of St. Alistairton School. And Liu Ruyan paused for a moment, her gaze finally turning towards the Mercedes. "Terminate all cooperation with the Wang's Mining Company and immediately conduct a compliance check on the Wang's Mining Company's capital chain." After speaking, Liu Ruyan turned around, ignoring everyone else. She walked straight up to me, looked at me still holding my bottom, and suddenly, she bent down under everyone's astonished gazes. She picked up the filthy me without any disgust. I was domineeringly picked up by her with one arm, my body instantly suspended. The unique cold cedar scent on her body wrapped around the tip of my nose. Let's go home. She only said these two words, then carried me in her high heels towards the Rolls-Royce. Behind, there was only a mess and a group of unlucky people about to go bankrupt. I lay on her shoulder, secretly opened my eyes to look at Wang Jinbao, who had fainted from fear, and the ashen-faced headmaster. My small hand hugged her neck tightly, the corners of my lips curling into a wicked, triumphant smile. I felt incredibly refreshed. This is the treatment of a cool story's main character, but I suddenly felt my butt getting cold. Her hand was perfectly positioned to support me through the small bare underwear, and I could still feel the warmth from her palm. I complained wildly in my heart. Big sister, your hand placement is a little off, and me, my butt is really cold right now. 30 minutes earlier, top floor of the Liu Group headquarters, Jinghai City CBD. On both sides of the conference table were industry elites, including a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed partners. On the table was a $3 billion cross-border merger. The only sound in the air was the rustling of flipping documents. Liu Ruyan sat at the head of the table, spinning a Mont Blanc fountain pen in one hand. CO Liu, regarding the profit distribution of the third clause. The foreign representative opposite had just opened his mouth when he fell silent. Liu Ruyan didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. There's a problem with the third clause. Rewrite it in 3 minutes. Just as everyone was holding their breath, afraid of angering this female devil, buzz, buzz. Her private phone, which had been silent for 10,000 years, vibrated. The entire meeting room fell dead silent. All the senior executives silently mourned for the person on the other end of the line. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly, glancing at the caller ID. That troublesome actress, Pei Yiwan. Her eyebrow twitched violently. Although the two of them lived under the same roof, it was always a case of two kings not meeting, unless something had happened to me at home. Liu Ruyan didn't hesitate. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she answered the call and put it on speaker. Liu Ruyan, where's that egg you're hatching? The piercing roar of Pei Yiwan echoed throughout the meeting room. Your little brother's been beaten until his pants ripped, his butt is showing, and he's bleeding all over. Are you going to do something? If not, I'm taking him with me. And from now on, his last name will be Pei. A snap. The Mont Blanc fountain pen in Liu Ruyan's hand broke in two. The meeting room was dead silent. The foreign representative was even more bewildered. Although he didn't understand Chinese, he knew the severity of the situation. He suddenly bent down. The hands that had signed billions in contracts reached out slightly. Amidst everyone's surprise, Liu Ruyan slowly stood up and coldly uttered 2 words. Meeting adjourned, Miss Liu. Kyo Liu, this is a $3 billion project. All it needs is a signature. Before the assistant could finish speaking, she cut him off. Do you not understand human language? Liu Ruyan glanced coldly, casually tossing the priceless contract straight into the paper shredder. Get the car. She strode out quickly in her high heels. At the door, she stopped. She thought, during rush hour, the traffic in Jinghai would be maddeningly congested. No. She turned back, a hint of madness in her eyes. Get the helicopter ready. Where are we going? Siaju asked subconsciously. St. Alistairton Elementary School. 5 minutes later, a black private helicopter with the Liu Corporation logo roared as it took off from the top of the building under everyone's astonished gazes. The massive roar tore through the tranquility of Jinghai City. Liu Ruyan sat in the cabin, wearing noise-canceling headphones, her hand tightly gripping that phone. Pei Yiwan's words echoed in her mind. Torn pants, bleeding, Wang Jinbao. She looked out the window, the clouds rushing past. Very good, it seems the Liu family has been too low-key lately. All sorts of riffraff dare to climb on our heads and act presumptuously. Back to the present. In the spacious rear cabin, which was like a palace, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly strange. I was in an extremely embarrassing position, lying face down on Liu Ruyan's lap. There was a large tear in the back of my pants. To avoid exposure and touching the wound, Liu Ruyan forced me to maintain this position, while her hand was still supporting my little butt. Help, is this workplace harassment? Although I volunteered to be a kept man, this is taking it too far. Also, Liu Ruyan, aren't you a germaphobe? My pants are covered in dust and glue. Don't you find it dirty? I buried my small, blushing face into the genuine leather seat, wriggling my body, trying to escape that devilish hand. Don't move. Liu Ruyan's cold voice came from above. If you move again, I'll throw you out. I immediately became obedient. Okay. My dear sponsor, whatever you say goes. Touch away. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh anyway. As long as the money's right, my whole body is yours. Just then, the car door was yanked open. Scoot over a bit. Without a word, Pei Yiwan squeezed right in. Her long, leather-clad legs almost kicked Liu Ruyan's expensive trousers. Who let you in the car? Liu Ruyan frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. This car is practically a powder keg now. Hey, I'm talking to you, Liu Ruyan. Do you have any shame? Pei Yuan took off her sunglasses, flicking her voluminous curly hair. A moment ago at the school gate, you were pretending to be a decent person, and now you close the car door wanting to have him all to yourself? Get your claws off him? Is that a place you should be touching? That's not mine. That's our little brother's private area. You're a germaphobe, have you forgotten? Aren't you afraid of getting an infection and dying? Not only did Liu Ruyan not let go, but she even applied more pressure, pushing me back down. She gave Pei Yuan a cold glance, her eyes holding 30% mockery, 30% coldness, and 40% indifference. I am the boy's first legal guardian. I'm checking his wound. What about you? Liu Ruyan looked up and down at Pei Yuan's wild leather outfit, dressed like a bar dancer. Aren't you afraid of corrupting a child? What's wrong with a bar dancer? It's fashion. It's trendy. What the hell do you know? Besides, I want to check the wound too. As she spoke, Pei Yuan reached out to pull me. Ouch! I let out a timely cry, my voice soft, whining, and a little tearful, instantly interrupting the two women's prelude to a fight. Sisters, it hurts. My cry of pain was like a ceasefire agreement. The two she-devils, who were as tense as violin strings a moment ago, immediately transformed into gentle big sisters. Where does it hurt? Did we touch the wound? Pei Yuan also stopped moving recklessly, her face full of worry. She moved closer. Don't be scared. We'll let Nki take a look when we get home. That girl has a sharp tongue, but her medical skills are decent. Although Liu Ruyan said nothing, the hand on my butt clearly stiffened, her movements becoming gentler, even giving a couple of gentle rubs through my underwear. I was speechless inside. Big sister, with this technique, are you treating me like the Persian cat you own? However, I must say this feeling is quite comfortable. Liu Ruyan from the car's refrigerator took out a bottle of Evian mineral water and also pulled out a wet wipe. She twisted the cap, poured a little water on the wet wipe, then pulled my dirty little hand over and wiped off the dirt and glue from it. Pei Yuan stood beside them watching, initially planning to make a few sarcastic remarks, but seeing my obedient appearance, she swallowed her words. Today's incident isn't over. Pei Yuan suddenly spoke up. That Wang family, I've had people investigate them. Just because they have a little dirty money, they don't even know their own surname anymore. I've asked my manager to inform all partners that for any project the Wang family invests in, I, Pei Yuan, would rather pay the penalty than take it. As for those kids who were taking pictures and watching the show, I've already had people record all their IDs. As she spoke, Pei Yuan took a lollipop out of her bag, unwrapped it, and stuck it in my mouth. Is it sweet? Sucking on the lollipop, I nodded vigorously. Thank you, Sister Pei. Although this artificial sugar flavor is a bit strong, I have to praise her this time. This protective nature of Pei Yuan's is worth befriending. Liu Ruyan finished wiping one of my hands and then used another wet wipe for the other. Hearing what Pei Yuan said, she didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Childish. Pei Yuan immediately bristled. Who are you calling childish? Such a low-level blacklisting tactic only makes you look useless. Liu Ruyan threw the used wet wipe into the trash. The capital chain of Wang's mining subsidiary depends on loans from 3 banks. I've already instructed the finance department to suspend the Liu Corporation's major savings accounts at 2 of them, the 2 banks, to apply pressure. Furthermore, I've had someone send to the Bureau of Land and Resources a report about their illegal mining. Around tomorrow morning, the Wang family will receive from the court a summons and notice of asset seizure. After Liu Ruyan finished speaking, she pulled a document from her briefcase. It was the backup copy of the $3 billion merger that had been torn up. She casually placed the document under my knee so my skin wouldn't get scratched on the genuine leather seat. Pei Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. Although she was extremely unwilling to admit it, when it came to destroying someone's entire family, Liu Ruyan was indeed more professional than her. Pei Yuan pouted, muttering resentfully, "You're truly vicious. But that school must be demolished. It's an eyesore just looking at it. The engineering team has been arranged." Liu Ruyan replied coolly. "Tomorrow they will start. It will be converted into a racecourse." "A racecourse?" Pei Yuan's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. I can take our little brother horseback riding in the future." Lying on her lap, listening to these 2 women casually decide the downfall of a wealthy clan and the fate of a century-old prestigious school. As soon as the car stopped, without waiting for the driver to open the door, Liu Ruyan directly carried me out of the car, still in that domineering one-armed hold. Pei Yuan followed behind, carrying my torn school bag, humming a little song as she walked to the villa gate. I saw a woman in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leaning against the door frame. The moment that woman saw me, her eyes lit up. She pushed up her glasses, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "Oh, it seems the injury isn't light. Your butt has blossomed. Come here and let Big Sister see if it needs to be amputated." Amputated? I was instantly dumbfounded. "Big Sister, it's just a minor scrape. Are all you women missing a screw?" Liu Ruyan walked over coldly. "Not that scalpel. And Qi, put away your perverted tricks. Treat the boy's wound, if it leaves a scar. Liu Ruyan paused for a moment, looking down at my trembling self. I will cut off the second half of the year's funding for your research institute. The scalpel in Qi's hand spun beautifully. As you command, my dear sponsor. She came to stand in front of me and reached out a hand that reeked of disinfectant to pinch my cheek. Her eyes sparkled with the same excitement as when seeing a lab rat. Little brother, don't be scared. My injections hurt a lot. Right now, her gaze was not at all like she was looking at a patient, but more like she was looking at a piece of fresh, juicy, premium steak. Sister and Qi. I shrank my neck, trying my best to burrow into Liu Ruyan's embrace. I think I can still be saved. There's no need for amputation, right? Help, this woman is definitely a pervert. That look she just gave me made my kidneys ache. Liu Ruyan, stop playing dead, save me, as if she heard my inner plea. Liu Ruyan. She shifted slightly, subtly blocking Qi. That invasive stare. Don't scare the boy. Liu Ruyan's voice was still cold, but it carried a hint of warning. As if she heard my inner plea. Liu Ruyan. She shifted slightly, subtly blocking Qi. That invasive stare. Don't scare the boy. Liu Ruyan's voice was still cold, but it carried a hint of warning. Coward, coward. Qi chuckled softly and put away her scalpel. She walked closer, her high heels clicking as she reached out to lift my chin. Her fingers were cold and smelled of disinfectant. So timid, yet you dare to fight at school? So timid, yet you dare to make that 300-pound fatty faint from anger? Kid, I've seen the video Pei Yuan posted, and Qi leaned close to my ear, her warm breath brushing against my sensitive earlobe. Not a bad performance, little green tea. My whole body instantly froze. Damn it, does this woman have mind-reading powers? Or was my acting too over the top? Whatever, as long as I play dead, no one can wake me up. I decisively buried my face, hugging Liu Ruyan's neck tightly, and even threw in a couple of shivers for good measure. Just then, a screech of brakes tore through the tranquility of the villa area. I saw a yellow Maybach arrogantly speeding towards the gate, almost crashing into Liu Ruyan's Rolls-Royce. The car door opened, and a bald man, twice the size of Wang Jinbao, rolled out of the car. I recognized him. It was Wang Dafu, Wang Jinbao's father, the big shot of the family. He was sweating profusely. He must have received a call saying the Liu Corporation had gone crazy and was launching an all-out assault on the Wang family's industries. Wang Dafu was scared out of his wits and sped here. CEO Liu, please wait. I watched Wang Dafu scramble and crawl his way over, but he was blocked by two towering bodyguards. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Dafu waved a checkbook in his hand, shouting loudly. It's just kids fighting. Is it really worth all this? I'll cover all of your esteemed young master guy's medical expenses. I'll reserve him a VIP room at the best private school in Jinghai, the best hospital in Jinghai, and compensation of 5 million? No, 10 million. Liu Ruyan stopped and turned around. She looked down from her superior height at the frantic nouveau riche man. 10 million? Liu Ruyan sneered mockingly. CEO Wang, do you think I, Liu Ruyan, am short of this 10 million? Wang Dafu was stunned. He wiped the greasy sweat from his face. CEO Liu, one should always leave a way out so we can meet again in the future. For a kid from a bankrupt family, is it really worth going against our Wang family? Wang Dafu pointed at me, his tone turning contemptuous. Everyone knows about this brat. He's the younger brother of that useless runaway fiancé from the Gui family. The Guy family has already gone bankrupt and been liquidated. He's just an unwanted item used to pay off a debt. There's no need for you to do this over something like him. A sharp slap cut off Wang Dafu's babbling. I realized it wasn't Liu Ruyan who hit him, nor was it Pei Yuan. It was Qi who had been watching the show from the side, and Qi who was just elegantly playing with a scalpel moments ago. Now, from who knows where, she had produced a brick or some kind of medical plaster block in her hand. In any case, its hardness was terrifying. With this one blow, half of Wang Dafu's face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Wang Dafu clutched his face, screaming in agony. You dare to hit me? Your mouth stinks. Just helping you disinfect it. And Qi disdainfully tossed the brick to a bodyguard and took out a wet wipe to clean her hands. In medicine, this is called physical anesthesia. Wang Dafu was trembling with rage, pointing at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, is this how you treat your guests? For an outsider? For an abandoned child of the Guy family? Do you really want to sever all ties with me? Liu Ruyan adjusted me slightly in her arms. The movement was gentle, but when she looked up, she fixed her gaze on Wang Dafu. An outsider? Liu Ruyan took a step forward. The crisp sound of her high heels on the ground made Wang Dafu subconsciously take 2 steps back. Wang Dafu, you listen to me carefully. Liu Ruyan's voice wasn't loud, but each word struck Wang Dafu's head like a hammer. The Guy family is indeed bankrupt, but now, this boy's surname is Liu. The entire space fell silent. I was also stunned, secretly raising my head to look at Liu Ruyan. Damn, I thought to myself. Big sister, that line was so cool, although I know she did it for the sake of her reputation. But for this act of protection, I must give her 101 points. The extra point is so she won't get arrogant. Liu Ruyan reached out to fix my messy hair. In this city of Jinghai, only I am allowed to bully this boy. Anyone who touches a single hair on his head, I will chop off their hand. Anyone who makes him unhappy, I will make their entire family unhappy for the rest of their lives. After saying that, I watched Liu Ruyan, without turning back, wave towards the bodyguards. Throw him a little further away, don't dirty the ground at the gate. Also, inform the legal department to add a few more lawsuits. I want the Wang family within 1 month to completely disappear from Jinghai City. Yes, young miss. I heard the bodyguards respond in unison. Then, like dragging a dead dog, they carried the wailing Wang Defu and dragged him away. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Pei Yuan clapped her hands on the side with an expression like she was watching a good show. That's some serious boss energy. This line from CEO Liu is even more satisfying than my female lead movie scripts. However, Pei Yuan glanced at my still bleeding knee. Shouldn't we take this little ancestor inside first? If we don't treat it soon, the wound is going to heal on its own. Ann Qi pushed up her glasses. That's right. Let's go, little brother. I'll take you for a physical examination. I could hear that she intentionally emphasized the word examination and the word physical. Instantly, a cold chill shot up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. No, I'm not going. I feel like I can still be saved. So where's Wang Dafu? Don't go. Let's talk about that 5 million again. However, my protests were useless. I was carried by Liu Ruyan straight through the luxurious living room and taken directly to the private clinic in the basement. Put him on there. And Qi wore sterile clothing and put on rubber gloves. Liu Ruyan placed me on the bed. Lie on your stomach. Take off your pants. I clutched the waistband of my pants with both hands. My face was filled with horror as I looked at the 3 women surrounding the bed. Liu Ruyan stood watching coldly. Pei Yuan was holding her phone, ready to take a commemorative photo, and Qi was holding a large pair of scissors, gesturing menacingly towards my pants. Can we be a little more civilized about this? I tried to reason with them. It's just a scraped knee. Why do I have to take off my pants? Because there's a hole torn in the back of your pants. And Qi pointed at me with a grin. Your cartoon bear underwear is showing. To prevent infection, we must carry out a thorough disinfection. Be a good boy and listen. Otherwise, I'll use these scissors to cut your pants off. As she spoke, the scissors in Qi's hand made a snapping sound, snipping close to my thigh. Damn it, you crazy woman. This is attempted murder, I thought to myself. So this is the legendary life of the rich and powerful. I want to go home. I want my mom. From the villa's basement came my miserable scream. 10 minutes later, the clinic door opened. I limped out. Actually, there's nothing wrong with my leg. It's mainly that my psyche has been severely traumatized. Plus, I got a tetanus shot in my butt and it's still numb now. But my little face wore an expression of, I'm very strong, I'm not crying. In my hand, I clutched a lollipop that Qi gave me. All right, stop pretending. Pei Yuan came over, putting an arm around my shoulder. Let me take you to eat something delicious to calm your nerves. What do you want to eat? A Manchuhan imperial feast or a grand French banquet? As long as it exists on this earth, I can get it for you. I sniffled and looked up at the 3 big sisters who had just tormented me. Although these 3 women were each abnormal in their own way, but just now Liu Ruyan stood at the door, shielding me. She said the words, the boy's surname is Liu, in front of me. I felt a sense of security. I thought to myself, oh well, since they protect me like this, I guess I'll reluctantly continue to live this life of a freeloader. Anyway, I glanced at the text message that just popped up on the phone. Your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 1 million yuan. Note, pocket money. My eyes instantly lit up. All the previous grievances and horror vanished into thin air because of this string of zeros. I immediately switched to a deathly sweet smiling face, turned around and hugged Liu Ruyan's thigh tightly. Sister Ruyan is the best. I like Sister Ruyan the most. I want to eat braised pork belly tonight. Can you make it for me? Liu Ruyan looked down at me. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Cook? She could count the number of times she'd been in a kitchen in her life on one hand. The last time she made instant noodles, she almost blew up the kitchen. But looking at me, the word no circled around her lips and finally turned into one word. Wait. Pei Yuan was laughing her head off beside her. Ha ha ha, Liu Ruyan is cooking, little brother. Do you want to destroy our newly renovated kitchen? Come on, and Qi, quick, get the fire extinguisher. There's going to be a good show to watch tonight. In the kitchen, Liu Ruyan, the head of the Liu Corporation, with assets in the hundreds of billions, was wearing a pink bear cub apron. This was the one that I, in order to save my own life, pulled out of a cupboard and put on her. The cold female CEO transformed into a beautiful chef. This scene should have been very beautiful, if only she wasn't holding a spatula, dripping with oil, and if her eyes didn't look like she was about to commit murder. Sizzle! A piece of pork belly was thrown by Liu Ruyan, with the force of someone trying to destroy an enemy, violently into the pan of oil. Hot oil splattered everywhere. Terrified, I shrank back and hid in the cabinet under the kitchen counter. Help, is this cooking? This is more like bombing a bunker. Liu Ruyan, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about braised pork belly? Whose braised pork belly recipe involves pouring a whole bucket of oil before throwing the meat in? Also, that's dark soy sauce, not Coca-Cola. Who are you trying to poison by pouring in half a bottle? Pei Yuan sat on the bar counter a few meters away, holding her phone and recording a video, shaking with laughter. Sisters, does anyone get this? Co Liu is personally in the kitchen. On such a beautiful night, who are you trying to send off? I can smell something burning. Is this alchemy? Liu Ruyan, the fire's too high. You're about to burn your eyebrows off. Liu Ruyan completely ignored Pei Yuan's sarcastic comments. She pursed her lips tightly. The cookbook says to use high heat to reduce the sauce, so she turned the gas stove knob to the highest setting. Just then, the phone on the kitchen counter lit up. Liu Ruyan didn't even look at it and directly turned on the speakerphone. Casually, she poured a bowl of dark liquid into the pot and said, Co Liu, as per your orders, 10 minutes ago, we launched a full-scale attack on 3 core subsidiaries of the Wang Group to take them over. The banks have also stopped extending credit. Currently, Wang Group's stock has hit the floor, and its market value has evaporated by 60%. Wang Dafu is now kneeling under the group's building, continuously kowtowing. He says he is willing to transfer all mining rights and begs you to show mercy. Liu Ruyan held the spatula, tapping it twice on the marble countertop. The sound was sharp and icy. Kowtowing? She let out a cold laugh and precisely sprinkled a large handful of salt into the pot with her other hand. Earlier at the villa's entrance, wasn't he very arrogant? Tell him, it's too late. Since the weather has turned cold, let the Wang Group go bankrupt. Post a notice to Kim Hai's business community. Whoever dares to save the Wang family is picking a fight with me, Liu Ruyan. The secretary on the other end of the line took a cold breath. Yes, EO Liu, how should we handle the assets we've acquired? Liu Ruyan looked at the mess in the pot, a substance that couldn't be recognized in its original form. She frowned slightly and casually poured half a glass of water into it. Whoosh! The oil and water mixed, and the flames immediately leaped half a meter high. I was so scared I almost died on the spot. Liu Ruyan didn't even blink, calmly instructing on the phone, package it, divide it, and sell it. All the proceeds are to be transferred to a private account under the name Jiba. Consider it pocket money for the child to buy candy. With that, she directly hung up the phone. I squatted by the cabinet, my heart pounding wildly as I listened. Oh my god, this was the cold weather event. The legendary bankruptcy of the Wang Group. The Wang family had at least tens of billions in assets, and it just vanished like that? And all of it transferred as pocket money for me? A sugar mama. Gulp. I immediately felt that even if this pot of braised pork was made of arsenic, I would have to eat 2 large bowls with tears in my eyes. This isn't braised pork. It's clearly bricks of gold. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again less than 10 seconds after being hung up. This time it was the headmaster of the prestigious St. Alistair's school, that usually arrogant and domineering old man. Now his voice was as subservient as a grandson's. Co Liu, this is Xiao Zhang. I heard you want to buy the school. This. Our board of directors just had an emergency meeting, and we've passed all the votes. You can name your price. As long as you're happy, we can even gift you the school. It's just that about turning it into a horse racing school. Can we discuss it further? After all, there are still many students. Liu Ruyan turned off the stove. She took a wet cloth and wiped the oil splattered on the back of her hand. Who said I wanted to turn it into a horse racing school? I poked my head out. Oh, did Sister Liu change her mind? She's not going to destroy the school anymore? Liu Ruyan scooped the food onto an expensive antique porcelain plate. A horse racing school would be too noisy. It would disturb my little brother. Replace the entire board of directors and find some sensible people. As for Wang Jinbao's homeroom teacher, why keep such a greedy little person? As for the school's atmosphere? Liu Ruyan carried the plate, turning to look at me squatting on the floor. From now on, the school will have only one rule. Whatever Jiba says, that is the rule. The headmaster on the other end of the line was so scared he almost lost his soul. Yes, I understand. From now on, young Master Ji is our sky. He is our only guiding principle. The call ended. The kitchen immediately became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Pei Yuan could no longer laugh, staring at Liu Ruyan with wide, astonished eyes. Liu Ruyan, are you crazy? Are you raising a little brother or a deity? Aren't you afraid of spoiling the child? Liu Ruyan slammed the plate of braised pork onto the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. My Liu Ruyan's little brother, even if he pokes a hole in the sky, I will mend it for him. If he wants the stars in the sky, I will pick them down for him. After speaking, she looked at me, still stunned, her finger lightly tapping on the table. Come and eat. I stared at the plate of meat, braised pork emitting a strange burnt smell, my throat involuntarily swallowed. Can I even swallow this? If I eat this, I might as well meet my great-grandmother. Although this meal was worth tens of billions, the price to pay was too heavy. But seeing Liu Ruyan's slightly expectant eyes and thinking about the enormous sum of money about to arrive in my account, I gritted my teeth, determined to risk it. For the great cause of freeloading, what's a little poison? I walked heavily as if I were about to die, climbing onto the chair in front of the dining table. Picking up my chopsticks, I grabbed a piece of meat that didn't look too black. Wow, it smells delicious. Thank you, Sister Ruyan. Sister Ruyan is the best. I closed my eyes and stuffed the piece of meat into my mouth. At that exact moment, the 4 flavors of bitter, salty, sweet, and spicy exploded in my mouth. This isn't braised pork, it's clearly a biological weapon, but I still tried my best with my award-winning acting skills, holding back tears, forcing the brightest smile onto my face. It's so delicious, this is the best braised pork I've ever eaten. Hoo-hoo! I'm so touched. The food you make tastes like Mom's. Pei Yuan, standing nearby, looked on and pouted. Tisk, what a little flatterer. She also reached out with her chopsticks. Is it that amazing? Let me taste a bite. No, I suddenly shouted, desperately protecting the plate of food. Sister, don't do anything rash. I'm forced to do this for survival. What are you trying to be greedy for? Do you think your life is too long? Of course, such delicious food is all mine. No one can fight me for it. While shouting, I frantically shoved meat into my mouth. Liu Ruyan watched me eat ravenously, gently reaching out to stroke my head. Eat slowly. No one is going to fight you for it. If you want to eat it later, I'll make it for you every day. Ugh. As soon as I swallowed a piece of meat, I almost spat it out after hearing her say that. No, please, 1,000 times no. Once was more than enough for me. A few more times and he'll surely die. Enki, save me, bring the gastric lavage machine over here quickly. I feel like I can still be saved. In this bizarre yet cozy atmosphere, the villa door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Enki, wearing a white lab coat, strode in. In her hand, she held a freshly printed DNA test report, her expression looking extremely peculiar. Liu Ruyan, don't rush to poison your little brother. I have good news and bad news. And Qi shook the report in her hand. Guess what I discovered from the blood sample of the child's wound? Liu Ruyan frowned. Just say it directly. And Qi curled her lips into a teasing smile. The good news is that this child has extraordinary physique. That wound has completely healed, leaving no scar. The bad news is... And Qi suddenly changed her tone, her eyes immediately sharpening. In its gene sequence, there's a segment that's artificially coded. In other words, this child's biological parents might not be at all the useless couple from the G family. Little brother, and Qi walked to the dining table. What kind of little monster are you? With meat in my mouth, my whole body stiffened. What the heck? Gene coding? Didn't I grow up here? Does the owner of this body have a hidden storyline? Also, Sister Liu, don't look at me. Like a lab rat. Scared, Liu Ruyan suddenly stood up, pulling me behind her, blocking Enki's view. Enki, curb your curiosity. No matter who it is, once they step through this door, it is a member of my Liu family. This report, destroy it. If a 4th person finds out. Liu Ruyan said no more. Enki shrugged indifferently, and in front of Liu Ruyan, she took out a lighter and burned the report. Fine, 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 you're the patron. You have the final say. But... Enki looked at me hiding behind Liu Ruyan, shivering in fear. Such an interesting specimen. If you get sick later, you must come to me first. I will be very gentle. I was internally lamenting frantically. I will never get sick in this lifetime, definitely, but after eating this plate of braised pork, I felt my stomach starting to churn. Liu Ruyan's braised pork, biological weapon, had a much greater destructive power than I imagined. At this moment, I was lying incapacitated on the priceless Italian genuine leather sofa in the living room. Help! I think my great-grandmother is waving at me. That piece of meat must have been raw. It's doing Muay Thai inside my stomach. Liu Ruyan sat opposite me, holding a cup of tea, watching me writhe in discomfort. Want some more? Liu Ruyan said in a nonchalant tone, pointing at the plate of masterpiece with only one bite missing. There's more in the pot. No, I don't need it. I shook my head vigorously like a rattle. It's delicious, really. It's just too precious, so I want to savor it slowly. This exquisite delicacy, eating another bite would be an insult to art. My dearest sister, I beg you. Just one more bite and I'll die right here. Can you stop looking at me like I'm a pig being fed? I really can't eat anymore. Just as I was trying to find an excuse to escape this toxic room, a cold pair of hands suddenly placed on my forehead. It was Enki's hand. Body temperature is normal, but the heartbeat is a bit fast. And Ki, I don't know when she got behind the sofa, bent down. Little brother, is your stomach uncomfortable? And Ki smiled as she looked at me. No. I instinctively clutched my stomach, shrinking into the corner of the sofa. I'm perfectly healthy and anything tastes good. Is that so? And Qi raised an eyebrow. Suddenly a bottle appeared in her hand containing an unlabeled blue liquid. But the injection mark from earlier doesn't seem to have fully healed yet. Besides, I noticed your gait earlier wasn't quite right. Is your butt still sore? As a doctor, I have a responsibility to see my patient through to the end. With that, she didn't give me a chance to resist, directly grabbing the back of my collar. Let's go. I'll take you to a room to apply the medicine carefully. I looked desperately at Liu Ruyan and Pei Yuan. Help Xiao Liu, actress Pei. Are you two just going to watch me get Taken away by this crazy woman? Pei Yiwan was busy uploading the video she just filmed to her social circle, waving her hand without even looking up. Go, 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 and kiss technique is very good. Many people are lining up wanting to get an injection from her, but can't. Liu Ruyan elegantly took a sip of tea. Be good, and go. The door to my bedroom on the second floor clicked shut and was locked. I was pushed onto the bed by Qi. This position was incredibly embarrassing. I lay face down in the soft duvet, face buried in the pillow, only feeling a chill on my back. And Qi sat by the bed, unscrewing the cap of that small blue bottle, pouring a little into her palm, then rubbing her hands together to warm them. Bear with it for a moment. This specially formulated medicinal oil, combined with my unique massage techniques, can penetrate the muscle fibers. And Qi's voice was very soft and gentle, but in my ears, it sounded like a devil's whisper. The next second, a warm hand was placed on my lower back. Yelp! I gasped, my whole body tensing up. That hand was not still. It slid down my spine, making circles around the injected muscle area. Damn it, this woman's technique is really something. My clenched teeth began to loosen, and my tense body began to relax. But I still didn't dare to let my guard down. After all, the woman behind me is the infamous mad doctor of Kim Hai City. Who knows if she'll pull out a scalpel next and carve out my kidney. Relax a little. And Qi seemed to notice my tension, gently patting my back with her other hand. This child has quite developed muscles. Although he looks thin and small, he's quite firm to the touch. As Qi massaged me, she casually began to speak. Today, that fatty who pushed you around, Wang Jinbao, wasn't it? I paused slightly and gave a soft hum. I heard his father, Wang Dafu, made his fortune in the food industry. And Qi increased the pressure, making me groan softly. I think so. Oh, easy there. It hurts, bear with it. Anqi smirked cruelly. Being in the food business, hygiene must be very important, right? Earlier, although Ruyan bankrupted the Wang family, that was just an economic blow. I don't think it's enough. My heart skipped a beat. Not enough? Tens of billions lost and it's still not enough? Sister, what else do you want to do? And Qi massaged the medicinal oil all over my back. Taking out a wet wipe, she slowly wiped her fingers. A university friend of mine is a section chief at the health bureau. I just sent him a message asking him to take good care of the factory, processing plant of the Wang family. For example, exceeding the allowed aflatoxin levels using expired meat, or perhaps in the workshop, rats are having a grand party or something. These things, as long as I want to investigate, there's nothing that can be found with a loophole. And Qi's voice sounded light and cheerful. After all, illness enters through the mouth. Anyone who dares to touch someone and Qi protects, bankruptcy alone is not enough. I want their entire family, in Kim Hai from now on, to not even be able to get a hot meal, along with huge compensation lawsuits from consumers, and the end result of rotting in jail. As soon as she finished speaking, and Qi leaned close to my ear. So, little brother, do you like this big gift from your sister? I lay face down on the pillow, feeling my whole body go numb. Damn it, this woman is the truly ruthless one. Liu Ruyan is completely superpowered, simple, and brutal. But in Qi's methods are truly a war of attrition. She wants to completely ruin the Wang family so they can never recover. Isn't this the legendary technology and ruthless tactics? I swallowed hard. I suddenly felt that in this house from now on, the person with the lowest status would probably not be the dog I haven't bought yet, but anyone who dares to offend Qi. I like it. I like it. I turned my head back, trembling. Sister Anne is the best. Sister Anne is the gentlest doctor in the world. Even if you held a knife to my throat right now, I would still have to praise your gentleness. This is truly terrifying. And Qi smiled with satisfaction. She reached out and pinched my still slightly chubby face. Feels so good, so soft, so well behaved. Because you're so good, it'll give you another benefit. And Qi stood up. Later at school, if anyone dares to bully you, or if any girl who's out of line tries to seduce you, you must tell me. I have many new experimental drugs I've developed, and I'm in need of test subjects for clinical trials. I covered my mouth for dear life. I'm not saying anything. I didn't hear anything, Mom. I want to go home. Seeing me trembling pitifully in fear, she hummed an unknown tune, her steps light as she left the room. As she neared the door, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and gave me a wink. Oh right, that feeling earlier was great. Next time if anything feels uncomfortable, feel free to come find me anytime. I'll give you a discount. This isn't a life of luxury. This is clearly an extreme survival game. These three sisters, each more poisonous than the last, I'm truly suffering. I flipped over, staring blankly at the lavish crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Although this process was quite horrifying, I couldn't deny the feeling of being sheltered by these top tycoons. It smells good. Just then, the phone on my nightstand vibrated incessantly. I casually picked it up to check. It was a message from an unknown number. It only contained one short sentence. Little brother, it's your older brother here. I have my own difficulties. Absolutely do not trust the Liu family. My pupils suddenly constricted. Brother? The biological brother who put me through so much and then ran away from the wedding? The mastermind who pushed me into this situation, and he still has the nerve to contact me? I suddenly jumped out of bed, smile curling up at the corner of my mouth. That was too cold for my age. Throwing his own little brother into a wolf's den to pay off a debt, is this what you call your suffering? Since you've conveniently delivered yourself to my doorstep, I casually deleted the message, my eyes glinting with cunning. If you all think I'm just a freeloader little bunny, then it'll be a bunny that bites. I stuffed the phone under the pillow, took a deep breath, quickly adjusted my expression, and slowly made my way downstairs. The atmosphere in the living room was even more suffocating than the kitchen filled with the smell of biochemical weapons earlier. Seeing me finally come downstairs, 3 pairs of eyes shot towards me simultaneously. Come here. Liu Ruyan lightly swirled the wine glass in her hand. I swallowed, taking small steps closer. Standing still before the coffee table, my hands nervously twisting the hem of my shirt, head down, staring at my toes. My whole being conveyed, I'm very good, I was wrong, don't hit me. Do you know what you did wrong? Liu Ruyan took a sip of her wine. I immediately nodded vigorously. I know. I shouldn't have fought with my friend. I shouldn't have worried you all. I shouldn't have. Stop! Liu Ruyan directly cut off my self-criticism. She put down her wine glass, leaning slightly forward, her cold eyes staring intently at me. Who said you should be reflecting on this? I froze on the spot. Isn't it about this? Then what else could I have done wrong? Could it be because I secretly cursed you all as perverts in my mind, and you heard me? Pei Yiwan blew on her still wet nails and glanced over. Sister Liu means your performance today was too weak. Did you bring glory to our family? Absolutely not. Pei Yiwan slammed the nail polish bottle onto the coffee table. That fatty pushed you and you just cried? Where was your acting? Where was your burst of power? If you wanted to play the victim, you should have gone all out. You should have fallen to the floor right there, clutched your chest and convulsed, preferably vomiting some blood. Ketchup would do as well. That way we would have gained the advantage in public opinion, understand? I was speechless. Sister, I'm here to study, not to cause a scene, and vomiting blood. If I actually vomited blood, that crazy, Anki would probably dissect me on the spot. Pei Yiwan, don't corrupt the child. Anki closed her book, pushed up her glasses, and walked over. She walked a circle around me and then pointed at my groin. Just now, when I was applying medicine for you, I already discovered it. This child may look thin, but his core strength is quite good. So what if that fatty weighs 300 pounds? As long as you find the right weak spot on the body, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds is not a problem at all. And Ki gestured a few times on my body. Next time some big guy tries to fight you, don't confront him head on. Just kick him straight in the crotch, poke his eyes, or use your elbow to hit his temple. As long as the force is strong enough, even if it's a bear you can make it kneel and call you daddy on the spot. And Ki smiled at me. Got it? This is called medical self-defense. I just felt a chill in my nether regions and unconsciously clamped my legs together. Holy crap, this is self-defense? This is clearly a killing technique. If I actually use this move at school, then tomorrow the public relations department of the Liu group would have to commit mass suicide. Liu Ruyan didn't seem very satisfied with these 2 teaching methods. She frowned. None of that is important. Liu Ruyan stood up and walked in front of me. Gui Ba, stand up straight for me right now. From now on, if anyone outside dares to bully you, you hit them back as hard as you can for me. Liu Ruyan's voice was as cold as ice. If you injure them, you'll pay them medical bills. If you cripple them, you'll support them for the rest of their lives. If you can't win the fight. Liu Ruyan paused for a moment, then reached out and pinched my cheek with a bit of force. Then just say my name. In this city of Jinhai, no one hears. The 3 words Liu Ruyan without their legs trembling. I looked at the exquisite, flawless face of Liu Ruyan, and a strange feeling welled up inside me. Is this the joy of being kept by a rich woman? It feels so good. But on my face, I still pretended to be timid, my big eyes blinking as the rims immediately turned red. But, I sniffled, my voice soft and tinged with a sob. I'm scared. Scared of what? Liu Ruyan's frown deepened. I'm scared of bothering you. I lowered my head, tears welling up in my eyes. Right now, I'm here to pay off a debt. If I cause trouble for you again, will you resent me? Will you kick me out? I don't want to leave you. I want to stay by your side. The 3 women who just a moment ago were aggressively trying to teach me how to be a person were instantly defeated by my pitiful act. The bottle of nail polish in Pei Yiwan's hand almost spilled. She no longer cared if her nails were dry or not, running barefoot to embrace me tightly. Who would dare abandon you? Who would dare to resent you? I can't even dote on you enough. If anyone dares to say one bad word about you, tomorrow I'll post on Weibo and cyberbully their whole family. And Ki didn't say anything. She walked over, took a lollipop out of her pocket, unwrapped it, and stuck it in my mouth. Eat the candy. Don't cry anymore. Crying too much will deprive your brain of oxygen. It's no fun if you become stupid. As for Liu Ruyan, who had just been directly attacked by me, her whole body was stiff. She looked at the little devil in front of her, who was only chest-high, so small and soft. He had clearly been wronged, yet he was still worried about bothering her. She took a deep breath, reached out her hand, placed it on my head, and gently ruffled it, making my already slightly messy, soft hair even messier. Silly boy. Liu Ruyan's voice rarely held such warmth. Causing trouble? In my entire life, the thing I, Liu Ruyan, hate most is trouble. She squatted down to my eye level. In those cold eyes, my small figure was reflected. Listen carefully. You are my debt. Only I can collect it. Only I can bully you. As for others, they are not qualified. Understand? I looked at that beautiful face so close to mine, blushed, and nodded vigorously. I understand. You're the best to me. After saying that, I threw myself into Liu Ruyan's arms and rubbed my tears on her expensive high-end designer shirt. Actually, there were no tears at all. I mainly wanted to wipe off the sticky saliva from the lollipop and Qi just gave me. Liu Ruyan stiffened for a moment, but this time she didn't push me away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around my small back. Pei Yiwan, standing nearby, clicked her tongue repeatedly. Tisk, 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 the iron tree is blooming. It seems this house of ours is really going to change from now on. All right, enough with the waterworks. Pei Yiwan yawned and stretched. What time is it? This little ancestor still has to go to school tomorrow. Speaking of school, I suddenly remembered a very serious problem. I peeked my head out from Liu Ruyan's embrace. Is the school really not being demolished anymore? Liu Ruyan stood up, smoothing out the shirt I had wrinkled. It's not. But I had someone take down the "No Pets Allowed" sign at the school gate. Liu Ruyan glanced at me nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I'll assign you a bodyguard with a gun. If anyone bullies you again, just tell him to. Liu Ruyan made a throat-slitting gesture. I was completely speechless. Bringing a gun to school? Sister Liu, this is Jin Hai, not Gotham City. Do you want me to be on the front page of the legal news tomorrow? That won't be necessary. I tried to struggle a bit. I think the descendant ending kick that Sister Ann taught me is already quite effective. Overruled. Liu Ruyan gave me no chance to object. Go upstairs and sleep. I want to see you at the dining table at 7 a.m. tomorrow. For every minute you're late, 10,000 yuan will be deducted from your allowance. After speaking, Liu Ruyan turned and left, leaving behind a cool and imposing back. I stood there, looking at the string of zeros that hadn't even warmed up in my account yet. 10,000 a minute? Damn, that's faster than robbing a bank. No way. For the sake of my money. Tomorrow morning, I'll have to crawl out of bed. Even if I have to crawl, I hugged my phone and dashed upstairs in a flash. Only Pei Yiwan and Qi were left, staring at each other in the living room. This kid. And Qi watched my cheerful retreating figure. He runs really fast. Looks like that medicinal oil works pretty well. It's just this personality of his. And Qi licked her lips, her eyes becoming meaningful. Why do I feel like he's a bit what? Pei Yiwan asked while cleaning up her nail polish. A bit what? Like a pig pretending to be a tiger to eat it? And Qi chuckled softly and turned to go upstairs. But it doesn't matter. Whether he's a pig or a tiger, it's all the same on my operating table. It was late at night. I lay on the big, cloud-soft bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Not because I wasn't used to the bed, but because I was hungry. That biochemical weapon of a braised pork dish from earlier, I basically threw it all up in the toilet. Now my stomach was empty, growling in protest. Oh, how pitiful. Having a net worth of hundreds of billions, yet having to go hungry. Is this the tragic life of a rich family's son-in-law? Tui, is this the tragic life of a rich family's brother? I rubbed my empty stomach, planning to go downstairs to raid the fridge for snacks. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. I was immediately on alert. Who is it? At this late hour, could it be that crazy woman in Qi, coming to murder someone with a scalpel? I crept cautiously to the door and peered through the crack. I only saw under the door crack, a small piece of paper was quietly slipped in. A line of elegant handwriting was on it. Hungry, aren't you? I left you a late-night snack on the balcony. At the end of the note, there was a drawing of a small fox holding a wine glass. It was Pei Yiwan. My heart, which had been in my throat, immediately settled down. Thank goodness it wasn't that crazy woman in Qi. I opened the door, poked my head out to look, and checked the entire hallway. No one was there. I tiptoed to the balcony. Sure enough, on the small round table on the balcony sat an exquisite insulated box. I opened it to find a bowl of fragrant, steaming hot seafood congee. Next to it was a thoughtful dish of refreshing pickled vegetables. There was even a signed photo of Pei Yiwan. Eat up so you have the energy to show off at school tomorrow. Sister Pei loves you. I looked at the bowl of hot congee, and my eyes actually started to sting a little. Although these women were all abnormally extraordinary, they also genuinely cared about me. I picked up the spoon and took a large slurp of congee, savory, sweet, and warm. The warmth slowly slid down my throat and into my stomach. So delicious. Just then, the light in Liu Ruyan's room next door suddenly went out. I subconsciously looked over and faintly saw Liu Ruyan standing behind the curtain, still holding her familiar wine glass. Her gaze seemed to be fixed on me. I was so scared that I quickly ducked my head and focused on slurping my congee. In the darkness, Liu Ruyan looked at the small figure, devouring the food on the balcony, the corners of her lips curling into an imperceptible smile. Eat up, sweetheart. Liu Ruyan whispered softly. Eat your fill so you'll have the strength tomorrow to help me completely crush that eyesore, the Wang family. At 7 o'clock in the morning, my scream echoed out. I'm not wearing this. It's too shameful. I desperately clutched my pajama pants, my whole body huddled in the corner of the bed, with an expression of someone vowing to die rather than submit. The maid standing by the bed was holding a brand new school uniform. But there was something wrong with this uniform, wasn't there? The original small English-style vest was gone, replaced by a hand-embroidered brocade robe. On the chest was embroidered a small, brilliant golden dragon. Is this for going to school? This is obviously for ascending the throne. Put it on. Liu Ruyan's cold voice came from the doorway. She was holding a cup of black coffee. But sister, I pointed at the dragon robe, my face pale. The school requires us to wear uniforms. They'll be seen as a lunatic if I wear this. Help? Do you want me to be the thorn in the entire school's side? If I wear this outfit out, my future spouse choosing rights are done for. Liu Ruyan took a sip of coffee, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Rules? You set the school rules now. Besides, Liu Ruyan put down her cup, walked over, picked up the robe, and admired it. She seemed quite satisfied. I think it looks quite good. Very noble. Pei Yuan stayed up late last night to have the film crew's costume designer modify it. She said it was to celebrate your rebirth. My world was cracking. Pei Yuan, you're really something else. This kind of rebirth is really unnecessary. Do you want me to attract even more hatred? After an extremely tragic struggle, which was mainly me unilaterally, acting cute, rolling around, and begging for mercy, Liu Ruyan finally gave in and allowed me to change back into a normal uniform. But on the condition that I wear that children's watch, studded with diamonds and weighing half a pound. I heard this thing has global positioning and can even shoot a tranquilizer dart in an emergency. This is simply inhumane. 10 minutes later. In front of the villa's gate, a line of black and green bulletproof Hongqi cars surrounded the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle. This formation, anyone who didn't know better would think a head of state was visiting. I, carrying a backpack bigger than my own body, listlessly climbed into the back seat. Liu Ruyan got in right after. The car door slammed shut, instantly cutting off all outside noise. The kanji from last night. Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the view outside the window. Was it to your liking? I was stunned for a moment. Why would she still remember this? But my reaction was extremely fast. I immediately broke into an explosively sweet smile. It was delicious, especially delicious. Sister Pei Yuan's cooking skills are truly superb. The corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. That woman, Pei Yuan, only knows how to boil water. Humph. Liu Ruyan snorted softly through her nose. If it was that good, and you don't want to eat at the cafeteria in the future, just have someone bring it to you. Really? That's great! I cheered and then boldly scooted closer to Liu Ruyan. Then, Sister Ruyan, will you still cook braised pork for me in the future? In my heart, I knew this was a deadly question. Saying I want to eat it would be tempting fate. Saying I don't want to eat it would be disrespectful. The small abacus in my mind was clicking away, but on my face was a look of longing and caution. Although your braised pork is very special, I still can't bear to let you work so hard. This display of flattery was truly flawless. Liu Ruyan turned her head and gave me a deep look. I'll take it that you're sensible. She reached out and adjusted my crooked tie. Her cold fingertips brushed against my neck. Arriving at the gates of St. Alistair's Noble Academy. At this moment, only 2 rows of uniformed security guards were standing at attention, their hands pressed against their pants seams. In the middle stood an old man with white hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It was Headmaster Zhang Dequan, the one who yesterday was so scared he nearly wet himself over the phone. He had been standing in the cold wind for half an hour, his face nearly frozen from smiling. He also had to occasionally turn his head and scold the teachers who wanted to secretly watch the commotion. Everyone, look sharp. The person arriving soon is the younger brother of our new board director. Anyone who dares to mess this up can pack their bags and get out tomorrow. Just then, the motorcade comparable to a national escort slowly approached. Headmaster Zhang trembled all over and immediately scurried over. Sister Liu, you finally arrived, right after. I helplessly ducked my head and got out of the car with my backpack on. As soon as I stood steady, Headmaster Zhang rushed directly in front of me. Young Master Guiba, good morning. Welcome back to school. Did you sleep well last night? Was breakfast to your liking? Is your backpack heavy? Let me help you carry it. Seeing his enthusiastic expression, he was more welcoming than if he were seeing his own father. I grumbled to myself, holy crap, is this Mr. Zhang possessed? Wasn't he just yelling yesterday about expelling me? This speed of changing faces? He must have studied at the Sichuan Opera, right? The students and parents peeking around were all wide-eyed with astonishment. Isn't that Guy Ba? I heard the Guy family went bankrupt? Why is the headmaster so respectful to him? Shh, keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? I heard that Wang Jinbao's father was taken away by Sister Liu yesterday, and he went bankrupt overnight. Hello, headmaster. You're being too polite? Not at all, not at all. It's what I should do. Headmaster Zhang wiped his sweat while expressing his loyalty. Liu Ruyan stood by the car and glanced at me. Headmaster Zhang, I don't want to hear any rumors about the boy at school, Liu Ruyan began. If he loses a single strand of hair at school, I will have all the teachers and students in the school shave their heads bald, I thought to myself. Are you serious? This is too cruel. What if one day my hair starts falling out? Does the whole school have to go bald with me? Am I here to study or to terrorize people? All right, go to class. Liu Ruyan gently patted my head and conveniently stuffed a black card into my uniform pocket. If you want to buy anything, just swipe the card. I'll come pick you up after school. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and got into the car, leaving me standing alone at the school gate. When I stepped into the classroom, the noise suddenly stopped. Even the homeroom teacher, who was holding a piece of chalk, froze in midair. Everyone's eyes were focused on the empty seat in the fourth row by the window. That used to be Wang Jinbao's seat. Now it was empty. The desk and chair had been removed. I calmly walked towards my seat. My deskmate before always liked to pick fights with the original owner of this body, but now he was trembling and huddled in the corner, shakily pushing a pile of snacks towards me. Classmate Guy. Gui Ba, do you want some Oreos? I looked at the pile of snacks and chuckled to myself. Am I that scary? I haven't even had a chance to show off the skills Sister and Key taught me. Why is everyone so scared already? Being undefeated is as lonely as the falling snow. After I politely declined, I took the textbooks out of my bag with the demeanor of a well-behaved student dedicated to his studies. Today, there was a pop quiz. The homeroom teacher finally snapped out of it and shakily started handing out the test papers. When the test paper reached me, the homeroom teacher's hand was trembling like he had Parkinson's. Classmate Gui, just write whatever. It's okay if you can't do it. He was truly scared. What if this little ancestor found the test too difficult, went back and tattled to Sister Liu, then his rice bowl would be shattered. I glanced over the test paper, 3rd grade elementary school level. I was speechless. Is this the level of a noble school? This is an insult to my IQ. At 10 years old, I can already understand the Liu Group's financial reports, and now you want me to calculate this? I sighed, picked up my pen, and scribbled a few strokes. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Right after, I flipped to the back of the test paper and wrote a small line under the bonus question. Teacher, the logic of this bonus question is inherently flawed. If you set the variable x as infinity, the result will not converge. I suggest you revise the conditions of the problem. After finishing all this, I coolly tossed my pen down and fell asleep on the desk. The surrounding students were still scratching their heads, and seeing me turn in my paper so quickly, they felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. However, when the bell rang, the homeroom teacher took the tests back to the office. When he got to my paper, a shriek echoed throughout the entire floor. Teacher Wang, what's wrong? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight? The literature teacher next to him came over curiously. He just saw the homeroom teacher holding the test paper, his eyes glued to the paper. No, not a ghost. I've met a god. A perfect score. The homeroom teacher shakily pointed to the back of the test paper. The craziest part is, this question would take me half a day to solve myself, but this kid, he even found my mistake. Furthermore, the mistakes it found were spot on. The literature teacher peeked in and also inhaled a breath of cold air. This kid usually looks so dazed and confused. Could it be that he's been playing the fool all this time? At this moment, I was with my face down on the desk, calculating something else. Although being a freeloader is nice, I can't truly become a useless person. The brother who ran away from his wedding sent a provocative message. There will surely be a next move. Should I use the school computer to trace that guy's up? Just then, there was a stir outside the classroom. So handsome, whose son is that? Is he a new transfer student? I looked up, only to see a boy in the exact same uniform with a cold, wolf-like aura standing at the door. He swept his gaze around, his eyes finally landing on me. His gaze was filled with provocation and disdain, mixed with an inexplicable hint of hatred. I was startled and thought to myself, oh ho, did they send someone even younger to deal with me after beating up the little one? Another mini-boss here to give me experience points. That wolf cub boy walked straight towards me. The homeroom teacher, who was just stunned by my mathematical talent, was now secretly reaching for the alarm. The gloomy teenager stood before my desk, looking down at me from above. I put down my pen, and the calculating machine in my head spun rapidly. This arrival was clearly not for a good purpose. Just as I was calculating how to send this kid to the hospital as a permanent VIP, the teenager suddenly made a move. 2 large hands suddenly slammed down on the desk, and immediately, that icy face melted. Big brother, please accept my knee. My name is Diep Fong. I heard yesterday you single-handedly made the Wang Jinbao family go bankrupt with one phone call. That's so cool. From now on, I, Diep Fong, will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I will absolutely not go west. The entire classroom was filled with question marks. The homeroom teacher was also dumbfounded. His mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, what in the world is going on? I had already prepared my fighting stance, and he pulls this move? Have villains today lost all shame? Diep Fong continued to ramble on. Big brother, this is a limited edition game console that I'm offering you. These are macarons I just had shipped from France. As long as you accept me as your subordinate, you'll do your homework for you later, and I'll take the hits for you in fights. I looked at this teenager who was half a head taller than me and suddenly felt that this life among the rich seemed drier than I imagined, but… Refreshing, the dismissal bell rang. I was surrounded by a group of followers and swaggered to the car. Returning to Villa Ngok Long Loan number 1, as soon as I entered, I keenly sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. Before, the gaze of the servants when they looked at me, though respectful, always contained a hint of contempt. But today, the old butler led 2 rows of maids to welcome me, bowing 90 degrees. Young master, welcome home. Damn, what is going on? I muttered to myself. Yesterday I was called collateral, and today am the young master? Did Liu Ruyan get promoted and give me a raise? After changing my shoes, I went into the dining room, only to see a table full of delicious food. Moreover, it was definitely not cooked by Liu Ruyan. This was the skill of a true 3 Michelin star chef. However, the tableware on the table was all made of pure gold, and in the middle were 4 large characters engraved, exclusively for Jiba. Beside them were also pure gold chopsticks and spoons. R.A. Are these for eating rice? If I sold them, I could probably buy an apartment. I thought, I came here to eat, not to lift weights, after finishing this bowl of rice. When I develop biceps? Do you like it? A voice echoed from the stairs. Pei Yiwan was slowly descending. She held a glass of red wine with a proud smile on her face. I specifically asked Tiffany's designer to design this just for you. After all, you're the darling of our household, so why should you use ordinary porcelain bowls to eat? Pei Yiwan walked behind me and leaned down. She gently pinched my cheek. This is pure gold, you know. If one day you run away from home and take this with you, you won't starve. I was speechless and thought to myself, big sis, are you cursing me? Thank you, Miss Pei. I obediently picked up the heavy gold chopsticks. I like them very much. They're just a little heavy. A little heavy is good. Pei Yuan laughed heartily. That's how you keep good fortune. Oh, right. After eating, go to the living room and see. I have other surprises prepared for you. I quickly finished my meal, mainly because I was afraid Liu Ruyan would return and make me more of that dark food again. Then, I scurried to the living room on all 4s. Oh my, the corner of the room, which was originally empty, was now piled up into a small mountain. It was all unopened Lego, limited edition character models, the latest game consoles. My eyes lit up instantly. I darted into the pile of toys, with pure joy on my face. My heart cheered. Long live the sugar mama. The soft rice is so fragrant. This isn't a rich person's hell. It's truly paradise. Pei Yuan leaned against the sofa, took out her phone, and took a picture. With the caption, "Finally, the little ancestor at home is smiling. It was worth it to swipe my card until it broke." Just then, Liu Ruyan returned. As soon as she entered, she kicked off her high heels. Hearing the commotion, I immediately got up from the pile of toys and ran over, wanting to help Liu Ruyan with her bag and neatly place the shoes she just took off. Miss Ruyan, you're back? You must be tired. I extended my small hand, intending to take the document briefcase from Liu Ruyan. However, Liu Ruyan's hand instinctively retracted, avoiding me. I was immediately stunned. What's wrong? Did the matter of me taking on subordinates at school get exposed? Or does she dislike that my hands smell of aged copper from the gold bowl? Liu Ruyan looked down at me. Don't do things like that anymore? Her voice was cold. We have servants and a butler in the house. Your hands, Liu Ruyan took my small hand, placed it in her palm, and gently rubbed it, are for playing with toys, counting money, or… Liu Ruyan paused for a moment, her gaze deepened. Are to make us happy, not for doing strenuous work like this. Do you understand? I nodded dumbly. I understood, I really understood now. This is the legendary canary treatment, so my future job is to eat, play, and be cute. Oh my, isn't this the life I've always dreamed of? I understand, you're the best to me. I immediately went with the flow, wrapping my arms around Liu Ruyan's legs, rubbing my face against her expensive trousers. Miss, you must have worked hard. Can I give you a massage? I learned a few moves from a blind master before. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's see then. 10 minutes later, Liu Ruyan was lying prone on the living room sofa, while I knelt beside her, my small hands vigorously massaging her shoulders and neck. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes and let out a comfortable groan. Pei Yiwan, sitting nearby, couldn't help but glance over. Oh my, Xiao Liu, what are you trying to do with that soul-stirring moan? Liu Ruyan was too lazy to even lift her eyelids, completely ignoring Pei Yiwan's teasing. Ji Ba! Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke. My massage strength immediately increased. Miss, where are you uncomfortable? No, it's very comfortable. Liu Ruyan turned over and looked at me from the side. Because you're so well-behaved, Liu Ruyan reached out. Her fingertip gently hooked my chin. Then I'll give you a gift too. There's a charity gala this week in Kim Hai, and it'll take you there to broaden your horizons. My heart clenched. A charity gala? Isn't that a predetermined Ashura battlefield? Those wealthy families? This soft rice is indeed fragrant, but shouldn't there be some hard dishes occasionally? Liu Ruyan finally fell into a deep sleep, lying prone on the pillow, completely unguarded. I gently and carefully covered her with a blanket. Sigh. Earning this money is not easy, my hands are about to break, but, for pocket money, it's worth it. I glanced at the wall clock, 11:30. Half an hour left until the mysterious messages appointment. That self-proclaimed brother dared to use the Lin family's younger sister to threaten me, regardless of whether it's true or false. I must get involved in this murky water. I stealthily slipped out of Liu Ruyan's bedroom and gently closed the door. The hallway was unusually quiet, only a few dim yellow wall lamps illuminated it. "It's so late! Where is little brother going?" a voice sounded from behind. I froze and mechanically turned my head, only to see Enki leaning against the doorway at the end of the hall. Sister Enki. I swallowed hard, immediately switching to an obedient expression. I want to go back to my room to sleep. I have school tomorrow. Sleeping early and waking up early is good for health. Sleep? And Chi raised an eyebrow and stopped in front of me. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed my wrist, her two cold fingers precisely placed on my pulse. Heart rate 120, pupils constricted, adrenaline surging, and Chi leaned her face closer. "You little liar, your current physical state is as excited as a lab rat that just had an injection. You don't seem sleepy at all?" I immediately turned to stone. "Sister, does checking my pulse come with a CAT scan function? You scared me. You scared me? Do you know that? If you can't sleep," and Ki smiled even more radiantly. That smile contained an expression of excitement that sent shivers down one's spine. "Then come to my room. We'll give you a more interesting examination and teach you a thing or two." After saying that, she directly pulled me towards the adjacent room. That strength was terrifying. Like a small kidnapped hostage, my feet dragged on the carpet, utterly undignified. "Wait, Sister Anne. I'm not going. I want to sleep." Objection overruled. This is all for your physical and mental well-being. And QES room was strangely large, but it was more like a mini biochemistry lab than a bedroom. "Sit down." And Chi pushed me onto the high stool in front of the lab bench, then turned and took from a drawer something that looked like a head massager. She directly placed it on my head. "What is this?" I reached out to take it off. "Don't move." And Chi brushed my hand away. "It's the latest brainwave monitor. I want to see what your little head is hiding inside." She quickly typed a few commands on the computer, and the screen immediately displayed several complex wave charts. And Ki, who had a casual expression, as soon as she saw the data, froze completely. "How can this be?" She stared at the screen, muttering to herself. "The cerebral cortex activity is 3 times that of a normal person, the nerve synapse reaction speed. This is the level of a quantum computer. Moreover, this memory storage area has no redundant data." And Ki suddenly turned around and stared at me. "What? What is it? Is my brain damaged? Damaged?" And Ki suddenly burst out laughing, took my face in her hand and squeezed it hard. "What damage? You are truly a masterpiece of God, a miracle of evolution. I knew it. You're not a normal child, Ruyan, who only knows financial reports. What could she understand? Pei Yuan, that flowery pillow. What could she understand? Only Enki, can unlock the true potential within your body." My mouth was so contorted from being squeezed that it looked like a duck's bill, and the words astonished were clearly written on my face. "Sister, could you please calm down first? Someone who doesn't know might think you're going to slice me up for research." And Ki took a deep breath, let go, and pulled a thick book from a pile of documents beside her. "Here, little brother." And Ki opened the book. "Although you haven't fully developed yet, your head is still quite free. It'll teach you a few interesting things." I looked at the dense charts. Isn't this blocking the transmission of neurotransmitters? Adding an ethyl group would accelerate the metabolic rate. With just a glance, I blurted out unconsciously, "If an ethyl group were added here, could it shorten the onset time to just 3 seconds? The air suddenly went dead silent. And Chi, who was about to launch into an explanation, froze in place. She suddenly lowered her head, her eyes glued to where I pointed on the book. Oh my God, this medical prodigy couldn't help it at this moment, and directly swore. She suddenly looked up, her gaze towards me completely changed. You understand this?" And Ki's voice was even trembling slightly. "I don't understand." I blinked my big round eyes, my expression full of innocence. "I just thought it looked prettier drawn like that, like a butterfly knot." And Ki didn't expose this pretense. The smile in her eyes deepened. She suddenly leaned down, her hands braced on either side of the chair. "If it's not proper, don't look." I stared at the floor, feeling my nose tingle, and Kia's warm breath wafted into my ear. "You little rascal, still pretending with me? But it's okay, I like smart children the most." She traced my cheek with her finger, finally stopping at the corner of my lips. "Because you have this talent. From today onwards, you are my closed-door disciple, and Liu Ruyan will teach you to make money. Pei Yiwan will teach you acting, and Ki. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, we'll teach you how to make people wish they were dead, unable to live nor die. How about that? I felt half my body go numb. This woman is truly a venomous enchantress, but I could only nod frantically. Okay, I'll learn anything you teach. And Ki straightened up with satisfaction and took a vial of blue reagent from the rack. Here's a gift for you. This is a high-concentration hallucination spray I concocted. It can make people see the most terrifying illusions. If Wang Jinbao still doesn't behave, or if Ki glanced casually at the night outside the window, or if some suicidal rat comes looking for trouble, feel free to use it. I took the small vial, my heart stirred. This came at the perfect time. It was truly a divine artifact, custom made for tonight's mission. Oh, sister and Ki. I yawned and rubbed my eyes. I'm so sleepy. My brain can't function anymore. Can we continue learning tomorrow? I want to go back and sleep with my golden bowl. And Ki looked at my dazed appearance, and her heart seemed to melt. She reached out and patted my head. All right, you're still growing anyway? Staying up late won't make you grow taller, and you won't be cute. Go on now. As if granted a great pardon, I clutched the small blue vial, jumped off the high stool, and ran out. Sister, good night. You're the most beautiful sister. See you tomorrow. Watching my fleeing back, and Ki leaned against the lab bench, shaking a test tube. This kid's heart rate is even faster than before. Is it shyness, or is he rushing to meet someone? She didn't chase after me, but walked to the window, opened a crack, and quietly looked down at the garden below. By now, I had snuck back to my room, changed into black sportswear, and put on a baseball cap. I stuffed the hallucination spray, some strange pills, and a self-defense stun baton into my backpack. Fully armed in an instant, I looked at myself in the mirror. Although I was only 1.4 meters tall, with this gear plus my adult soul, even if God himself came tonight, he'd have to kneel and sing Conquer for me. Brother, right? Neighboring sister, right? I pulled down my cap brim and climbed out the window. Tonight I'll show you what the complete version of the villainous rich young master is, but first, I need to make sure that crazy sister and Ki isn't following me. I turned my head to look at the lit window on the second floor. There seemed to be a silhouette behind the curtains, but I no longer cared. If you're going to play big. Midnight. A man wearing a baseball cap and a mask was squatting in a corner smoking. He occasionally checked his watch, muttering curses. Why hasn't this little young master come out yet? Didn't they say he's easy to trick? Are you waiting for me, uncle? A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang out behind him. The man was so startled that his hands trembled and the cigarette butt fell into his crotch. Damn it, are you a ghost? Why are you walking so silently? He slapped out the fire on his pants and fiercely turned around. Under the moonlight, he saw a child only up to his waist. I was wearing a backpack bigger than myself, holding the small blue vial and Ki gave me, and innocently asked, Uncle, are you here to take me to find the neighbor's little sister? Yes. The man was stunned for a moment, then pulled out a switchblade. You little brat, you're smart. That girl is in my hands now. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables and transfer a few hundred to a few million to me. Or else you'll. I tilted my head. Is that all? So, in the end, it's just a robbery? I thought it was industrial espionage or some rich family revenge plot. Such a waste of emotion. Or else what? I took a step forward, and in my big round eyes, there was no fear at all, but rather a hint of excitement. Or else what? I took a step forward, and in my big round eyes, there was no fear at all, but rather a hint of excitement. The man's hair stood on end from my gaze. This script isn't right. A normal child seeing, a knife should be wetting their pants, right? Or else ill. Before the man could finish speaking, I raised my hand and sprayed. A light blue mist immediately entered his nostrils. Whoa, what is this? Is this green god perfume? The man sniffed, and just as he was about to mock me, his pupils suddenly dilated. In his eyes, I, this soft and adorable little cherub, suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall monster, with a green face, long fangs, and covered in green slime. Oh, I cooperated by opening my mouth and making a monstrous face. Monster help, Ultraman! Come save me! The 1.8-meter-tall man immediately collapsed. His eyes rolled back, foam coming from his mouth, and he directly shrunk into a ball, trembling and calling for his mother. I pouted with disdain, walked over and rummaged through his belongings, his phone, ID card, and a crumpled piece of paper. Turns out he was a bodyguard for the Wang Jinbao family. Wanted to take the opportunity to steal some money and then run away. How boring. But Sister and Ki's medicine is truly top-notch. This isn't a hallucinogen at all. This is clearly an intelligence-reducing drug. I took out my little grudge notebook, crossed a big X on it, then casually reported it to the police, claiming credit anonymously, and climbed the wall to go home. The next day, Saturday, I opened my eyes to see the face of Pei Yuan's exquisite face magnified before my eyes. Wake up, you lazy little pig. Pei Yuan pinched my nose. I'm taking you somewhere fun today. I struggled to sit up, asking with a dazed look, where are we going? Another health checkup? Sister and Ki, spare me, what are you thinking? Pei Yuan shot me a glare, casually ruffling my messy hair. Isn't there a charity gala tonight? Are you planning to go in your school uniform? Liu Ruyan, that workaholic, isn't she afraid of losing face? Come on, I'll take you on a shopping spree and turn you into the most handsome boy in all of Jinhai. 2 hours later, at the most luxurious shopping mall in Jinhai, although Pei Yuan wore sunglasses and a mask, her stunning figure and queenly aura still made passers-by turn their heads constantly. This one, and this one too. Pei Yuan walked into a high-end children's clothing store, not looking at the prices at all, buying half the store with just a wave of her hand. Go try on this little white suit, paired with a bow tie. I guarantee it'll make all those rich young ladies go crazy. Pei Yuan shoved a set of clothes into my arms and pushed me into the fitting room. Oh my god, so handsome. Pei Yuan excitedly rushed over, not caring if anyone was around, and hugged me, kissing me wildly. Now this is my little brother. Come on, give me a smile. I was kissed until my face was covered in lipstick marks, my face a mask of weary resignation. Sister Pei, you're a top celebrity. Can you be a little more discreet? There are a lot of people taking pictures around us. Do you want me to be on the front page tomorrow? But I didn't know that I wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow. In a corner not far away, a few paparazzi were holding cameras with long and short lenses, snapping away so furiously their shutters were about to smoke. 2 hours later, Liu Ruyan was in a video conference in her study. Suddenly, her phone started vibrating wildly. Immediately after, the general manager of the Public Relations Department of the Liu Corporation burst directly into the video frame, his face as pale as a ghost. "CEO Liu, something big has happened. What's all the panic about?" Liu Ruyan frowned. "Has the sky fallen?" "It's more serious than the sky falling." The PR manager with trembling hands pushed a tablet in front of the camera. "Quick, look at the trending topics." Liu Ruyan glanced at the screen. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all one name, Pei Yuan. She opened the first one, a series of 9 large, high-definition photos. In the photos, Pei Yuan was hugging a young boy without any hesitation, her doting gaze so intense it could drip water. There was also a picture of her at the fitting room door, helping the boy adjust his tie, her movements as practiced as an old mother's. Liu Ruyan's expression visibly darkened. "CEO Liu, right now the entire internet is trying to find out the identity of this child. The stock price of the film and television division of the Liu Corporation has already started to fall." The PR manager wiped away his cold sweat. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from downstairs. "We're back," Pei Yuan's carefree voice rang out. "Ruyan, come quick and see the new clothes I bought for Xiaoba. He's drop-dead gorgeous." Liu Ruyan snapped her laptop shut with a click and stood up to go downstairs. In the living room, Pei Yuan had thrown me onto the sofa, while she herself, with no regard for her image, sprawled out next to me, still holding a cup of milk tea, and I was hugging a pile of newly bought spoils, with lipstick stains still on my face. This scene was as harmonious as could be, but in Liu Ruyan's eyes, this was called courting death. Pei Yuan. Liu Ruyan stood on the stairs. "Ah, Pei Yuan," sipping her straw, looked up. "What's wrong? Does someone owe you money? Why the long face?" Liu Ruyan didn't say anything. She just directly tossed the phone into Pei Yuan's lap. "See for yourself." Pei Yuan doubtfully picked up the phone, glanced at it for a moment, and the next second, the bubble tea in her mouth shot out, unfortunately spraying all over the pile of expensive new clothes. "Damn illegitimate child? Secret marriage? Are these paparazzi out of their minds? This is my brother. My brother. Get it?" Pei Yuan sprang up from the sofa, so angry she stomped her feet repeatedly, making me afraid to look directly at her. "I don't even have a boyfriend, so where would a child come from? A sexual reproduction? Who took this? What a malicious angle. They even made me look 5 centimeters shorter. Unforgivable. Is that the main point?" I quietly held my forehead from the side. "Sister Pei, the main point isn't your height right now? Look at these comments. Your fans are already mourning for you." Besides, I secretly glanced at Liu Ruyan. This big boss's expression was truly awful. My eyes darted around. The opportunity has arrived. Train an army for 1,000 days to use it for 1 hour. If I don't show off some of my core skills now, then when will I? I threw down the toy in my hands and trotted on my short legs to the coffee table, pulling out a heavy-looking black laptop from my school bag. I raised my small hand with a serious and sincere expression. "Sisters, don't panic. I can solve this." Pei Yuan and Liu Ruyan looked at me at the same time. "You can solve it?" Pei Yuan amusedly pinched my cheek. "How will you solve it? Post a denial on your social media?" "No." I opened the laptop, my fingers tapping on the keyboard as fast as lightning for a few moments, and on the black screen immediately appeared strings of green code. That level of professionalism directly stunned Pei Yuan. Well, I learned a little bit of hacking in my computer class at school. I tried my best to explain. I can hack into the systems of those news sites, delete the photos, and while I'm at it, block all their IP addresses, then write a small program to guide public opinion, change the trending keywords to Pei Yuan takes her little brother to experience life, then post a few of my childhood photos for comparison, and the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. The more I spoke, the more excited I got, my finger hovering over the enter key. Tremble, mortals. Let me show you the hand speed of a top-tier hacker. As soon as I press this button, public opinion online will become a toy in my hands. However, just as my finger was about to press down, a hand suddenly landed on my laptop lid. With a crisp snap, the laptop was closed. Stunned, I looked up at the owner of the hand. Liu Ruyan looked down at me from above. "Who allowed you to touch these things?" Liu Ruyan's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. I wanted to help. I resentfully pulled my hand back. "Big sister, I'm helping you save on PR costs. Do you know how much it costs to hire a top hacker? I'm working for you for free, and you're still not happy?" "Not necessary." Liu Ruyan picked up the laptop and casually handed it to the butler beside her. "Put it away. Don't let him touch electronics too much in the future. It's bad for his eyes." Then she turned to look at Pei Yuan. As for this trending topic, Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. "Can't even handle a small matter like this. Does the Liu Corporation pay that PR department to do nothing?" Moreover, Liu Ruyan walked over to me and squatted down, reaching out to wipe the remaining lipstick stain off my face. The gesture was gentle but carried a lecturing tone. A child should act like a child. If the sky falls, the adults will hold it up. You just need to drink milk, sleep, and grow up fast. Those dirty things, the schemes and struggles, those codes and calculations, it's not your turn to worry about them. I looked at Liu Ruyan's face, so close to mine. This woman is clearly a ruthless capitalist, but why is she so captivating when she's being protective? Understand? Liu Ruyan gently pinched my earlobe. I obediently nodded. Understood. Sister Ruyan is the most domineering. Liu Ruyan stood up, took out her phone and dialed a number. In 10 minutes, I want the trending topics cleared. Also send a lawyer's letter. Whichever media outlets were dancing the most joyfully just now, sue them into bankruptcy. And as for the paparazzi who took the photo, that made Pei Yuan look only 1.50 meters tall, smash his camera, compensate him double the amount, and kick him out of Jinhai. She hung up the phone. Liu Ruyan glanced at Pei Yuan, who was still standing there in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Go change your clothes. If you dare to wear that hoodie to the charity gala tonight, it'll pull the funding for your next movie." Pei Yuan immediately snapped out of it, hugged her phone, and yelled, "Ah, domineering Xiao Liu, powerful Xiao Liu, I want to have your babies." I sat on the sofa, watching Weibo return to peace, and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Is this a superpower? It's this terrifying. It seems that in this house, my hacking skills can only be used for gaming. However, I touched the small notebook in my pocket. At the charity gala tonight, the old cronies of my runaway groom brother and the noble families who want to see a joke made of the Guy family won't be easy to deal with. Money can shut the world up, but some slaps have to be delivered by your own hand to be satisfying. "Gui ba," Liu Ruyan suddenly called out to me. "Hurry up and change your clothes. The car is already waiting outside. Tonight, you have to stay by my side and hold my hand tightly." Liu Ruyan adjusted her sleeves, her gaze fixed on the window outside. "If anyone dares to look at you twice, I'll gouge their eyes out." I shivered. "Yes, Mom. The first lesson of a tough moocher, hug the thigh tightly and never let go." But will this party really go as smoothly as I hope? I touched the special item in my school bag. Tonight, the high society of Jinhai is in for some excitement. In less than 10 minutes, the marketing accounts that were initially causing a ruckus on Weibo, cursing at Pei Yuan, all went silent in unison. That big account that had just said Pei Yuan had a secret marriage and child and a messy private life. 1 second was posting asking for solid evidence. The next second, the account directly turned into, "This user has been banned for violating community guidelines." Immediately after, the official account of the Liu Corporation suddenly reappeared, a post without any superfluous words or any PR jargon. The caption was only 9 words, but it was so domineering, it made people want to kneel in submission. "New member of the Liu family. Biological brother, do not disturb." Attached was a photo, not a carefully edited and posed shot, but a candid photo. In the photo, I was sitting sideways in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, the sunlight from the window perfectly illuminating half of my face. Young master of the Liu family, the most handsome national little brother on the entire internet. 100,000 older sisters want to wait for the little boy to grow up. These 3 keywords immediately shot to the top 3 trending topics, with a glaring red-hot tag behind them. In the villa's living room, Pei Yuan was scrolling through her phone, laughing and rolling on the sofa, not looking like a top celebrity at all. I quickly closed my eyes, silently chanting, "Form is emptiness. No, that's not right." Liu Ruyan's cold voice came through. She was holding a suit that was tailored, extremely exquisitely from black velvet, with a dark red shirt inside. "Men should wear black. White is too frivolous, not dignified enough." Liu Ruyan walked over and directly tossed the white suit in Pei Yuan's hands aside and domineeringly shoved the black suit into my arms. "Wear this," Pei Yuan refused, putting her hands on her hips to confront Liu Ruyan. "Hey, Xiao Liu, your aesthetic sense is way too masculine. A little kid like this dressed all in black looks like he's going to a funeral." This is an evening party, not a place that needs to be dazzlingly sparkly, understand? Liu Ruyan didn't even lift her eyelids. I don't understand sparkly. I only know that tonight he will appear as a member of the Liu family. The people of the Liu family don't need sequins to attract attention. Two powerful auras clashed in the dressing room. I stood in the middle, trembling. Help! Is this the legendary Asura battlefield? I'm still just a child? Why make me bear this sweet burden, I think? I raised my small hand and said softly, Black is quite nice, it's flattering. Besides, the red shirt really fits the festive atmosphere. Sister Pei, look how well this color matches your lipstick today. This master-level balancing act reluctantly quelled the battle. Although Pei Yuan was a bit annoyed hearing that it matched her lipstick, still cheered her up. All right, this one it is. Pei Yuan huffed and pushed me down into a chair. The clothes are her choice, but the hairstyle must be my choice. You don't have an opinion on this, do you? Liu Ruyan said nothing, which was taken as tacit agreement. For the next half hour, I endured the longest torture of my life. Pei Yuan used all kinds of hairspray and curling irons on my head, humming an unidentifiable tune. Finally, the great work was complete. Pei Yuan snapped her fingers and turned the mirror around. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, dumbfounded. My usually soft bangs had been slicked back into a slightly messy swept-back hairstyle, revealing my bright, full forehead. This wasn't a 10-year-old kid, but clearly a miniature version of a handsome, rich young master, elegant but with a hint of perversion. Brilliant. Pei Yuan held her face and screamed, I want to marry you now, what should I do? Even Liu Ruyan was stunned, her steps showing clear panic. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest first. She left this sentence behind and shot up to the second floor without looking back, not even remembering to say goodnight to me. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded, and the lights flickered twice. I stood on the stairs stroking my chin, a cunning smile playing on my lips. Heh, the opportunity has arrived as a qualified moocher. If I don't provide some warmth now, when will I? It's not just to make a good impression, it's mainly because that big bed and that human-shaped body pillow are so tempting. 5 minutes later, wearing my little dinosaur pajamas, tightly hugging the small pillow I just took from the bed, I stood in front of Liu Ruyan's master bedroom door and took a deep breath. Let the great show begin. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked on the door carefully. There was no movement inside, only the sound of thunder roaring outside. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked with more force. Sister Ruyan, are you in there? After a long while, from inside the room came Liu Ruyan's suppressed and cold voice. I'm asleep. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. Humph, what's she pretending for? Her voice is still trembling. I sneered internally and went straight for the big move. Boom! I coordinated with the roaring thunder outside. Wah! In an instant, I burst into tears right in front of the door. Sob. Sister, I'm scared. Thunder God is going to eat children. There's a monster under my bed, sister. Can you open the door? I don't dare to sleep alone. Sob. This acting of mine, even Pei Yuan would have to call me master. The Oscars owe me a little golden statue. The room was silent for a few seconds. Then came the sound of hurried and messy footsteps. With a click, the door unlocked. From the crack of the door, an eye appeared, scanning outside warily. Seeing only my tiny self, hugging a pillow and trembling, the heavy rosewood door finally opened completely. Liu Ruyan stood right at the door, roughly pulled me into the room, and quickly bolted the door. In the room, there was only one floor lamp, its dim yellow light on, the curtains drawn tightly. Get on the bed. Liu Ruyan pointed to the large, spacious, and soft bed. I didn't hold back, kicking off my slippers and climbing on with both hands and feet, hugging my pillow. So comfortable. This mattress must be worth a few $1 million, right? Lying on it feels like sleeping on a cloud. And this blanket, it's filled with the cold and elegant scent of Liu Ruyan. I buried myself in the blanket, revealing only my eyes, big and round, blinking at her. Sister, aren't you going to sleep? Boom, another loud clap of thunder. Liu Ruyan trembled all over in fear. No longer maintaining her image, she directly flipped the blanket and crawled in. She turned her back to me, curled up, into a ball, her hands tightly covering her ears. I scooted over in the blanket, slowly approaching that trembling back. Ah, women. No matter how strong they usually are, when they encounter thunder, they still have to rely on a man. Although right now I only count as half a man. I reached out my small hand and gently wrapped my arms around her waist from behind. It feels great, smooth, warm, and even a little springy. Don't be afraid, I whispered behind her, rubbing my cheek against her back. Xiaoba is here to protect you. I have Sister Pei's golden bowl and Sister Enki's poison. The Thunder God won't dare to come in. Liu Ruyan's body immediately stiffened. She really wanted to struggle, to push away my wandering, perverted hand. Shut up! Liu Ruyan bit her lip, her voice sounding aggrieved. Who's scared? I'm just a little cold. Okay, you're not scared. You're the bravest CEO Liu in all of Jinhai, I said perfunctorily while pushing my luck, moving my hands and feet at the same time. Heh. A stubborn woman is the cutest. Since you're cold, your little brother will reluctantly act as your human-shaped hot water bottle. No need to thank me. There's another price. I want Australian lobster for breakfast tomorrow. Along with my closeness, Liu Ruyan's tense nerves magically relaxed. She slowly turned around, leaning against the dim light. I looked at her face, right in front of mine, while widening my innocent eyes, my long eyelashes blinking continuously. But Liu Ruyan seemed to have seen, through the cunning glint in the depths of my eyes. "What are you looking at?" Liu Ruyan reached out and pinched my cheek, trying to act all majestic, "Seeing how pretty you are." I took the opportunity to rub my face against her palm. "Sister, you're so beautiful even when you're scared. 1,000 times more beautiful than that, Sister Pei." Liu Ruyan was clearly stunned for a moment. Immediately after, the corners of her lips curved up into a faint smile. I knew she understood there was no truth in my words. All sweet talk. "You have a silver tongue." Liu Ruyan scolded with her mouth, but she didn't pull her hand back. Instead, she took the chance to hug me, her chin resting on the top of my head as she slept. "If you keep rambling, it'll throw you out for the heavens to swallow." This hug stunned me. My goodness, this is way too tight. "Sister, your clothes already have so little fabric. If you hug me like this, where am I supposed to put my face?" My face was pressed into a soft, suffocating place that took my breath away. My nostrils were filled with the scent of sweet shower gel. My heart immediately pounded at 180 beats per minute. Calm down. I must calm down. I told myself to stay calm. This is unavoidable. It's entirely to comfort you. But this feeling, this elasticity, save me. This isn't a hug during a stormy night. This is clearly the 18th circle of hell testing my resolve. My body stiffened like a log, not daring to move even an inch. I was afraid this disobedient body would react, and if Liu Ruyan found out, I'd be silenced immediately. The thunder outside still rumbled, but the breath of the woman in my arms was, gradually becoming steady and deep. Liu Ruyan seemed genuinely tired. Perhaps she had found a sense of security. Her hands, always wary, were now loosely resting on my waist, and one of her long legs was Ba Dao Lai pinning my leg, treating me completely as a human pillow. I opened my eyes in the darkness, as if wanting to cry but having no tears. It's over. I won't be able to sleep tonight. This soft meal is indeed delicious. It's just a bit hard on the kidneys. I carefully placed my hand on Liu Ruyan's back, gently patting, as if comforting a child. A hint of tenderness and dominance flashed in my eyes, inappropriate for my age. "Sleep, foolish woman. As long as I'm here, don't worry about thunder and lightning. Even if the sky falls, it'll catch it for you. Of course, for now, I have to endure this damn suffocating feeling." The next morning, sunlight after the rain filtered through the curtains into the room. Liu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. This sleep was the first time she had slept so soundly in years. No nightmares, nor did she wake up startled. She instinctively shifted, but then she discovered something warm in her arms. Looking down, I was burying my face in her chest, fast asleep. A suspicious trace of clear liquid lingered at the corner of my mouth, and one of my hands was also naughtily clutching a corner of her silk nightgown. Liu Ruyan's face immediately flushed red. This was followed by a nameless sense of shame surging within her. Last night, she had actually let a kid she'd just met, who she'd known for only a few days, crawl into her bed and even sleep embracing each other all night. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. "Ruyan, last night was stormy. Are you okay? I brought this for you." Anki, holding a bottle of tranquilizers, rushed in. And then she froze as if under a spell, standing petrified at the door, her eyes glued to the two bodies entangled on the bed. The bottle in her hand dropped to the floor with a crash, shattering, and Ki pushed her glasses up her nose, her lips curling into a wicked, anticipatory smile. "Sio Liu, you certainly know how to play. Are you starting to keep a boy toy now? This soft meal might be a bit hard on your waist." Time rewound 8 hours, in the bedroom during the stormy night. The air was filled with a pleasant, milky scent. At this moment, this milky scent was more effective for Liu Ruyan than in Ki's specially formulated calming incense. As usual, Liu Ruyan should have long since wrapped herself up like a spring roll, put on noise-canceling headphones, and been trembling. But today, she wasn't trembling at all, and even had the mood to open her eyes in the darkness, using the faint light of the lightning to observe, me pretending to sleep in her arms. In reality, I wasn't sleeping at all. Sleep? Who could possibly sleep through this? Sio Liu, do you know how seductive your figure is? Even through a layer of silk nightgown, the sensation was like being tortured with cotton candy. It was like being tortured with cotton candy. I closed my eyes, trying to keep my breathing steady, but inside, 10,000 mud horses were stampeding. Liu Ruyan was like a lazy cat, clinging to me like an octopus. Her long, slender leg pressing against me was one thing, but her hands, as if they had found an interesting stress-relieving toy, would occasionally pinch the soft flesh on my arm. "Are you asleep?" Liu Ruyan's voice was very soft. In the darkness, it no longer sounded cold, but instead carried a hint of husky laziness. No, I couldn't pretend anymore, so I could only softly reply. "Sister, aren't you afraid of thunder anymore?" I carefully tilted my head back slightly, trying to create a safe distance. But how could Liu Ruyan let go of this human hot water bottle? Instead, she hugged my arm tighter, resting her chin on my head and nuzzling gently. "With you here, I don't seem to be afraid anymore." Actually, Liu Ruyan sighed, her voice revealing deep exhaustion. Sometimes I feel so meaningless. I was stunned for a moment. This script is wrong. Shouldn't this be a heartwarming, sisterly moment? Why is she suddenly getting emo in the middle of the night? Every day, as soon as I open my eyes, it's financial reports, stock prices, and the schemes of the old foxes on the board of directors. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes, her lashes casting shadows on her eyelids. Everyone calls me Kyo Liu. Everyone thinks I'm made of steel, but actually, I don't want to be CEO at all. I want to travel the world. I want to go to Antarctica to see penguins. I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. I want to eat street food without worrying about being photographed. I'm so tired. These two words were as light as a sigh, but they struck my heart powerfully. I opened my eyes to look at the woman whose features were indistinct in the dark. As if possessed, I extended my chubby little hand. I fumbled in the darkness and gently patted Liu Ruyan's back. Once, twice. My movements were clumsy, but the rhythm was gentle. Sister, if you're tired, just sleep. My voice was young, but my tone exuded an unwavering determination. If you don't want to be CEO, then don't. When I grow up, you'll fire all the old men in the Liu group. From now on, leave the job of earning money to support the family to me. You just need to focus on being beautiful. You can go to Antarctica and dance square dances with the penguins too. Ahem. Liu Ruyan suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter vibrated through her chest, making my whole face tremble. Such a small child, yet so cunning. Liu Ruyan reached out her finger and pinched my nose hard. Your mouth isn't small either, and you want to fire the entire board of directors, and you want to support me. Do you know how much the Liu Group earns in a single day? Even selling you 10,000 times wouldn't cover the losses. Although she spoke ill of me, Liu Ruyan's heart felt incredibly warm. This feeling of being promised something, even though it was just innocent, childish words, had made her feel at ease for the first time in a long time. Humph. Don't underestimate a poor young man, I huffed indignantly. At school, I always get perfect scores in math. I also save a lot of my pocket money. As long as you give me enough time to develop, let alone the Liu Group, I could buy the entire Kimhai city as a playground for you. All right, my little perfect scoring genius. Liu Ruyan's lips curved into a smile, burying her face in my neck, taking a deep breath. Then it's decided. You'll wait for you to grow up. Liu Ruyan turned over, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Her long leg unceremoniously landed on my stomach again. For now, it'll borrow your body as a pillow. Good night, kid. This was everything that had happened last night. As pure as a white sheet, as heartwarming as a healing drama. But all of this, in the eyes of Chi, who had just burst in, was a completely different story. Returning to the present, 7:30 a.m., the test tube in QI's hand lay shattered on the floor. Her eyes behind her glasses sparkled with a mischievous glint. CEO Liu, you certainly know how to play. Are you starting to keep a boy toy now? This shout directly caused Liu Ruyan, who was still reminiscing about the warmth of the previous night, to startle and bristle. Liu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes. Her face, which had been flushed with sleep, immediately turned cold. Although she was extremely panicked inside, her professionalism as a domineering CEO allowed her to regain control of her expression in 0.1 seconds. She controlled her expression perfectly in 0.1 seconds. Get out! Liu Ruyan grabbed another pillow beside her without looking and threw it directly towards the door. The motion was fast, accurate, and powerful, and Qi nimbly dodged it, casually catching the thrown pillow, and her smile grew more brazen. Did I hit a nerve? Are you angry because you're embarrassed? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect you'd like this type. Can this tiny body handle your torment? As in Qi teased, her eyes scanned me from head to toe, as if wanting to dissect me, ready for research. I was speechless. Sister, I beg you, please shut up. You're just fanning the flames. I felt the surrounding temperature drop to 20 degrees Celsius. As expected, Liu Ruyan slowly sat up, the strap of her silk nightgown slipping down halfway, revealing a rounded shoulder. She pushed her hair back. Her gaze, sharp as a knife, shot towards Qi. Qi, if you say one more word, I will cut the R&D funding for the second half of the year for your lab. And I'll tell Grandpa about how you secretly drank my 1982 Lafitte last night. A killing blow. The smile on Qi's face froze instantly. Actually, I came to call you for breakfast. The weather is really nice today. I'm going to check if my lab mice need to be fed yet. Excuse me. With that, Qi, hugging the pillow, fled, disappearing faster than a rabbit, even remembering to close the door carefully behind her. Click. The world finally quieted down. Only the two of us were left in the room. The atmosphere was so awkward that I felt my toes curl. I curled up in the blanket, only my eyes showing, afraid to move rashly because of Qi's commotion earlier. When Liu Ruyan sat up, the blanket had slid off her almost completely. Although she was wearing a nightgown underneath, its alluring, lazy, and casual style was even more deadly. Especially that collarbone dip was so deep it could hold goldfish. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I'm a child. I don't understand. Liu Ruyan seemed to notice something too, glancing down at her disheveled attire. A faint blush briefly appeared on her cheeks, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned to look at me, still pretending to be a quail. Then she suddenly reached out and pinched my ear, which was heating up. "Did you hear what Enki said earlier?" "Hear what?" I blinked my big round eyes with an innocent expression. Sister Anne said she was going to feed the lab mice. My acting was flawless. Liu Ruyan stared at me for a few seconds, as if trying to confirm if I truly didn't understand those suggestive words. Finally, she let out a soft chuckle. "It's best if you didn't hear." Also, Liu Ruyan leaned down, her warm breath caressing my face. "Forget what I said last night. It was a dream. Whether it was fear of thunder or not wanting to be CO, forget it all." I obediently nodded. Yes, I slept like a log last night. I didn't hear anything, and I never said I wanted to support you." Liu Ruyan's movements faltered. This kid was teasing her. Unhappily, she pinched my soft, tousled hair. "Get up, it's the weekend today. I'll take you somewhere." Liu Ruyan threw off the blanket and got out of bed, barefoot on the carpet. After 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and looked at me still lying in bed. A barely discernible slyness flickered in her eyes. "Although this soft meal of yours is quite enjoyable, the meals at the Liu family's house are not so easy to digest. You boasted about wanting to support me, so starting today, study hard on how to be a qualified heir." I looked at her retreating back, my mouth twitching violently. "An heir? Sister, oh sister, you're pushing me into a fire pit. I said I wanted to eat soft meals forcefully? Why has this suddenly turned into a game of raising a rich child?" But as I touched the arm she had rested on all night, which was now continuously aching, recalling how fragile Liu Ruyan had been, like a little girl last night. Fine, considering how beautiful she is, you'll reluctantly take the risk. I leaped out of bed like a transformed carp. "Yes, sister, I want Australian lobster for nourishment." At this moment, Enki, with her bird's nest hair, was spreading a green jam, which looked like a biochemical reagent, onto her toast. She was staring at me with eyes that seemed to want to dissect me. "CEO Liu, according to my observations last night, this kid's adrenaline levels were normal. He wasn't psychologically traumatized by your sleeping posture. His vitality is very strong." Liu Ruyan's fingers, holding a tablet, paused slightly. Her fingers holding the tablet paused. "Eat your biochemical bread." I shrank back, deciding to be a silent eating machine. The war between men should never get involved, especially not men who are not fully developed like me. At this moment, the villa door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. "Surprise, sisters, I'm back," her voice preceded her arrival. Pei Yiwan, wearing sunglasses that covered half her face and a form-fitting, extremely sexy red mini dress, stomped in with killer heels. Behind her, 2 exhausted assistants followed, carrying large and small bags from luxury brands. "Everyone's here." Pei Yiwan took off her sunglasses. Her peach blossom eyes swept around the living room. Finally, they landed on my greasy face. "Oh, little Ba, did Sister Ruyan bully you last night? Come here into my arms. Let me check your body." Before I could swallow the piece of lobster in my mouth, Pei Yuan grabbed me and pulled me into a hug. A facial cleanser attack, and the premium version at that. I'm suffocating. I struggled desperately, but in front of Pei Yuan, this gym fanatic, my tiny strength was like a tickle to her. "Don't make a fuss." Liu Ruyan frowned, putting down her tablet. "Weren't you supposed to be filming a show out of town? Why are you back so early? Don't even mention it. That director actually wanted me to create a seep with a pretty boy. He didn't even consider what that pretty boy looked like. He's not even 1/10,000th as cute as my little Ba." Pei Yuan disdainfully released me and casually threw herself onto the sofa. She lost all pretense of elegance, slouching into the gay Yulin pose. That red mini dress was already short, and leaning back like this made it unbelievably shorter. Her 2 long, fair legs, gleaming, were casually draped over the coffee table. I quickly covered my eyes, see no evil. If I dare to look again, it would be a waste if those legs weren't used for pedicab driving. It would be a waste if those legs weren't insured. What is this? Pei Yuan's hand reached into the sofa crevice, feeling for the remote. She ended up touching a stiff, black-covered notebook. A skull was crudely drawn on it. That was my precious revenge notebook. I was about to take a sip of milk. The moment I saw the notebook, my pupils contracted. Pfft, a mouthful of milk was sprayed out. Damn it, it's over. I casually stuffed it into the sofa crevice last night and forgot to take it out. I didn't have time to wipe my mouth. Letting out a strange cry, I lunged like a small projectile. But who was Pei Yuan, the spotlight queen of the entertainment industry? Her reaction speed was due to practice. With a flick of her wrist, she raised the notebook high up. My small 1.4 mere stature, compared to Pei Yuan's 1.75 me when wearing high heels, made me seem like a dwarf. I hopped a few times. I couldn't even reach the cover of the notebook. Instead, I crashed headfirst into Pei Yuan's embrace, triggering another facial cleanser attack. Oh my, such a strong reaction? Pei Yuan became immediately interested. Her peach blossom eyes lit up like 200-watt bulbs. There must be something shady. Let me see, is this a love letter from some naughty kid? Sister Pei, that's my private property. You're not allowed to look. I was so flustered that my face turned bright red. My hands and feet fumbled as I tried to climb onto the sofa. Private? And Key also became interested, pushing up her glasses as she leaned closer. This kid? I've examined him from head to toe. I even know how many moles he has. What privacy could I possibly not know about? Although Liu Ruyan said nothing, she also put down her tablet. Her lips curved into an amused, expectant line. Pei Yuan used her height advantage. With one hand, she firmly held my flailing little hand. With the other, she turned to the first page. Then, her incredibly penetrating voice began to read emotionally, "Sunny day. Today, the old hag Pei Yuan insisted on making me wear that pink lace dress and even forced me to call her Her Majesty, the Queen. If I don't get revenge for this, I'm no gentleman. When I, this young master, grow up and have money, I will definitely buy all the ugly outfits in this world to make her wear, and I'll also make her wear a big floral jacket from Northeast China on the red carpet." As Pei Yuan read on, her tone shifted. The initially smug smile on her face froze. A vein on her forehead pulsed. Old hag, big floral jacket from Northeast China. Pei Yuan slowly lowered her head and looked at me, trembling in her arms. Her smile gradually turned sinister. "Little Ba, so in your heart, you think of me this way?" Me. It's a misunderstanding, it's artistic creation, it's hyperbole. Sister Pei, please listen to my defense. Or rather, explanation. Pei Yuan didn't listen at all, continuing to flip the pages. On a gloomy day, this cold-blooded demoness Liu Ruyan dared to steal my mango pudding. And she pretended to be serious, saying she was worried about my cavities when I clearly saw her, secretly sneaking into the kitchen to gobble it up. With pudding crumbs on her mouth? Humph. Obviously she wanted it herself, but pretended to be aloof. I'll record this debt first. Later, I will saw off the heels of all her high heels so she can only wear flats. The atmosphere instantly froze. Liu Ruyan, who had been sitting beside her, enjoying the show, the smile immediately vanished, switching to Pei Yuan's face. Ha 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 ha. Pei Yuan burst out laughing without a care for her image. Liu Ruyan, I knew it. You were the one who secretly ate that pudding. And you blamed it on the golden retriever at home. The cold-blooded female devil, secretly eating pudding. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This description is too accurate. Liu Ruyan's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She narrowed her eyes. Her slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the dining table. Each tap felt like it was hitting my heart. It's over. This time I'm completely done for. This isn't a grudge notebook. This is my death certificate, but the public execution wasn't over yet. Pei Yuan clearly enjoyed watching the drama, not afraid of making things worse. She directly flipped to the third page. On a rainy day, and Qi is a perverted scientist. Today she wanted to draw my blood again, for some kind of research. She even lied to me, saying it was strawberry juice. I'd be dead if I believed her. This woman definitely has a big problem in her head. In the future, I'll take her to a mental hospital to register for a VIP card. And Qi was about to put a piece of bread in her mouth. Hearing that, her hand trembled. The piece of bread went straight into her face. Green fruit jam smeared all over her face. Now none of the three women were smiling anymore. The pressure in the living room was terrifyingly low. I stood in the middle of the sofa, my hands still in a grabbing motion. My whole body had turned to stone. In front of me was the wolf, Pei Yuan. Behind me was the fox, Liu Ruyan. And next to me was the perverted Anqi, preparing to pull out a scalpel. How do I get out of this mess? I swallowed hard, trying to use my small, harmless face to get through this. If I said I found this notebook, and the words in it were written by a ghost, would you sisters believe me? Ha ha, the three women sneered in unison. Pei Yuan closed the notebook and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. Then she slowly unbuttoned her cuffs. Northeastern floral blouse. Liu Ruyan stood up, approaching step by step, sawing high heels. And Qi cracked her knuckles, making a cracking sound. Mental hospital VIP. And Qi wiped the fruit jam off her face and took out an unknown syringe from her pocket. I stepped back until I was pressed against the cold wall with no way to retreat. Help, this wealthy life is too dangerous. I want to go back to the countryside, sisters. Let's talk this out calmly. I can explain. This is the deep love I have for you. With deep love comes great responsibility. Don't you understand? Oh my. Pei Yuan grabbed my small face tightly and pulled it to the sides. If you love me that much, then don't wear a dress today. I just bought a Sailor Moon cosplay outfit. I think it would suit you very well. I let out a desperate, tragic scream. Just as the three women were about to give this little lamb a cruel and inhumane lesson in love, the butler, who usually had no presence, suddenly rushed in. The phone in his hand was still connected. He looked as disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. "Eldest miss, there's a problem." The butler's voice broke the playful atmosphere in the living room. Liu Ruyan stopped pinching my face, turned her head, and frowned slightly. "What is it? Can't you see I'm busy educating the future master of the house?" The butler glanced at me, sandwiched between the three women, my clothes disheveled. The corner of his mouth twitched. It's the young master. Young Master Gui Bashang. He just arrived at the Liu Group building. Moreover, the butler paused for a moment, his voice lowering a few notches. He brought the media with him and is live streaming in the lobby, he said. He said that back then he ran away for a secret reason. It was to protect you. Now he has returned, to take back everything that belongs to him, including the engagement and the little young master. As soon as the words were spoken, laughter and teasing in the living room instantly vanished without a trace. Pei Yuan, who was pinching my face, stopped her hand's motion. Anqi pushed up her glasses. A cold glint flashed across the lenses. As for Liu Ruyan, she slowly turned around. Her eyes, which had held a hint of playful mockery, were now covered in a thick layer of ice. Only I, upon hearing that name, so familiar yet so distant, felt my heart sink. Gui Bashang is the name of the scumbag brother who abandoned me at the wedding, causing me to be a hostage for 10 years. Now he wants to take me back? What am I? You throw me away when you want, and take me back when you want? I took advantage of their stupor and slipped out of Pei Yuan's grasp. I straightened the crumpled collar of my small vest, the panicked and cute expression on my small face completely disappeared, replaced by a smile that was chillingly out of place for my age. I originally thought this grudge notebook today could only be used to amuse you sisters. I didn't expect the person who should be on the list to come knocking on the door himself. I walked to the coffee table, picked up the small black notebook that almost caused my social death right here. Right in front of the three sisters, I pulled a pen from my pocket. I flipped to a brand new page. Scribble, scribble, scribble. I wrote down a line of text. The runaway bastard Guy Bashang is back. Wants to reap the rewards? Dream on this debt will be repaid in this lifetime. After writing, I tucked the notebook into my shirt and looked up at Liu Ruyan, revealing a smile so bright it would send shivers down one's spine. Sister, let's go. I also want to go see what my so-called biological brother really wants, whether it's to protect you or to seek his own death. The atmosphere in the living room was strangely quiet. The phone in the butler, Uncle Lias' hand was still ringing. From the other end of the line, one could faintly hear the clamor of the media, the questions and the hoarse speech of Gui Bashang. Eldest miss, this. Uncle Liu was so worried that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The fire is already at our feet. Why aren't these ancestors reacting at all? Liu Ruyan was unhurried, sitting back down at the head of the dining table. She leisurely crossed her legs, her silk nightgown slipping down her thigh, revealing her dazzlingly fair skin. The tip of her foot dangled a fluffy slipper. She waved her hand very perfunctorily at the butler, telling him to let him shout. A stray dog. Can it really bark loud enough to make the Liu Group building collapse? After speaking, Liu Ruyan's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Her gaze once again focused on the small black notebook in my arms. Compared to that good-for-nothing, I'm more interested in this right now. Liu Ruyan extended a slender finger, gently tapping the word pudding on the rosewood table. What about this line? I hugged the notebook, my whole body frozen. Seriously, big sister. That's your fiancé. It's your company's stock price. It's your business empire. And you're here haggling with me over 2 mango puddings. Are the brains of you wealthy people, all wrapped in gold leaf? Completely airtight, I blinked my big eyes, trying to bluff my way through. Actually, I misremembered. The pudding was stolen by a mouse. The mouse in my house is very big. It even knows how to wear high heels. Before I could finish, a fragrant hand directly pinched my cheek. Pei Yuan pressed close to me. Her tight red dress today was truly a violation. The neckline was cut very low, just a slight bow of the head, and that powerful visual impact could make any man bleed dry. Oh my little darling even knows how to be sarcastic. Pei Yuan laughed so hard her body swayed. Her other hand very naughtily pulled the small notebook from my arms. Tisk, 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 sisters. Look at this handwriting. It's crooked like a dog's scrawl. There's even a skull drawn here. Oh my, why does this skull have a bow on it? Is this supposed to be me? Pei Yuan pointed to a doodle in the notebook. Not only was she not angry, but she cupped her face, making an expression as if she was melting from the cuteness. It's so cute on the surface. You say you want me to wear a floral blouse, but behind my back you draw a bow for me. This is the legendary tsundere. Pei Yuan planted a kiss on my forehead, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. I like it best when you say one thing, but mean another, you little rascal. I grumbled to myself. Who's a tsundere? I was obviously trying to draw an X, but the pen ran out of ink. I just conveniently made 2 strokes, and she could still make something of it. I thought to myself, Pei Yuan's ability to make up stories would be wasted if she didn't become a novelist. Anki also moved closer. Pointing at the mental hospital VIP note, she smiled so widely, her glasses reflected the light. So this is the image you have of me in your heart. She pushed the glasses up the bridge of her nose. There wasn't a hint of anger on her face. Instead, she smiled and patted my head. Your judgment isn't bad at all. Next time, I'll take you to the lab and show you what real madness is, okay? I was so scared I shook my head frantically like a pellet drum. No way, not at all. I'm really afraid that'll go in, standing up and come out lying down. I might even be turned into a specimen. Just then, Liu Ruyan finally spoke. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the table. Her voice was cold but carried an undeniable queenly aura. All right, stop teasing the boy. I felt that although she was helping me out, those phoenix eyes were staring right at me. The corners of her lips held a teasing smile. If little Ba has such a deep resentment towards my pudding. Liu Ruyan turned her head to the side at Uncle Liu, who was wiping his sweat. Which pastry shop was that? Uncle Liu was a bit stunned, then quickly bowed and replied, It's the 3 Michelin-star Sweetheart Pavilion. They have a limited supply each day. Buy it. Liu Ruyan's words were astonishing, but her tone was as casual as if she were saying she wanted to buy a cabbage. From now on, it will exclusively supply our family. Also, have someone bring 200 mango puddings here. The fridge must be filled. Instantly, the whole room fell silent. Even Pei Yuan, who was used to grand scenes, was astonished and quietly gave a thumbs up. That's Xiao Liu for you? Is this a superpower? The more I listened, the wider my eyes got, my jaw dropping in amazement. I was screaming internally, holy crap, buying the whole shop and 200 puddings. Is this the legendary, doting female CEO? This is just too ruthless and insane. Well done. Liu Ruyan was clearly very pleased with everyone's reaction. She elegantly picked up the pen and without a word pushed it into my hand. Then she tapped her fingertip on the notebook, on the line about secretly eating pudding. Now, cross out this line for me immediately. I looked down at the expensive fountain pen in my hand. Then I looked up at Liu Ruyan's face, cold and arrogant, yet with a smile in her eyes. I thought to myself, fine, this move is definitely not a loss. Whoever gives milk is mother, whoever gives pudding is sister. So I obediently picked up the pen. On the line about secretly eating pudding, I drew a thick line through it. As I crossed it out, I tried my best to blink my big eyes cutely. Sister, I was wrong. My memory is bad. You're a fairy. You only drink dew. This rainbow fart clearly made Liu Ruyan extremely satisfied. She contentedly pinched my chubby cheeks. It seemed the texture wasn't bad. Consider yourself sensible. Go get changed. Liu Ruyan immediately stood up, her lazy aura instantly retracting, replaced by the sharp aura of a business queen. She glanced coldly out the door, her gaze as sharp as a knife. If your good-for-nothing brother wants to die, then well, play a good game with him. Bring your little notebook. Today we'll go to the scene and settle every score with him clearly. I snorted internally. So what if I crossed it out? My memory is good anyway. This grudge is already etched into my DNA. Trying to bribe me with just 200 puddings? It has to be at least 300. As I stuffed pudding into my mouth, I quickly calculated in my head. Pei Yuan, across from me, was touching up her makeup with powder, but her eyes would glance at me from time to time. Little Ba, when you see that scumbag brother later, don't be scared. I've practiced Sun Shou, you know. If he dares to touch a single hair on your head, I'll let him know why flowers are so red. Meanwhile, Enki was adjusting her tablet. The screen was filled with rapidly scrolling lines of data. I just hacked into the Liu Group's surveillance system. That guy Ba Shang is putting on a show in the lobby, crying so tragically. His acting is much better than the male leads in those terrible movies of Pei Yuan's. Hey Enki, do you know how to talk? Pei Yuan was so angry she almost crushed the powder compact in her hand. Liu Ruyan didn't join their argument. She just leaned back on the genuine leather seat and closed her eyes to rest. In her hand, she was rolling 2. Oh no, they were 2 Vajra hand-strengthening balls. That clacking sound sent shivers down my spine. I muttered to myself, is this big sister charging up for her ultimate move? I feel like someone's going to shed blood on the spot later. Arriving, the driver braked gently. The car slowly stopped in front of the entrance of the Liu Group building. Outside the car window, it was surrounded by media reporters with cameras. Ba Shang had created such a big scene, even starting a live stream online. It was currently peak traffic time. The moment the car door opened, camera flashes immediately turned night into day. Liu Ruyan got out of the car first. The noisy scene seemed to have its mute button pressed. She wore 10-centimeter high heels and a black business suit. Her aura was overwhelming, truly a walking air conditioner. Immediately after, Pei Yuan gracefully stepped out of the car wearing sunglasses. Her red lips were slightly curled, as if she had her own personal spotlight effect. Finally, Enki came down pushing a wheelchair. My face went blank. Wait a minute, a wheelchair? I'm in a wheelchair? Still holding a half-eaten pudding in my hand? My head was full of question marks. I thought to myself, what the hell is this? I'm not disabled. I just walked in on my own. What kind of play are they trying to stage? And Ki leaned down and whispered in my ear, as per tactical requirements, act a little weak for me. The more pitiful, the better. This is called a public opinion counterattack. I understood immediately. Wow, are these the legendary tactics of the wealthy? Compared to my brother who only knows how to cry pitifully, These sisters are the real cunning bosses. If that's the case, I immediately threw away the pudding in my hand. My small, rosy face immediately drooped, my eyes becoming empty and lifeless. My whole body went limp against the wheelchair. I even very professionally squeezed out 2 tears. Sister, I'm scared. The moment my weak, childish voice came out, the hearts of the reporters at the scene were shattered. Meanwhile, standing on the steps, Guiba Shang, who was eloquently accusing the Liu family of kidnapping his younger brother, his expression immediately froze. The good show is starting. The first floor lobby of the Liu group. It was like a market at this moment. Flashes were going off non-stop. Dozens of reporters with cameras and camcorders formed a semicircle. In the middle was Guiba Shang, who despite some light makeup still couldn't hide his scumbag aura. He was facing the livestream camera. His eyes were red, his voice choked with emotion. With that kind of acting, not going for an Oscar would be a great loss for the entertainment industry. I am sincere. I left back then because I knew I wasn't worthy of Ruyan. I didn't want to drag her down. For 10 years abroad, I missed my little brother every day, missed this home. I couldn't eat or sleep well. The comment section was flooded with bleeding hearts gushing. He's so devoted. The Liu family is too much, not letting the brothers reunite. This is true love. To not implicate his fiancée, he chose to leave with nothing. Guiba Shang looked at his phone screen, at the rapidly scrolling gifts and compliments. His heart bloomed. He thought to himself, this is it. As long as public opinion is on his side, that face-saving Liu Ruyan would absolutely not dare to kick him out in front of everyone. Then, not only could he get the engagement back, but he could also take over the Liu family's resources. As for that useless little brother, just giving him a bowl of rice would be enough. Just as Guiba Shang was about to squeeze out 2 more tears to heighten the emotion, the automatic doors of the lobby slowly opened. An invisible low-pressure front instantly swept across the entire scene. The once noisy media area, like ducks being strangled, immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door in unison. Liu Ruyan was walking at the very front. The black business suit accentuated her perfect waist. Her high heels clicked on the marble floor, making a crisp sound. Each step seemed to stomp on Guiba Shang's heart. Pei Yiwan followed closely behind. As soon as she took off her sunglasses, her contemptuous gaze seemed to be looking at a pile of non-recyclable trash. But what shocked people the most was at the very back, and she was pushing a wheelchair, slowly entering. In the wheelchair was me, with a pale face. Holy crap, is that me? Why am I in a wheelchair? Was I abused by the Liu family? That's right, the suit I'm wearing is a handmade Italian custom suit, right? This one suit is enough for a house deposit. The tragic expression on Guiba Shang's face immediately froze, turning into a look of horror as if he had seen a ghost. Little Ba, what's wrong with your legs? This script is wrong. Aren't you supposed to be running and jumping and hugging my leg? Why have you become disabled? Sitting in the wheelchair, I silently praised myself for my cleverness. A woman like Kiss tools are still useful. This wheelchair even automatically plays sad background music. I thought, if they want to act out a sad drama, then I'll act along with them to my heart's content. When it comes to the art of being a green tea, I'm a professional. I took a deep breath, my big, lively eyes immediately filled with tears. But I held back my tears. That stubborn yet fragile look immediately drew all the camera lenses. Trembling, I pointed my small finger at Jibo Kong, my voice weak, as if just pushed out from the ICU. Brother, are you really not dead? Pfft. The reporters at the scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jibo Kang's face turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, brother isn't dead. Brother is back to pick you up. But I quietly lowered my head, my small hands nervously fiddling with the corner of my shirt. If you weren't dead, why haven't you called me in 10 years? Last birthday, I even burned for you. Lots of spirit money and the latest phones. I was afraid you weren't doing well over there. So you really weren't dead. My statement, so you weren't dead, with the disappointment and self-pity in my tone, was truly a masterstroke. The tide in the livestream room immediately turned. Ha 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 ha. Burning spirit money. This little brother is something else. When something happens, he really burns money. I'm dying of laughter. 10 years without a call, and he's live streaming as soon as he's back. This brother must have gone crazy for money. Poor little brother. Although I want to laugh, looking at the child in the wheelchair looks so pitiful. Jibo Kong was getting anxious. He didn't expect this usually foolish younger brother to suddenly become so sharp. Xiaoba, you misunderstand me. Brother has his own hardships. Jibo Kong strode over, intending to grab my arm, trying to act out a scene of brotherly affection to salvage the situation. Don't touch me, a lazy but dangerous voice rang out. A pair of slender legs immediately blocked Jibo Kong's path. Pei Yiwan crossed her arms in front of me, looking down at Jibo Kong, a smirk playing on her lips. Your dirty hands, if they mess up Xiaoba's hair that I just styled, selling you wouldn't even cover the cost. Miss Pei Pei? Jibo Kong froze for a moment. This is a family matter. A family matter? Liu Ruyan, who had been silent, finally spoke. She walked over to my wheelchair, no longer as cold as usual, but knelt down. She casually adjusted my crooked tie, then took the half-eaten mango pudding from my hand. In front of all the reporters, she unhesitatingly scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The entire hall fell silent. That was Liu Ruyan, the infamous germophobic female devil of Qinghai. She actually ate someone else's leftover pudding. Oh my god, I'm blind. Is this still the ice-cold CEO? Is this what they call abuse? It's clearly pampering her to the heavens. What's the relationship between these two? Why do I feel such a strange couple vibe? Liu Ruyan leisurely swallowed the pudding, stood up and took a wet wipe from her assistant to clean her hands. Then she turned around, her eyes cold enough to freeze. Ji Bokang, it's been 10 years. Has your brain been taken by a dog along with your self-respect? You want to act out a brotherly scene? Then first, you should pay the Nuidung fees, the tuition for Xiaoba at the Liu household for the past 10 years, medical expenses, and emotional damages. Liu Ruyan snapped her fingers. And Qi pushed up her glasses, directly pulling out a thick stack of invoices from her pocket, clearly having them prepared. Based on big data calculations plus inflation and CEO Lia's appearance fee, rounded up, it's a total of 300 million yuan. We accept Alipay, WeChat Pay, and card payments. We don't accept payment in kind because you're not worth it. And Qi icily read out an astronomical figure. Ji Bokang stood there stunned, his legs weak, almost collapsing to his knees. 300 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? I, who had been sitting obediently in the wheelchair, suddenly looked up, revealing an utterly innocent smile. I reached into the pocket of my small vest, taking out the legendary small black notebook. Brother, robbing is against the law. But I held the pen to the notebook, scribbling something on the page, muttering as I wrote. A certain day, a sunny day, the scumbag brother wants to freeload. Not only the Nuidung fees, but also wants to freeload at Sister Lia's villa. He even wants to pack me up and take me too. This behavior warrants sending him directly to mine coal. Finished writing, I closed the notebook, looking at Ji Bokang with the gaze one reserves for an imbecile. Brother, this is the Liu Corporation, not a recycling dump. Do you want to recycle yourself? Go left for 300 meters, there's a scrapyard, the old man. There's quite kind, he'll probably give you a good price. Boom. The reporters at the scene completely exploded. This isn't the innocent, lovable little brother. This is clearly a poisonous snake in sheep's clothing. Ji Bokang was so retorted by me that his face alternated between pale and green, his finger pointed at me, trembling. Security! Liu Ruyan was too lazy to watch this drama any longer. She waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. Please escort this deeply affectionate ex-fiancé out. Also, inform the legal department to gather evidence and file lawsuits against all the rumors and slander during the recent live stream. If he wants fame that badly, then let him be famous to the point of turning purple and then completely black. A few fierce bodyguards, like wolves and tigers, immediately charged forward, dragging Ji Bokang out like a dead dog. Let go of me, I'm the son-in-law of the Liu family. I have an engagement, Liu Ruyan. You can't treat me like this, Ji Bokangs. Desperate cries faded into the distance, finally disappearing beyond the automatic doors. The world was finally quiet. Liu Ruyan turned around, looking at me pretending to rub my leg in the wheelchair, the corners of her lips unconsciously curving up. Are you done acting? If not, I don't mind actually breaking your leg so you can nail this role. I startled and sprang up from the wheelchair. All right, I'm fine now. This is a medical miracle. You are all amazing. You are so mighty. This jump of mine landed directly in Pei Yuan's arms, like a koala clinging to her. I almost died. I almost became truly disabled. This woman Liu Ruyan is too cruel. That look just now was definitely genuine. Pei Yuan naturally supported my small rear, rubbing it hard against my face. You mischievous little thing. Who taught you that line about burning spirit money? So savage. I love it. Before the sisters could celebrate this resounding victory, from the lingering crowd in the grand hall, suddenly came a few jarring whispers. Though those voices were intentionally lowered, they were exceptionally clear in the quiet hall. They get rid of the older one and keep the younger one. CEO Lia's taste is getting heavier. Exactly, the Ji family is bankrupt. This little one is just a burden. I think Liu Ruyan is probably just trying to raise a kept boy. This kind of abandoned puppy is the easiest to control. I never expected the esteemed Liu family. Before they could finish, I turned around, wearing a standard innocent smile, walking towards Xiao Zhao. These fools forced my hand. I originally intended to use my childish identity to blend in with you all, but all I got was alienation and ridicule. No more pretense. I am super. I shall go public. I walked up to Xiao Zhao, looked up, my big eyes blinking. Uncle, please calm down. Big sister taught me to treat guests politely. I invite you to have this glass of wine. Xiao Zhao was stunned for a moment. Has this kid given up? Haha. As expected, he's a weakling. Before the smugness on his face could fully bloom, as he was about to reach out for the wine and add a few more taunts. Suddenly I slipped, my fall so exaggerated that even the cleaning lady could see through it. Ouch! The floor is so slippery that full glass of dark red liquid drew a beautiful parabola in the air. With a crash, it hit its target precisely, not a single drop wasted. It all splashed onto Xiao Zhao's expensive white Armani suit, a limited edition one. Even a few drops splashed onto his greasy face, the dark red liquid trickling down Xiao Zhao's collar, making him look utterly pathetic. Ah, my limited edition suit. Xiao Zhao let out a scream as pathetic as a pig being slaughtered. But as soon as he screamed, he realized something was wrong. Why does this taste sweet and sour? I stood there holding the empty glass, not only not apologizing, tilting my head, looking at him like he was an idiot. Uncle, stop screaming. This is grape juice, just the discounted supermarket kind, 9.9 yuan per bottle. Non-alcoholic, non-toxic. It's just a little sticky. Go home and ask your mom to wash it for you. The entire hall fell silent. Then, suppressed laughter erupted. Using grape juice as wine to splash on someone, this humiliation was worse than a direct slap in the face. Are you looking for death? Xiao Zhao completely lost his composure. He raised his hand to slap me. How dare you? Lu Ruyan and Pei Yuan both shouted. The two of them moved as if teleporting, but my movements were faster. I didn't retreat, but instead took a step forward. The aura around me suddenly changed. The cute, soft boy from before disappeared instantly, replaced by a calmness and pressure that sent chills down one's spine. This aura was even similar to Liu Ruyan's. I pointed my finger at the surveillance camera above. Xiao Zhao, young Master Zhao. My voice wasn't loud, but in my clear, childish voice there was a hint of calm control over the situation. If I were you, I would absolutely not let this hand fall, because one slap from you wouldn't be slapping my face, but rather the last sliver of hope for your Zhao family to list on NASDAQ. Xiao Zhao's hand froze midair. He stared at me, the kid who only reached his waist, feeling like he was looking at a monster. What nonsense are you spouting? I let out a cold laugh, taking out the small black notebook from my pocket, but not opening it. Because this data was already deeply etched into my supercomputer-like brain. The Zhao family's financials last quarter showed a profit of 300 million yuan. But in reality, their 3 core warehouses in the western suburbs were sealed 2 months ago for fire safety violations. Fire safety violations 2 months ago. Now, they're not housing couriers inside, but rats, aren't they? To conceal their losses, your father embezzled funds to cover it up, and even forged overseas orders. Oh, right. I raised 3 fingers and wagged them. If I recall correctly, this Friday is the Securities Commission's audit. Tell me, if I were to change this glass of grape juice now into an anonymous accusation letter to the Securities Commission, wouldn't your Zhao family's stock price drop more than your current complexion? If I recall correctly, this Friday is the Securities Commission's audit. Tell me, if I were to change this glass of grape juice now into an anonymous accusation letter to the Securities Commission, wouldn't your Zhao family's stock price drop more than your current complexion? Boom! These words were like a depth charge, immediately causing a stir in the crowd. Many people around were also major players in the business world. Hearing these specific details, their expressions changed one by one, hurriedly taking out their phones to text. Xiao Zhao's face immediately turned ashen, cold sweat mingled with the grape juice running down, his whole body trembling. How do you know these top-secret details? Don't bother with how I know. I put my hands in my pockets, clearly a 10-year-old child, but at this moment, he was like a business king commanding the world. I took a step forward, and Xiao Zhao unconsciously took a step back. And the young master in the plaid shirt behind him. I shifted my gaze, looking at the others who had joined in the teasing earlier. Your father's restaurant chain only uses spoiled meat. Last month it caused 3 incidents of food poisoning, costing 8 million yuan in PR. 8 million yuan for PR, right? And the young master Trung on the left, your natural cosmetics brand, is actually packaged in a small workshop in Guangzhou, costing 2.5 yuan, but you sell it for 250 yuan. With business like this, I'd even like to give you a thumbs up. The entire hall was silent, only the hum of the air conditioning could be heard. Everyone was looking at me with eyes, as if I were an alien. Damn it, is this a 10-year-old child? Is it possibly Buffett reincarnated? Or is it Conan reborn? The rich young masters from earlier, who called me a burden, were now shrinking back one by one, wishing they could disappear into thin air, afraid of being singled out by me. After speaking, I seemed a little tired, shrugged, instantly retracting my previously imposing aura. I turned back into that soft, adorable child, turning around, staring intently at the stunned Liu Ruyan, and held out my hands. Sister Liu, I'm thirsty. This grape juice really tastes bad. Let's try a different brand next time. Liu Ruyan stood there, in her usually calm phoenix eyes. Emotions that had never surfaced before were now surging. Astonishment, shock, and a hint of indescribable pride and emotion. She'd always thought that bringing me home was inviting trouble, or rather, finding a small pet to protect. She was prepared to shield me from storms. But just now, this small figure stood in front of her with the most innocent voice, uttering the harshest words, not only protecting her pride, but also a resounding slap in the face to the entire Kim Hai social circle. This feeling of being protected felt strange yet incredibly wonderful. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions stirring within her. She stepped forward, and instead of grabbing me by the collar as usual, she gently bent down and picked me up. A true Princess Carrie, even though it was for a 10-year-old boy. Okay. Liu Ruyan's voice was softer than ever, even carrying a hint of undetectable affection. From now on, well, only drink fresh juice. She turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Xiao Zhao and the others who were already unsteady. Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for me to offer you some grape juice? Xiao Zhao and the others looked as if they had been granted a great pardon, not even daring to utter a single sarcastic remark. They hurriedly fled through the main doors, not even caring about their stained limited edition suits, which were stained. Pei Yuan whistled, adoringly approaching to pinch my cheek. Wow, Xiaoba, you're so cool. That look just now was exactly like the female special agent I played. I love you to death. And Qi adjusted her glasses, a knowing smile curving her lips. It seems we need to reevaluate this child's IQ. It would be a shame not to dissect this brain. I snuggled into Liu Ruyan's arms and yawned. Exhausting, acting sophisticated for 10 minutes requires 2 hours of charging. This body is really not durable. As soon as I use my brain, I get sleepy. But Liu Ruyan's scent is so pleasant, still that cool perfume scent. But her embrace is strangely warm. In the Rolls-Royce returning to the city, the car interior was very quiet, completely isolated from the chaos outside. Pei Yuan was scrolling through Weibo, looking at the trending topics about the mysterious younger brother of the Liu family, confronting the scumbag brother online, grinning widely. And Qi was organizing the damaging information about the Zhao family she had just gathered, preparing to add fuel to their fire. As for me, I had already fallen asleep in the back seat. My head rested on Liu Ruyan's shoulder, my breathing steady, my sleeping face as peaceful as an angel's, completely devoid of the little devilish image from earlier that had made a group of rich young masters question their existence. Liu Ruyan put down her tablet, she tilted her head, quietly looking at my profile. Long eyelashes, fair skin, slightly pouting lips, even a bit of drool. She took a silk handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiping away the drool from the corner of my mouth, her movement so gentle that even, she found it unbelievable. She used to hate children, hate trouble, hate all uncontrollable elements. But now, looking at the little ball of fluff leaning on her shoulder, the hardest ice in her heart seemed to have cracked open. Not just because I was smart, nor just because I had protected her, but because in this cold world of calculations and interests, there was finally someone who stood completely by her side, even though I was just a 10-year-old child. CEO Liu, we've arrived, the driver reminded softly. Liu Ruyan made a gesture for silence. She didn't wake me up, but carefully adjusted her sitting position slightly so I could sleep more comfortably. Then she lowered her head, her cold red lips lightly pressed against my smooth forehead, a kiss as light as a dragonfly touching water, carrying some solemn promise. Thank you. Liu Ruyan's voice was very soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Before, she always called me, hey kiddo, that one. But this time, Jiba, from today onwards, you are a true member of the Liu family. Anyone who touches you, I will kill them. The morning sun was still the morning sun, but the wind had changed direction, completely changed. In the restaurant, I sat at the guest seat, holding a small silver spoon, staring blankly at the bowl of bird's nest porridge before me. At this time yesterday, the maid named Xiao Kui looked at me with eyes containing 3 parts contempt and 4 parts indifferent, thinking, where did this poor relative come from? Today, I felt Xiao Kui, half a meter behind me, her back bent at a 90-degree angle, looking extremely respectful. Young master, is the bird's nest hot? Do you need me to blow on it for you? Young master, the napkins today are long staple Egyptian cotton. Be gentle when wiping your mouth so you don't scratch your tender skin. I couldn't help but get goosebumps. Is this what they call the legendary version update? Yesterday I was still a mascot used as collateral, and today I've been upgraded to a prince, adored by the whole family. These Liu family servants change their attitudes faster than turning a page. It would be a waste of talent if they didn't study Sichuan opera's face-changing. I calmly took a sip of porridge. The taste wasn't bad, just the smell of decaying money. Liu Ruyan sat at the head of the table. Despite her still cold tone, her casual action of pushing a plate of pre-wrapped crab roe dumplings towards me betrayed her. I immediately sat up straight, seizing the opportunity. That's why, the most important thing is that you can enjoy it. Never give up. If you are someone who can do that, wonderful. Sorry, I sweetly called out, thank you. Liu Ruyan's fingers paused slightly. A faint smile curved her lips. A very thin line, then disappeared instantly. Eat your steamed buns. In this warm and happy atmosphere, the Villador once again had to endure the kind of violence that it shouldn't have to at its age. A loud bang echoed, followed by the sound of high heels tapping hurriedly on the floor. Accompanied by a scent of rose perfume, strong and invasive, it filled the entire dining room. Where is my little darling? Quick, let me see you. I heard you went on a rampage at the company yesterday, making that scumbag brother of yours unable to take care of himself. I hadn't seen her, but I could already feel her fierceness. I had just taken a bite of a steamed bun, and before I could even swallow, I was engulfed in a hug by a fiery red figure. Next came a feeling of suffocation, an intense feeling of suffocation. Today, Pei Yiwan was wearing a tight and extremely flashy red V-neck dress. The amount of fabric was so scarce it made one worry she might catch a cold. Curvy in all the right places, she was basically a walking, ripe peach. Right now, this peach was holding me tightly, in her arms, frantically rubbing against my face. Oh, this is amazing. When I saw the hot news on the film set, I was so happy I wanted to give red envelopes to the whole crew. Well done. I found that Zhao guy to be an eyesore for a long time. My hands were flailing in the air, my face buried in softness and fragrance. It's so hard to breathe. Help. Although this is the dream of countless men, I'm only 10 years old. If you don't let go, tomorrow's headline will be, "Son of the Liu family tragically murdered by a female celebrity." Let go! A cold voice rang out. Liu Ruyan put down her tablet, her phoenix eyes shooting out two cold beams of light straight at Pei Yuan. Can't you see you're about to squeeze him to death? Also, tone down your perfume. It's ruining the smell of my steamed buns. Pei Yuan paused and finally, let me go from her arms. I gasped for air, my face as red as a tomato. I don't know if it was from suffocation or embarrassment. Pei Yuan pouted, looking at Liu Ruyan with disdain. Tisk, old-fashioned thing, this is me showing my love, you get it? Not like you, with a long face all day, as if someone owes you 8 million yuan. Oh wait, you are the creditor. Someone really does owe you money. Pei Yuan turned her head, her expression changing instantly, smilingly pinching my cheeks, which had just regained their color. So soft and nice, so soft, so smooth, it's all collagen. Xiaoba, don't mind this big ice cube. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere fun. Let's go party on the streets. I stepped back warily. Sister Pei, I still have homework to do. Homework, my ass. I just want to lounge around. You can tell this woman is the type who's only happy when there's chaos. Going with her definitely won't lead to anything good. What homework? With your IQ, you don't need to do homework. Pei Yuan gave me no chance to refuse, grabbing my arm and lifting me straight out of my chair. This woman's strength is abnormally large. I've already taken a leave of absence from the film crew. Today, it'll take you to my set to play, so you can see how I captivate everyone in front of the camera. Liu Ruyan frowned. A film set is a crowded and messy place. Yeah, don't worry, Xiao Liu. As Pei Yuan dragged me outside, she turned back and winked. With me here, whoever dares to touch a single hair on his head will make them disappear from the entertainment industry for life. Besides, our little darling is this cute. It's a waste to keep him cooped up at home to get moldy. We have to take him out for a stroll so that everyone in Jinghai knows this is one of our Liu family. Without waiting for Liu Ruyan to say anything more, Pei Yuan was like a whirlwind, sweeping me up and rushing out the gate. Liu Ruyan looked at the empty doorway, rubbing the space between her eyebrows helplessly. She glanced at Xiao Kui next to her. Have the bodyguards follow. 2 cars for covert protection. If Pei Yuan goes crazy. Liu Ruyan paused for a moment, then slash her tires and bring him back. Pei Yuan opened the passenger side door, stuffed me inside, and buckled my seatbelt for me. Hold on tight, little darling. She got into the driver's seat, her long legs and black tights stepping on the gas pedal, looking incredibly seductive. She put on sunglasses, her red lips curling into a smile. Even professional racers would call my driving skills insane. I gripped the handle on the car ceiling tightly, my face full of world weariness. I knew it. This isn't going to a film set. This is clearly going to get reincarnated. Vroom, the engine let out a beast-like roar. The red Ferrari shot out like a bullet from a gun, speeding away, disappearing in an instant at the end of the tree-lined road of Jade Dragon Bay. Pei Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand, while her other hand was free to adjust the car's audio. Heavy metal rock music blasted instantly. I must love even if I die, Pei Yuan screamed along with the music, completely abandoning her celebrity image. Xiaoba, isn't this exciting? I gritted my teeth and tried to answer. So exciting I'm about to see. My great-grandmother waving at me. Sister Pei, slow down a bit. The speed limit ahead is 60. What are you afraid of? He'll take care of the ticket. Pei Yuan floored the accelerator, overtook a Porsche, and even smugly gave the other driver the middle finger. That Zhou Zihang guy thinks just because he's a hot young star pushed by investors, he can act all arrogant with me on set every day. Today I'm taking you to put him in his place, to let him see what a true young master from a wealthy family is like. I quickly caught the keywords, Zhou Zihang, hot young star. It seems he's today's side quest boss. Pei Yuan is using me as a trophy to show off. I sighed and adjusted into a comfortable position. Since I'm here, I might as well go with the flow. If I can't resist, then I might as well enjoy it. Besides, with Pei Yuan, this crazy beauty protecting me, if the sky falls, her chest will. No, her height will hold it up. Half an hour later, the Ferrari executed a beautiful fishtail drift and came to a steady stop at the Jinhai Film Studio. Half an hour later, the Ferrari executed a beautiful fishtail drift, coming to a steady stop at the Jinhai Film Studio, in the VIP parking spot. The tires left 2 black marks from friction on the ground, emitting white smoke. The car door opened. Pei Yuan took off her sunglasses, flicked her hair, her aura explosive. She walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and looked at me with my messy hair and dazed face, extending her hand. "We're here, my little knight. Welcome to this world of fame and fortune." I unbuckled my seatbelt, jumped out of the car, adjusted my little suit that had been messed up by the wind, and looked up at the large billboard not far away. Power Over the World, starring Pei Yuan, Zhou Ziang. The area around the set was packed with fervent fans holding light-up signs and countless paparazzi waiting in ambush. Seeing Pei Yuan's car, the crowd immediately erupted. "Ah, it's Sister Wan. Sister Wan is so beautiful today. Who is that? Why did a child get out of Sister Wan's car? Oh my god, that kid is stunningly beautiful. Is he some child star?" Pei Yuan completely ignored the surrounding screams. She took my hand and walked into the set with her head held high and chest out. That aura wasn't like she was taking a child out to play, but more like she was walking the red carpet. And at the same time, announcing to the whole world, "Look closely, this is my person." She held my hand, and I could feel the gazes from all directions, full of curiosity, surprise, and scrutiny. Not only was I not the least bit stage frightened, on the contrary, I even reached into my pocket and took out a lollipop that I had grabbed from the car. I unwrapped it and popped it into my mouth and looked at the cameras and revealed a smile that was both sweet and arrogant. Click, click, the camera flashes went off like crazy. "If we're going to play, let's play big. Zhou Ziang, right? I hope your mental fortitude is a little stronger than that Zhao guy's." I nodded to myself. This costume really suits Pei Yuan. She plays a nation-toppling consort in the movie. It's truly typecasting. "How are you, Sister Ran? You look so beautiful today, Sister Ran." The staff members along the way all bowed their heads in greeting. Pei Yuan just nodded nonchalantly, her queenly demeanor firmly in place. Being led by the hand like this by her, I felt exactly like the Queen's mascot corgi during a royal tour. I had a lollipop in my mouth, my cheeks puffed out, my entire face was written with boredom. I thought to myself, is this the entertainment industry? It's so noisy and chaotic, and the air is so bad. Right now I just want to go back to the villa, turn on the AC, and I really miss Uncle Lias' iced sour plum drink. Just then, a strange sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, is Sister Ran treating the film set like a kindergarten now?" Hearing the voice, I looked up and saw a young man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe walking this way. I sized him up. He looked fair and clean, but his foundation was thicker than plaster on a wall. His eyeliner was more dramatic than Pei Yuan's, and he walked with a sway. You could smell his heavy makeup from a mile away. This must be Zhou Zihang, the hottest young star right now. Also the male lead of this movie. I heard he's the one who invested in the production. His acting is as wooden as rotten wood, but his temper is as explosive as a firecracker. Zhou Ziang held a small fan, eyeing me up and down, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, disdainful smile. "Bringing baggage along while filming? Sister Ran is so professional." The surrounding staff all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. These two big shots are having a clash of titans. Whoever dares to interfere, isn't that just asking for death? As expected, Pei Yuan stopped walking. She slowly turned around, the lazy charm on her face completely disappearing, replaced by a wave of hair-raising pressure. She first reached out to fix my collar, then casually raised her eyes and indifferently swept her gaze over Zhou Zihang. "Heavenly King Zhou, you're mistaken. I brought my little brother here to broaden his horizons. I want him to see a bad example." As Pei Yuan spoke, she pointed at Zhou Ziang, then turned to educate me. "Xiaoba, see clearly. When you grow up, absolutely do not be like this uncle. His foundation is thicker than a city wall. His acting is just widening his eyes and pouting, aside from his face, which is passable. His head is full of water. This is called being golden jade on the outside, but rotten on the inside. Understand? Got it?" The scene immediately fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of sharp intakes of breath remained. Vicious, truly vicious, scolding someone right to their face, without using a single curse word, and even giving a lesson on the spot. I cooperated and nodded, took the lollipop out of my mouth, said seriously, "I understand, sister. I will definitely study hard and absolutely not become the type of person who only relies on their face to make a living, has no acting skills, and is just an embroidered pillow." I silently added in my heart, "His face isn't even as good-looking as mine." Zhou Ziang's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver, the small fan in his hand creaking from his tight grip. "You two, is Heavenly King Zhou trying to rehearse a scene with me in advance?" Pei Yuan took a step forward, her femme fatale aura exploding, directly forcing Zhou Ziang to take a step back. "You might as well save your energy. In a bit, when it's the crying scene, if you use eye drops again, the director will really scold you." Pei Yuan snorted coldly, took my hand and walked straight past him, heading towards the director's monitor. leaving Zhou Zihong standing there, trembling with anger, his venomous gaze looking like he wanted to eat someone alive. All right, get ready. All departments, prepare. The director was a bald, middle-aged man. As soon as he saw Pei Yuan arrive, his originally distressed face immediately bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Wan, you're finally here. Quick, quick, quick. This is an important scene. The emotions need to be overwhelming. You need to have that feeling of being both reluctant and resolute, and also add a touch of allure. Pei Yuan gave an okay sign, then pushed me down onto a small stool next to the monitor and casually stuffed a bottle of water into my hands. Sit here quietly and watch me act. If anyone dares to bully you, just splash water in his face. He'll take responsibility for it. After saying this, Pei Yuan lifted the hem of her dress and gracefully walked onto the set. I sat alone in a corner. Although people were bustling around me, I was like an invisible person, so quiet that I didn't seem like a 10-year-old child at all. I stared boredly at the monitor, only to see Pei Yuan on the screen, completely in character. I had to admit, although this woman is a bit crazy in daily life, as soon as the director shouts action, she's like a completely different person. That sorrowful, tragically beautiful gaze, that bewitching, nation-toppling charm was truly top-notch compared to that Zhou Ziyang guy was a disaster. Throughout the whole process, all he knew was to widen his eyes. I yawned out of boredom. With this kind of acting, even I could do it. I even felt that the prop dog next to them had more depth in its acting than he did. Just then, to capture a close-up of Pei Yuan's profile, giant camera jib slowly moved. The lens was initially aimed at Pei Yuan on the city tower, but perhaps due to a mistake in operation, or maybe the jib operator's hand slipped a little. When the lens panned across the scene, it didn't stop in time, but continued to slide a bit further, perfectly panning to me sitting in the corner, in the dark. At that moment, I was resting my chin on my hand, staring blankly at the monitor. I was wondering why Zhou Ziyang, with such terrible acting, could get a salary of tens of millions. Thinking about the logic of capital in this world, and also wondering if Lu Ruyan would really fill the fridge with pudding tonight. These complex thoughts intertwined, causing my still chubby face to show an expression completely unsuited for my age. My dark eyes were calm and deep, as if seeing through the noisy film set to the falsehood behind this play. Seeing through the absurdity of this mortal world. It even carried a hint of arrogant compassion. Coupled with the perfectly placed fill light, it outlined the perfect bridge of my nose. My long, curly eyelashes cast a shadow beneath my eyes. At that moment, I no longer looked like a child who had wandered onto a film set. I was like a forgotten god among mortals, coldly observing the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. An exquisite, melancholic, and narrative-filled beauty. In front of the monitor, the director, who was about to yell cut and scold the cameraman, suddenly froze. He stared at the image in the corner of the screen, his eyes looking like they were about to pop out. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The assistant directors, the script supervisor, the lighting technician, and everyone else who was looking at the monitor all held their breath. At this moment, I, wearing a small modern suit, sitting on a small stool, had completely crushed Zhou Ziyang, who was wearing a dragon robe and standing in the center, into nothingness. The director pointed at the screen with a trembling hand. What the hell is this? Whose kid is this? This gaze, this aura. Isn't this the young emperor I've been looking for? I was still dazed. Suddenly, I felt that the atmosphere around me was not right. Why is it so quiet? I turned my head and found dozens of pairs of eyes staring at me like wolves looking at meat. I muttered to myself, "Damn it, what are you looking at me for? Do I have some pudding on my face that I didn't wipe off? The whole internet is going crazy. This is the pinnacle of beauty." In the middle of the set, Director Zhang Kaishan suddenly jumped up from behind the monitor, his movement so big it almost sent his sun hat flying. He pointed at the screen, his finger trembling, shouting, "This shot, rewind it for me now. That shot that just panned by. No one is allowed to delete it. I'll fight to the death with whoever deletes it." The entire film crew stopped what they were doing and slowly gathered around. Weren't they just filming a close-up of Pei Yuan? Why is the director as excited as if he'd won 50 million? Director, the camera position was off just now. It moved to the rest area on the side. Then it's a waste. The cameraman looked embarrassed and was about to press the delete button. Waste your head. Zhang Kaishan shoved the cameraman aside and pulled the progress bar back himself. On the screen, first was the nation-toppling face of Pei Yuan. Then the lens suddenly panned away, sliding towards the corner in the shadows. I was sitting on a small blue stool, one hand resting on my chin, the other still holding an unfinished lollipop. Because I was thinking about whether to eat mango pudding or yellow peach pudding tonight, my whole face wore a particularly profound expression. The light shone down from above, falling on my high, straight nose bridge. I was motionless, not saying a word, but that delicate little face, so exquisite it didn't seem human, emitted from the camera lens, a kind of extremely terrifying destructive power. The feeling I unintentionally revealed directly crushed Zhou Ziyang, who was wearing a dragon robe behind me, who was trying hard to show emotion, turning him into a background prop. Amazing. This is a true stroke of genius. Zhang Kaishan stared at the screen, almost drooling. Look at this aura. Look at this subtle expression, that calm look as if he sees through the mortal world, that aloof and arrogant feeling. Zhou Zihang, come over here and look. You've been acting for 10 years, and you don't even have the sense of presence of a child. Zhou Zihang, standing beside him, his face had already turned green. He leaned over to take a look, and his heart skipped a beat. As a celebrity who makes a living with his face, he knew best what my kind of appearance meant. It's when God chases after you to feed you and gilds your bowl while he's at it. Zhou Ziyang gritted his teeth, his tone full of jealousy. Director, this was just an accident. This shot isn't suitable for the main film, is it? Whether it's suitable or not is for me to say. Zhang Kaishan completely ignored him and turned to look at me, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Little boy, your name is Ji Ba, right? Do you want to be in a movie? Uncle will add a role for you, the teenage emperor. You don't need to say a single line. Just sit there and daze off. I took the lollipop out of my mouth and just calmly shook my head, not wanting to get too tired. What a joke. How could acting be better than eating pudding? I knew very well that my role was a rich family's hostage, not a worker in the entertainment industry. At that moment, Pei Yuan walked over in her high heels and said, Director Zhang, don't touch my little brother. He's our family's treasure. We're not short on money. You want him on camera? Your payment probably can't even buy a pair of his socks. Pei Yuan said these words with extreme arrogance. But Zhang Kaishan didn't show the slightest bit of anger, because behind her was the Liu Corporation, while the film crew was still arguing endlessly over a scene. A female staff member hid behind the set, secretly using her phone to record the scene, playing on the monitor screen. She was someone who was crazy about good looks. The moment she saw me, it felt like her heart stopped beating. No way, this godly face can't be seen by me alone. Her hands trembling, she posted this 15-second video clip to her short video account. The caption was very simple: met a godly little brother on the film set. With looks like these, I'm willing to wait 10 years for him. Enamored at first sight, the most beautiful boy. After posting it, she got busy moving props. She had no idea at all that a small stone she casually threw would cause a tsunami of what magnitude online. As soon as the video was posted, the comment section was immediately paralyzed. Ah, it really is the little brother. The rich siblings are confirmed, sister. I'm so in. Little brother, I'm so in too. Is the Liu family still looking for a nanny? The kind that's a college graduate and knows how to do laundry. Pei Yuan. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? I want a dozen godly little brothers like this. Am I the only one who thinks the little brother looks so charming when he's dazed? That calm and quiet aura, I'm in love, while the entire internet was in a frenzy at the Liu Corporation headquarters in Jinghai. Liu Ruyan was sitting in the conference room, listening to her subordinates report on a 100 billion investment plan. Suddenly, Qi, who was always calm, quickly walked in, holding her phone. She whispered a few words into Liu Ruyan's ear, and Liu Ruyan's expression, at a speed that was, visible to the naked eye, turned cold. She took the phone, looked at Pei Yuan's Weibo post on the screen, and the hundreds of thousands of comments below wanting to snatch me away. Bang! Liu Ruyan slammed her palm down on the table. The solid wood conference table made a dull thud. The senior executives below were so scared that they all trembled, none daring to breathe too loudly. Pei Yuan, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her voice filled with ice. You've got some nerve daring to use him to create a scandal? She called Pei Yuan directly. Her tone was so cold it could freeze an elephant. You have 3 minutes to delete that Weibo post and bring Jiba back here right now. Otherwise, I'll have your movies, filming shut down tomorrow. Pei Yuan on the other end of the line seemed to have anticipated this and just chuckled and said something. Liu Ruyan hung up the phone directly and turned her head to look at Qi. Contact the PR department to take down the trending topic. Also, find out who posted that video online. I want that person to know that not just anyone can use the Liu family to ride on our coattails. Qi pushed up her glasses, a dangerous glint flashing behind the lenses. It's already being investigated. But, Xiao Liu, I'm afraid it's too late to take down the trending topic now. Jiba's face has probably been saved all over the internet by now. Liu Ruyan slumped into her chair, her fingers gripping her phone tightly. She stared at the quiet me in the picture, an indescribable frustration suddenly rising in her heart. It was like a treasure she cherished was suddenly being coveted by the whole world. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. He is mine, she whispered, her eyes filled with unconcealed possessiveness. At this moment, I was sitting in the car on the way back and suddenly sneezed. I rubbed my nose, looking at the scenery of the streets flashing by outside the window. I had a premonition that my butt was going to get spanked to bits when I get home tonight. That detestable Pei Yuan, when I get home, I must write in my little notebook a huge demerit for her. Just then, my phone buzzed violently, showing a message from an unknown number. The message was very short, only 4 words. I miss you. I stared at the screen, the calm expression on my face suddenly freezing. This familiar tone, along with the registration location of this phone number. Could it be my big brother Guiba Sheng, the one who ran away from his wedding? The red Ferrari left a long streak on the highway. I stared at the message on the phone screen. My inner self was frantically rolling its eyes. I miss you. What's with this scumbag's romance novel-like opening line? I replied bluntly. Big brother, why didn't you think of me when you ran from your wedding? Now that you see I'm famous, you want to come back and ride my coattails? Or do you want to sell me for a good price? My fingers flew across the screen, and I directly threw this number into the blacklist. I conveniently deleted the entire message history. This kind of annoying stuff, looking at it for another second, is an insult to my intelligence. Xiaoba, why aren't you saying anything? Were you stunned by my driving just now? Pei Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand, her other hand restlessly patting her thigh. The hem of her red skirt rested on her lap, the curve of her black stockings seductively visible under the sunlight. She turned her head, her fair face full of smugness. Her large earrings swayed with the car's movement, continuously brushing against her slender neck. Sister Pei, I was just thinking, when we get home later, what position will Sister Liu use to hang you from the chandelier? I stuffed my phone into my pocket, my tone as calm as if I were discussing what to have for dinner. The smile on Pei Yuan's face froze. Immediately after, she forced a guilty smile. Ha ha, how could that be? That big ice block Ruyan might have, a bit of a difficult personality, but she loves me the most. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Yuan's phone, placed on the center console, began to vibrate wildly. The screen displayed big ice block Liu Ruyan. Pei Yuan's hand trembled, and the Ferrari almost swerved into an S-shape on the road. Her finger trembled as she pressed the speakerphone button. Pei Yuan, you're dead! Liu Ruyan's voice came from the speaker, devoid of any emotion, but it made the temperature inside the car instantly drop below 0 degrees Celsius. Bring Jiba back to me right now, immediately. Beep beep. The call was decisively disconnected. Pei Yuan swallowed, turned her head to look at me, her eyes filled with a plea for help. Sweetheart, you have to protect me later. I shrugged. I'm just a 10-year-old kid. What bad intentions could I possibly have? At most, I can help you collect your corpse. I let out a cold laugh. Scared now, are we? You were so brave when you posted on Weibo earlier. Woman, thy name is courting death. At the same time, Sister Wang, Pei Yuan's manager, was sitting in the assistant's car, grinning from ear to ear as she looked at the data on her tablet. It's gone viral, completely viral. Sister Wang typed furiously on the keyboard, sending a voice message to Pei Yuan. Sister Yuan, don't worry about what CEO Liu thinks anymore. The hype is unstoppable now. Just now, 3 top luxury brands contacted me asking for G-Boss information. There's also a national milk brand that wants the two of you to film a commercial together. I've already had the PR department prepare a plan. We're going to push this rich siblings image now, the mysterious rich young master and the glamorous hot actress. This image is a real money-making machine. Sister Wang was panting with excitement on the other end. As long as we confirm this identity, those anti-fans who say you have a sugar daddy will just disappear on their own. Who would dare to be a sugar daddy to a sister of the Liu family? Who would dare to touch Jiba, this national little brother? Pei Yuan listened to the voice message. Her initial anxiety was immediately replaced by immense vanity. She slammed her hand on the steering wheel, her eyes shining brightly. That's right, I'm protecting Xiaoba. It's better for us to take control of the narrative ourselves than to let the paparazzi write nonsense. She turned her head to look at me, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Xiaoba, do you want to be a superstar? You'll have endless pudding to eat every day and countless beautiful older sisters surrounding you? I sighed, took a chocolate bar from my bag and stuck it in my mouth. Sister Pei, get a grip. My current status is collateral for the Liu family. I'm not your cash cow. Besides, do you think Sister Liu is short on that little bit of advertising money? I cursed inwardly. This woman really has a one-track mind. Someone with an extremely strong desire for control like Liu Ruyan. How could she allow the property of her own family to be put on public display? This is no longer a matter of internet traffic. This is a matter of territory. 20 minutes later, the red Ferrari screeched to a halt, stopping steadily in front of the gate of Villa Number 1 in Jade Dragon Bay. Pei Yuan pulled my hand, dawdling as she entered the house. Xiaoba, later, if Ruyan wants to hit me, just crawl into her arms, okay? I rolled my eyes. I advise you to just kneel and admit your mistake directly. Hurry up and you might still make it for dinner. I pushed open the living room door. A suffocating atmosphere hit me in the face. Liu Ruyan was sitting on the luxurious, genuine leather sofa, her legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. The dark red liquid swirled gently in the glass. She was still wearing her dark blue business suit, her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, making them look even sharper. And Qi was sitting on the single sofa next to her, and Qi held a tablet, her fingers swiping quickly. Behind her glasses, her expression remained impassive. You're back? Liu Ruyan placed her wine glass on the table. The bottom of the glass touched the marble surface, making a clear clinking sound. Pei Yuan gave a forced laugh, let go of my hand, and stood still like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Ruyan, listen to my explanation first. I did this for our Xiaoba. It was for his own good. Liu Ruyan stood up, wearing her high heels, and walked closer step by step. Her aura immediately intensified. She stopped in front of Pei Yuan, half a head taller, looming over her. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are watching him out there? Do you know what those two bloodsuckers from the Guy family will do when they see these trending topics? What crazy things they'll do? Just for a little commercial value, you pushed him into the eye of the storm? Pei Yuan gritted her teeth and retorted, "It's marketing. This is the era of internet traffic. If we don't take the initiative, are we supposed to wait for others to dig into his private life? Right now, the whole internet is praising him. They all admire us for having such a great little brother. What's not good about that?" The two women argued fiercely in the middle of the living room. It was as if electric sparks were flying through the air. Seeing the situation was bad, I quietly sidled over to Enki, and Ki didn't look up and casually handed me a box of freshly cut, chilled watermelon. "Want some?" I took the fork, speared a piece, and put it in my mouth. They're often like this. Enki pushed up her glasses, her tone as plain as water. "It happens a few times every month. You'll get used to it." However, this time Pei Yuan really went too far. Xiao Liu just smashed an antique vase, worth 3 million. I glanced at the broken porcelain fragments in the corner and shrank back. When women argue, it's terrifying. Especially this kind of woman who controls hundreds of billions in assets. However, what Pei Yuan said wasn't wrong, either. The hype has already built up. It's impossible to suppress it, even if we wanted to. "That's enough!" Liu Ruyan shouted coldly, directly cutting off Pei Yuan. She turned her head, her gaze landing on me, who was busy burying my face in watermelon.